Chapter 35-24. 5 days later, the demon battle cruiser arrived at Tianji City. Although Yi Xian had already seen the magnificence of Tianji City through the memories of Baofeng Sha, young emperor, and the others, at this moment, he was still deeply shocked when he saw the massive buildings formed by countless planets that were made into the strongest alloy star fortresses. The demon royal guard commander was even more stunned. He had never been to Tianji City before and had only heard about it. Therefore, he was equally shocked by everything in front of him. The human race's population was much larger, but they were spread across countless star sectors and administrative planets in the third universe. Basically, it was impossible for a large number of administrative planets to cluster together in a small star sector. This was because whether it was the human race, the other races of the Federation in the second universe, or even the demon race and other slave races in the first universe, almost all of them were life forms. Life forms had requirements for the climate and environment of the planet they lived on. For example, an atmosphere was one of the most basic requirements. Without an atmosphere, it was impossible to block out all kinds of harmful cosmic rays. In the vast universe, although there were countless stars, which was how the term, scattered like the stars in the sky, came about, most of them were mineral stars and abandoned planets. Although there were many planets with atmospheres that were suitable for life forms to inhabit, they were basically scattered. This directly caused the human race and all the other races of the Federation in the second universe to be scattered. Of course, the current starry sky network was extremely developed. Even if they were separated by a star sector, there was no problem in terms of communication. However, Tianji City was different. In this small star sector, all the planets were used. There were more than 10,000 planets in the periphery and more than 10,000 planets in the inner circle. Among these 30,000 planets, the ones that had atmospheres and were suitable for life forms to live on were left for the slave races. The other planets that didn't have atmospheres and weren't suitable for life forms to live on all had cities. They were built into star-level industrial bases or defensive fortresses, and all the people moving around on them were intelligent robots. As far as Yi Xian could see, all of the stars in his line of sight were actually steel and majestic cities. Not a single one of them was bare and unused, and this was only the periphery of Heaven's secret city. Such a strange phenomenon could only be seen in the Tianji City star sector in all the three dimensions of the universe. As soon as the demon battle cruiser arrived at the edge of the star sector of Tianji City, a fleet of 10 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters immediately came to greet them. There were all kinds of fortresses and fortresses everywhere. After all, this was the headquarters of the Tianji race. The race's warship manufacturing center was also here. Warships and fortresses were sailing everywhere in the starry sky. Every planet's star docks were filled with fortresses and fortresses. He glanced around and saw at least tens of thousands of fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This number was simply terrifying. Once they were all sent to the star battlefield, a star sector would be destroyed in a second. Yi Xian immediately used Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to connect with the command ship of this patrol fleet. Sha Baofeng was a core member of the Tianji race and a direct descendant of Patriarch De. Although his status wasn't as high as Emperor Xiaofeng and the others, he was definitely an important figure in Tianji City. There were many such patrol fleets in the entire star sector. Although each patrol fleet had 10 small fortresses, in fact, only the command ship had a real Tianji race member. The other 9 fortresses were filled with intelligent robots. There weren't many real Tianji race members. Up until now, it was said that there were only a few million of them. Some of them had to be sent out, while the rest in the headquarters had to be spread out to almost 30,000 star fortresses and industrial bases. Therefore, it was rare to see real Tianji race members gathered together. Basically, the Tianji race members who had missions would work with a bunch of intelligent robots without self-awareness. Of course, this was also a kind of tempering for them, because the Heaven's Legacy race was born from these sentient robots. The reason why the Heaven's Legacy race was able to create so many sentient robots and create so many sentient robots in so many different domains and regions was because they were led by a real Tianji race member was leading them. In addition to carrying out their own work and completing missions, there was another purpose. They hoped that this kind of guidance would lead to the birth of more intelligent robots. As a core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng didn't dare to run rampant in the core region of the three major regions. At the very least, he could do it in this peripheral industrial area. However, on one hand, Yi Xian had returned. He wasn't in Sha Baofeng's exclusive fortress, but on the devil battle ship. On the other hand, he saw that the atmosphere in this peripheral area was different from the scene he saw in the memories of Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the others. There seemed to be a lot of fortresses, large and small, gathered at the edge of the peripheral area, as if you were planning to go to war. This was different from normal situations, and it was somewhat abnormal. Therefore, he took the initiative to contact the patrol fleet's command ship. While revealing his identity, he also asked for a few words of information. After confirming Yi Xian's identity, the other 9 small fortresses of the patrol fleet immediately retreated. Only the command ship with a Tianji race member in charge stayed behind to explain the reason for this gathering phenomenon to Yi Xian. The information he obtained shocked Yi Xian. They were actually preparing for war. This was thousands of fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. As for the 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships, there was a black mass of at least hundreds of thousands of them parked in the void further away. Such a scale of preparation was clearly the rhythm of a plane-level decisive battle. Yi Xian had never seen this before, so he was naturally shocked. He originally thought that the Tianji race was going to war with the human race of the Third Universe, or at least with the entire Wanluo Federation. However, the reality surprised Yi Xian. The Tianji race's preparation for war this time had nothing to do with the human race of the Third Universe. Even the Wanluo Federation didn't participate. It was completely a private action of the races of the Second Universe Federation. That's right, just a few days ago, led by the Blood Wirm race, the Cyan Rock race, and several other powerful races that ranked in the top 10 of the Federation of the Second Universe, almost half of the races of the Second Universe Federation issued a joint statement at the same time, declaring that they would attack the First Universe at all costs. Chapter 35-25. This time, more than half of the Federation races in the Second Universe had publicly declared that they would all participate in the war. Among the top 10 races in the Second Universe Federation, other races such as the Blood Dragon race, the Green Rock race, the Battle Lion race, the Inji race, the Barbarian Bull race, the Golden Eagle race, the Colorful Python race, the Greedy Wolf race, and the Tree Spirit race had all declared their stance. Originally, the human race of the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation thought that the 9 supreme beings of the top 10 races of the Second Universe were just joking. After all, this kind of war announcement was simply unreasonable and too strange. It was more like a prank. But soon, from the vast star field of the Second Universe, news of the various races preparing for war and gathering a large number of fleets at the edge of the wormhole that led to the First Universe plane came from the Second Universe. At this point, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation panicked and realized the seriousness of the situation. This was clearly a sign that the races of the Second Universe Federation had lost control and no longer listened to the Federation's control. The headquarters of the Federation immediately made an official request, requesting the races of the First Universe Federation, especially the 9 leading races of the top 10 races except the Dark Turtle race, to give an explanation for this declaration of war. At the very least, an internal communication was necessary to explain a reason, right? However, in the face of the request from the headquarters of the Federation, the races of the Second Universe Federation were unprecedentedly tough. They directly declared that this was a large-scale war between the First and Second Universes and had nothing to do with the Myriad Luo Federation or the humans of the Third Universe. They hoped that they would not participate. Otherwise, it would affect the internal unity of the Federation. At this point, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation and the humans of the Third Universe realized that something big had happened. The races of the Second Universe Federation would definitely not start such a war for no reason. It should be known that for many years, the entire Myriad Luo Federation had only fought to a draw with the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race. There were countless battles, big and small, and basically, there were victories and losses on both sides. The entire Myriad Luo Federation included the humans of the Third Universe and the races of the Second Universe. It could be said that the overall combat power of the human race in the third universe was slightly stronger than that of all the races in the second universe. Now, the various races of the second universe were clamoring to face the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji race, alone. Either they were crazy, or there was some hidden factor that forced them to fight. Because in such a war, the chances of the races of the second universe federation winning was less than 20%. Basically, it would result in a crushing defeat. Obviously, the former possibility was almost non-existent. It could be explained if one race had a brain malfunction, but the entire second universe federation had a brain malfunction. That was definitely not scientific. In other words, the truth was already very clear. The various races of the second universe federation had their own reasons and difficulties. But as for what their reasons and difficulties were, no one in the outside world knew except for themselves. After confirming that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were not joking, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation and the two camps of the human clan sent out a large number of scouts to the Second Universe and the First Universe. It was to find out the reason why the various races of the Second Universe Federation were determined to fight to the death. On the other hand, it was to prepare for a rainy day. In the First Universe, it was to spy on the Tianji race's reaction to this unexpected event and their various countermeasures. In any case, the various races of the Second Universe were part of the Myriad Luo Federation. Their combat power was equivalent to 40% of the total combat power of the entire Myriad Luo Federation. If the various races of the Second Universe Federation suffered a crushing defeat in this battle and suffered too great a loss, the strength of the entire Myriad Luo Federation would be greatly damaged. For the Federation and the two camps of the human clan in the third universe, this was not a good thing. It could even be a disaster. This was because the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji race, had been waiting for this opportunity to separate the various races of the Second Universe Federation from the human clan and defeat them one by one. This time, the various races of the Second Universe Federation were clearly offering up the opportunity that they had been dreaming of. How could the Tianji race not grasp this opportunity? There was no doubt that as long as the various races of the Second Universe Federation were defeated, the Tianji race would definitely go all out and target the two camps of the human clan in the third universe. In this way, the entire Myriad Luo Federation would be completely annihilated because of this battle. In the end, it was not impossible for the Tianji race to dominate the three universes. This matter was too important. Therefore, even if the Myriad Luo Federation was extremely dissatisfied, even if the two camps of the human clan were furious, they felt as if they were being shamelessly dragged into this mess by the various races of the Second Universe Federation. But for the sake of the overall situation, the human clan in the third universe was forced to helplessly prepare for war. After all, they were allies on the same front. The human clan and the headquarters of the Federation could not just watch as the various races of the Second Universe Federation were annihilated by the Tianji race. When it came to the critical moment that would decide the overall situation of the war, the armies of the two camps of the human clan would definitely enter the battlefield through the wormhole and helplessly participate in this war. They could only hope to maintain the balance of strength between the enemy and themselves. It could be said that the three universes had become hostile because of the sudden brainwashing of the various races of the second universe. An all-out war between the three universes had never been so close before. This was because both the various races of the Second Universe Federation and the two camps of the human clan in the Third Universe had already started. They had begun to gather their forces near the wormhole of the universe. The overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji race, was the same. During the few days that Yi Xian was rushing to Tianji City, all the races of the Federation in the First Universe, including the Demon Clan, had received the Tianji race's Level 1 battle preparation order. Countless slave races were preparing for war with all their might. However, for Yi Xian, although this was not good news, it was not enough to make him burn with anxiety. After all, once this kind of planar universe war broke out, it would take hundreds or thousands of years. It was not something that could end in a day or two. Even the scales of the war, which camp would eventually tilt towards, could not be seen in a short period of time. If it was a full-scale war, it would take at least 100 years before there would be a sign of it. It could be said that it was really too early to be anxious about this. However, in fact, when Yi Xian learned of this news, he was indeed anxious at the first moment. The reason was very simple. Patriarch De of the Tianji race had already said that the tens of millions of void soldiers captured from the black hole of life in the demon domain not long ago would be sent by the Tianji race in the first fleet camp on the battlefield. Moreover, the only mission of these void soldiers was very simple. Chapter 35-26. In the face of the challenge from the Federation of the Second Universe, the Heavenly Legacy race, as the overlord of the First Universe, was the only opponent of the Myriad Net Federation for many years. Being able to deal with both the human race of the Third Universe and the superpowers of the Second Universe Federation of the human race of the Second Universe, they naturally couldn't keep a low profile. The Heavenly Legacy City didn't make any sort of declaration of war. It was meaningless. They simply began to prepare for war at the first moment, using their actions to prove everything. Without a doubt, in this kind of planar war, the Heavenly Legacy race would definitely be the core force of the First Universe, but they might not necessarily be the main force. This was because in the First Universe, there were still countless slave races, including the demon race. The Heavenly Legacy race didn't have many clansmen. The true Heavenly Legacy race only numbered in the millions. It was impossible to place all of them on the front lines. The main force of this war, at least, the vast majority of the war of attrition, still had to rely on the fleets of the many slave races of the First Universe. Of course, the AI robot squadron under the Heavenly Legacy race was also one of the main forces. The Heavenly Legacy race was mysterious. The forces dispatched from the Heavenly Legacy race's main camp to participate in the war, such as a massive fleet of tens of thousands of warships, might only have one true Heavenly Legacy race clansman. However, the terrifying combat strength of this fleet was real and couldn't be ignored. A single Heavenly Legacy race clansman with an electronic consciousness could control countless AI robots at the same time. Battleships, or even entire fleets, were all controlled by intelligent robots. That would be enough. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Legacy race, which only had a few million true clansmen, dominate the entire First Universe? In the First Universe, there were more than a few hundred slave races in the First Universe. There was once a joke that circulated in the three universes. At the time, the Heaven's Legacy race had yet to dominate the First Universe. There was a time when a massive fleet of several thousand warships, fortresses was sent to attack a race that refused to submit. In the end, the Heavenly Legacy race's fleet won, and this race became a slave race of the Heavenly Legacy race. In the end, the patriarch of this race raised his head and sighed. He said that the Heavenly Legacy race had mobilized thousands of warships and tens of billions of clansmen to attack a small race. How could they not sweep it away? This was clearly self-reproaching and lamenting the unfairness of the world. As a result, the several thousand fortresses of the Heaven's Legacy race fleet opened all of their hatches. Countless sentient robots lined up and walked out, flooding the void. But there was only one true member of the Heaven's Legacy race. A single member of the Celestial Legacy race with an electronic consciousness was enough to lead an enormous fleet into battle. All orders would be transmitted to the entire fleet in the form of an electronic consciousness and received by all the sentient robots. Not only was the command instantaneous and comprehensive, but there was also no deviation in the execution of the command. This was because they were all intelligent robots and did not have their own consciousness. They only had the consciousness to carry out orders. This was much more efficient than humans and other races, who followed the example of their superiors and passed down orders one by one. This was why the Heaven's Legacy race's fleet was so frightening. Of course, this was only referring to regular battles, and it didn't include the battle between the Supreme Primordial Age and the Heaven's Fate clan's fleet that had occurred in the source of all evil. That was purely a special case. The two sides involved in this battle were simply not on the same level of strength. In short, for the Heaven's Legacy race, it was completely normal for an enormous fleet to only have one or two true members of the Heaven's Legacy race presiding over it. For example, this was the case this time. The vanguard fleet of the Heaven's Legacy race was enormous. There were 1,000 fortresses of various sizes and 100 fortresses of various sizes. In addition, there were over 10,000 star-level warships that were 3,000 meters long and star-level warships that were 1,000 meters long. Such a massive vanguard fleet was completely controlled by sentient robots. Countless sentient robots were sent to the battlefield, but there were only 2 members of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race who were in charge of commanding the flagship. These 2 positions were enthusiastically contested by the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race. In their view, this was an excellent opportunity to perform a great service. Just that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe had sent a fleet over, and they had even taken the initiative to invade. The battlefield was in the First Universe, their own territory. They were afraid. Also, this time, the Vanguard fleet was carrying the tens of millions of Void soldiers that had been captured not long ago. They would be deployed on the battlefield as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's strength. It was safe to say that the Heaven's Legacy race's fleet would definitely win the battle no matter how one looked at it. The various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were invading. He would be beaten to a pulp. If the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, were there, nobody would have been able to take away the command of the Vanguard fleet. The other upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race would have been able to compete for the position of deputy commander at best. However, the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, was missing. It was said that a major accident had taken place in the root of all evil. The entire fleet that was sent to reinforce Di Xiaofeng was annihilated. They didn't even have the chance to send out a distress signal. It was definitely because of a great disaster. Otherwise, how could such a thing have happened? There were already rumors in the Heaven's Legacy city, claiming that there was a terrifying being beyond the Star Lord state in the depths of the root of all evil, and that the young chief, Di Xiaofeng, had already perished and would never return. That was why the upper echelons of the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race were all fighting for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In their eyes, they were no longer fighting for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet, they were fighting for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet in the future. They were fighting for the future of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now that Di Xiaofeng had perished, the clan chief would definitely choose a new person from the younger generation to replace him. If the commander who led the Vanguard fleet to the space battlefield performed well, he would undoubtedly have a better chance. Under such circumstances, even the senior members of the Heaven's Legacy race had secretly reached a consensus that they would no longer fight for the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet, leaving the opportunity to the younger generation. In the end, due to the fierce competition, everyone wanted to be the first to obtain the position of commander of the Vanguard fleet. The Heaven's Legacy race was in turmoil for a while. In order to prevent internal strife, the clan chief, D.E., stated that the position of commander and deputy commander of the Vanguard fleet would no longer be decided by the clan. Instead, the younger generation of the clan would be allowed to compete with each other and launch a fair competition. Yi Xian's eyes glittered when he heard the news. Since it was a fair competition, it couldn't be better. Chapter 35-27. Although it was confirmed that the commander of the Vanguard fleet would be chosen by the younger generation of the Tianji clan through a fair competition, there was still no conclusion as to how this competition would be held. Clan leader De had yet to make a final decision as to the rules of the competition. However, with the fleet about to depart, the rules of the competition would be announced very soon. If it was not today, it would be tomorrow. Yi Xian was already determined to win. He sneered to himself and did not ask any more questions. He immediately steered the demon battleship toward the core area of Tianji City. Along the way, they passed through the outer industrial zone and the inner defensive circle. Along the way, every star that Yi Xian saw in this vast star domain was forged into a majestic alloy city. There was almost no rocky land on the surface of the star. It was all cold alloy, as if the entire body of the star was made of metal. It was as if it was made of alloy. It was shocking. Soon, a continent appeared in front of them. A continent in the starry sky. In the boundless starry sky of the universe, the 3 known universes were already vast and boundless. In these 3 universes, there weren't only stars in the universe. In some peculiar universes, there were indeed strange continents. However, there was only one continent in the 3 universes that was entirely made of alloy. This was the real Tianji city in a narrow sense, the core headquarters of the Tianji clan. Tianji city did not look big on the surface. It was only 1,000 kilometers in radius, which was about 1,000,000 meters. However, it was divided into 2 layers. The outer layer was the surface of this alloy continent. The inner layer was the internal space, just like the underground area of the continent. Due to the use of space folding technology, the underground area of this alloy continent was even wider. That was an important place. Other than clan leader De and a few of his core subordinates, no one was allowed to enter. Among the 9 mechanical intelligence cores in Yi Xian's hands, only the young clan leader Di Xiaofeng had the authority to enter the core area of Tianji city. The other 8, including Sha Baofeng, were all direct subordinates of clan leader De. However, because they were not core members, they were all only allowed to enter. They had the right to enter and exit the outer layer of Tianji city. The Heaven's Legacy race was different from other races. They would not have a high population density because they had very few people to begin with. The entire Heaven's Legacy race only had a few million people. A large number of clansmen were sent out. Among the clansmen stationed in Tianji city, some had to lead patrol fleets to patrol this vast star region. In addition, the industrial perimeter and inner defensive perimeter all required 1 or 2 members of the Heaven's Legacy race to stand guard. In addition, the inner area of the Tianji continent also needed some core higher-ups to guard some important places, as well as the higher-ups sent over by the First Universe's slave races. Therefore, on the outer surface of the Tianji continent, it was basically deserted. However, there were still groups of intelligent super robots. Now and then a patrol team would pass by. Sha Baofeng had a villa on the outskirts of the Tianji continent. It was his private territory. Other higher-ups of the Tianji tribe were not allowed to enter. Only Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness could open it. After the Devil battle ship arrived at the edge of the Tianji continent, it was no longer allowed to move forward. Yi Xian was aware of this. He immediately walked out of the Devil battle ship with Chanas. He waved his hand and stored the Devil battle ship into his undying world. Then, he landed and walked towards his villa. Although this was an alloy space city, because the Tianji tribe had always yearned for the life of the human race, even their own appearance was very similar to that of the human race. Therefore, the surface of the Tianji city's outer land looked very similar to the environment that the human race lived in. The ground, buildings, and vegetation. Everything was there. Of course, they were all simulated with the super memory alloy and the super biological alloy. Even an inconspicuous tree was shockingly tough. Even the star-obliterating cannons of a planetary warship might not be able to destroy it. Along the way to Sha Baofeng's villa, they did not encounter other higher-ups of the Heaven's Legacy race. Instead, they encountered many patrol teams of super battle AI robots. However, they were able to detect the electronic consciousness of the Heaven's Legacy race members. Therefore, they did not stop Yi Xian and mistook him for Sha Baofeng. The exterior and interior of the villa were the same as ordinary villas in the human world. However, it was made of top-grade alloy and was extremely sturdy. It could withstand the bombardment of Star Destroyer cannons. After all, this was the core of the Tianji city on the Tianji continent. Yi Xian had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. He was the owner of this villa. Therefore, he easily entered the villa. After a round of searching, Yi Xian took all the rare minerals, materials, and cultivation resources that Sha Baofeng had left behind in the villa. It was a great harvest. Although it was not a lot, the things that Sha Baofeng had left behind in his base were all top-grade treasures. Yi Xian almost couldn't hold it in. He wanted to directly change his electronic consciousness and rob the villa of young Emperor Feng and the others. However, in the end, he held himself back and didn't make a move. If that happened, he would undoubtedly be exposed immediately. Young Emperor Feng and the other 8 upper echelons of the Heavenly Legacy clan were currently missing people. If they appeared outside of Heavenly Legacy City, it would be possible for them to find an excuse to avoid it. If they suddenly appeared in the core of Heavenly Legacy City like this, it would definitely arouse suspicion, unless Yi Xian already planned to do something. Otherwise, he would not have acted in this way. While he was looting Sha Baofeng's villa, the commander of the demon royal guards, Chanas, had been watching from the side. He shook his head and sighed from time to time. In his opinion, Yi Xian was not robbing Sha Baofeng's villa. Instead, he was packing up his belongings and preparing to run away. After all, if he committed a big crime, he would be exposed one day. Therefore, when Yi Xian finished looting everything in the villa and pretended not to care, he told Chanas that he would be staying here for the time being and that he would give him the authority to freely enter and leave the villa. The old thing didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. There's no way. Wherever Lord Sha goes, this old man will go. If you want to leave me here as a scapegoat, that is absolutely impossible. Yi Xian turned his head in surprise and sized up Chanas. He did not expect this old man to be so shrewd. Did he see through something? Without waiting for him to mutter, Chanas, who was at the side, spoke again. You've just returned and you're already taking care of the women. This is clearly the rhythm of running away. Sir Sha, I didn't give you any trouble along the way. Didn't you say so? We are grasshoppers in the same boat, and now you want to put me down. I sent it a little unkind of you to leave me behind? Packing up your belongings? Yi Xian was stunned and then speechless. After all this time, this old man was actually thinking this way. He was really speechless. Chapter 35-28. The information displayed on the holographic screen was the rules of the election for the commander and deputy commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet. It was very simple. All the higher-ups of the younger generation who were currently in Tianji City could participate. As for the content of the competition, it was a competition of mechanical fusion abilities. This also limited the final winner to only the direct subordinates of the clan leader, DE. This was because only DE's direct subordinates would be allowed to participate. This was the so-called ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race. This was clearly the rhythm of the selection of the new young patriarch. Perhaps this matter would not be announced publicly before confirming that young Emperor DE had met with misfortune. However, everyone knew that Patriarch DE definitely had this intention and had brought forward the selection of the new young patriarch. This was because to the Tianji race, one's talent could be seen from the degree of comprehension of mechanical fusion abilities. Young Emperor DE's talent in this ultimate secret technique far surpassed the other higher-ups of the younger generation of the Tianji race. However, to Yi Xian, this was good news. He did not care about the young patriarch of the Tianji race, but Yi Xian had to obtain the commander of the vanguard fleet. If it was a competition of other domains and electronic abilities, Yi Xian might not dare to boast. However, in terms of mechanical fusion abilities, in the entire Tianji race, other than Patriarch DE, who had created this ultimate ability, Yi Xian was not afraid of anyone else. This included the few elders in the race. Although Yi Xian had never seen them before, he still had a certain understanding of their mechanical fusion abilities through the memories of young Emperor DE and the others. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet this time would be none other than Yi Xian. The problem of the Void Soldier Ladle race could be considered to have been solved. Yi Xian was now thinking about the rescue problem of the demon people's royal uncles. After the thousands of slave races in the first universe were conquered by the Tianji race, every race's patriarch or emperor had to send an elder they had the best relationship with to Tianji City as a hostage when they ascended the throne. Because of this, it was said that there was an independent area inside Tianji City called the Imperial Prison. Those who were imprisoned were all members of the royal family of each race. In order to get close to the Imperial Prison, one had to enter the Tianji continent. Among the 9 mechanical intelligence cores in Yi Xian's hands, only young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng's electronic consciousness had this authority. However, Xiaofeng could not show himself now. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for Yi Xian. Everything would be exposed before he could take over the entire soldier ladle race. This matter was clearly at a dead end. If young Emperor Di used his identity to rescue the past generations of demon emperors, then the rescue of the Bingdiao clan would encounter a change. If he didn't move and waited for the commander of the vanguard fleet to take over the entire soldier ladle clan, then Yi Xian would immediately head to the front lines and wouldn't have the time to rescue the past generations of demon emperors. Looks like I can only wait until I return to Tianji City from the battlefield before I think of a way to save those old guys. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. This is clearly a long-term plan to hide behind the enemy. But the demon race is too strong. Unless I have no other choice, I don't want to give up. Sigh, this matter. Sighing, Yi Xian had no choice but to confirm the general direction of the follow-up action. First, he would get the commander's hat of the vanguard fleet and take over the soldier ladle race. Then, he would return to Tianji City and rescue the demon race's royal uncles. At this time, the holographic 3D screen in the villa's living room flashed again. A middle-aged man with a square face and a dignified face appeared on the 3D screen. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He quickly got up and bowed slightly. Patriarch. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a loud sound came from the sofa beside him. Yi Xian turned around and saw the commander of the demon royal guards, Chanas. He hurriedly got up from the ground and stood respectfully in front of the sofa. His body was trembling slightly. Greetings, Patriarch. To the thousands of slave races in the first universe, the patriarch of the Tianji clan, De, was a god. He was a supreme existence. The entire first universe was his territory. In fact, there were only a few races in the first universe who had seen De in person. Even Chanas had never thought that he would be able to see the patriarch of the Tianji clan, De, with his own eyes when he came to the Tianji city this time. Even if it was through a holographic 3D screen. Therefore, he was caught off guard and panicked. This was like the ordinary people in the dynasty suddenly seeing the arrival of the immortal emperor. It was inevitable. At this moment, Yi Xian's heartstrings tightened. He was not particularly reassured about Chanas. He was afraid that this old man would suddenly say something that he should not say. Originally, Yi Xian was also thinking of ways to avoid this. However, De's appearance was too sudden. He was caught off guard. Fortunately, this was only an image of De's doppelganger. There should not be too big of a problem. The core of the Tianji clan's existence was actually an electronic consciousness. Therefore, in the huge Tianji city, Patriarch De could transform into thousands of doppelgangers at any time. As long as there was an electronic device, he could appear at any time. Even if it was an intelligent robot patrolling in the starry sky, one moment it was normal, the next moment it might become the carrier of De's electronic consciousness. Yi Xian had already known this through Sha Baofeng's memory. Therefore, in Tianji City, he was very careful. No matter what he said or did, he had to pay attention at all times. Perhaps there was an electronic eye somewhere that had transformed into De's eyes and was spying on him. This terrifying ability to transform into thousands of doppelgangers was similar to the human clan's cultivation camp. Perhaps a certain super old monster also had this ability. At the very least, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates, Tian Qianzi, was quite accomplished in this aspect. However, in comparison, in such a majestic mechanical city like Tianji City, even if a super old monster of the human clan who was proficient in this aspect came, he would definitely be suppressed by De. Here, he had a natural advantage. The doppelganger that appeared in front of him was not De's actual body. It was only an image of his doppelganger. Chapter 35-29. Yi Xian was actually very nervous. Although the image in front of him was only an image from the holographic screen, and this image wasn't De himself, but just an image of his clone, the identity of the other party was still there. The biggest boss of the first universe, with his current cultivation strength, if he were to continue, at that time, he was not even qualified to talk to the doppelganger image. How could he not be nervous? However, things were going more smoothly than he had expected. After all, this was Tianji City, and Yi Xian was now in Baofeng Sha's private villa. Except for Baofeng Sha's electronic consciousness, in the entire Tianji clan, only De and his doppelganger could come here at will. Even the super old monsters in the clan did not have this authority. The fact that Yi Xian could come here was enough to explain the problem. Of course, This was also the result of De being too conceited about the existence of the Tianji clan. He did not expect that the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan could be devoured. After all, he was a mechanical life created by the human technological pioneer Xing Bo, and the devouring system was a posthumous work of Xing Bo. It was understandable that it surpassed De's ideas in some aspects. With anxiety, Yi Xian reported in detail the details of the mechanical battle that had happened in the Heavenly War Star area that day. Of course, he reported from Bao Feng Sha's point of view. All the memories and Bao Feng Sha's own inferences and guesses were stored in Bao Feng Sha's mechanical intelligence core. Yi Xian was just reading and narrating at the same time. Because he was directly reading Bao Feng Sha's memory data, his narration habits, inferences, and guesses were completely consistent with Bao Feng Sha's own style. Therefore, until he finished everything, it did not arouse the suspicion of De's doppelganger image on the holographic three-dimensional screen. Hesitation. In his opinion, Yi Xian in front of him was Bao Feng Sha. All his habits and temperament were the same as usual. In short, Yi Xian passed this test smoothly. As the clan leader of the Tianji clan, De couldn't come to talk to him and ask questions every few days. De had countless trusted subordinates of the younger generation like Sha Baofeng. The reason why he had sent a doppelganger to question Yi Xian was because he had personally experienced the great battle with young Master Linghu and possessed first-hand information. Otherwise, when Yi Xian came to Tianji City this time, he might not have the chance to see De, even if it was just a holographic image of his doppelganger. In other words, after passing this hurdle, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Yi Xian would not have too much trouble in Tianji City. He would need to carefully deal with them. Of course, the upcoming Machinery Grand Tournament was an exception. He had to fight for this. Otherwise, with Sha Baofeng's character, if he gave up for no reason, he would attract suspicious gazes. You should have heard the news of Xiaofeng's accident. This is an opportunity for all the trusted subordinates of the younger generation. After Yi Xian reported everything in detail, De's doppelganger did not make any comments. Obviously, he was also puzzled by the fact that young Master Linghu had also displayed the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion ability. For the time being, it was difficult for him to discern the truth. At this moment, De's doppelganger continued, whether or not Xiaofeng has encountered an accident, this scale selection is of great significance to all of you. You fought young Master Linghu. That guy is indeed extraordinary. Even now, I can't figure out the key points. With the star sky black technology in his hands, that battle must have inspired you a lot. Perform well. If something has really happened to Xiaofeng, you should know what this scale selection means. I've given you the opportunity. Whether you can seize it or not is up to you. Thank you for your guidance, clan leader. Yi Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head even more. Just as he was speaking, the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him flashed and went silent. At this point, the commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, who had been trembling on the side but had never been looked at by De's doppelganger, finally came back to his senses. With lingering fear, he glanced at the holographic three-dimensional screen that had disappeared beside him. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and walked over to Yi Xian. Sha. Sir Sha, congratulations. Clan leader clearly has the intention of cultivating you. No wonder you. Ha, so you've already expected it. As soon as these words came out, Yi Xian was so scared that he immediately trembled. This guy was too reckless, saying such things in Tianji City. If De's doppelganger had not left but remained dormant, just these two sentences alone would have ruined everything. Shut up. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Yi Xian's heart trembled slightly. He immediately shouted softly, interrupting Chana's words. At the same time, he glanced at the holographic three-dimensional screen that had already gone silent. Chana's was stunned, and then his face turned completely pale. This guy was not a fool. Just now, because of the sudden turn of events, he was so happy that he forgot himself. At this moment, when he was reminded by Yi Xian's soft shout, he was so shocked that his back was full of cold sweat. The machinery competition will begin tomorrow. Before that, I have to go and get my base fortress back. When I went to the Devil Emperor planet to carry out the mission, I asked the base fortress at the periphery of the industrial circle to improve its performance. After all, it is my personal vehicle. It will be more convenient for me to use it in the competition this time. Turning his head and glancing at Chana's, Yi Xian directly walked out of the villa after he finished speaking. This was also why he was so meticulous. The machinery grand competition was no small matter. Bao Fengsha's vehicle was a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With his personality, he would not abandon his own vehicle and use the demon battle horn that he brought from the demon race as a temporary means of transportation. However, if that was the case, then there would be a new problem in front of Yi Xian. That was, although the Life Fortress star field could change its appearance at will, as long as Yi Xian obtained the various performance data of Bao Fengsha's vehicle, he could directly change its appearance. However, the scale was very difficult to change. Bao Fengsha's vehicle was a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, while the Life Fortress star field was only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. The difference was too big. If Yi Xian really brought Bao Fengsha's vehicle into the competition, he would definitely lose. Although he had the electronic consciousness of the Tianji race and had done some research on the integration of machines, how could he compare with the real Life Fortress star field? If he wanted to win, he had to use the Life Fortress star field to change into Bao Fengsha's vehicle. Chapter 3530. A short while later, Yi Xian and Chana's arrived at the outer industrial circle. They saw Sha Baofeng's ship, Baofeng, in the star dock of a huge industrial star. Yi Xian had Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness, so he entered this huge fortress without any hindrance. He immediately copied all the performance data of this huge fortress and entered it into the database of the Devouring system. Through the Devouring system, it was transmitted to the star dock. The Wild Fortress. However, even with these performance data, the Wild Star Dock could not directly transform into Baofeng's appearance. The size of the Wild Star Dock was a shortcoming. The Wild Star Dock had to increase its size from its current diameter of 50,000 meters to 100,000 meters. If it was in the past, this would definitely be impossible to accomplish in a single night. However, Yi Xian still had a Master Life Crystal. If he reluctantly used it, he could still accomplish this. Previously, when he won the system competition mission against Fairy Inxia, the prize that Yi Xian obtained from the exchange store was a Master Life Crystal. The reason why he wanted this Master Life Crystal was because it had a miraculous effect on the evil spirit slimes. This way, the fairy crystal that Yi Xian needed would definitely be of a higher quality. This was an important problem that had always been troubling him. One of them. The fairy crystal came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes. This crystal was one of the natural life energies that the world bugs could absorb. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji race in the first universe, this race was an extremely disliked existence. Yi Xian had discovered this by accident. The crystal in their bodies was one of the energies that the world bugs needed to grow. After the Master Life Crystal was used, the world bugs' evolution slimes grew crazily. Countless micromolecules erupted, and in the end, the Wild Star Dock grew into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. After that, Yi Xian won 3 competitive quests from the system. His targets were the Unfettered One, the Fallen Demon Child, and the Witch Dust Lady. Among them, he didn't find any Master Life Crystals from the system exchange store of the Carefree Master and the Demon Dust Maiden, so he chose other treasures that were also extremely precious. However, Yi Xian found a second Master Life Crystal in the exchange shop of the Fallen Demon's son and chose it immediately. And now, this Mother Life Crystal had come in handy. Yi Xian immediately retrieved this Mother Life Crystal from his undying world and threw it to the Devouring system. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining Mother Life Crystal. Quality, pure and flawless. Effect: Life Evolution Energy Crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it now? The system notification sounded in his mind very quickly. Following which, a golden crystal the size of a baby's fist was directly absorbed by the devouring system and injected into Yi Xian's undying world, the Wild Star Fort. Sha sha sha, rumble. Soon, low and continuous muffled sounds rang out from within Yi Xian's body, accompanied by a dense amount of weak rustling sounds. It gave off the feeling that countless silkworms were eating, nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry leaves. The Wild Star Fort floating in his undying world was rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the exterior of the battleship was also changing. Yi Xian quickly ordered the devouring system in his body to connect to the AI of the Wild Star Fort. This time, the growth of the battleship was limited to a diameter of 50,000 meters. After reaching this standard, the growth of the battleship would immediately stop, and all the micromolecules that were multiplying after that would all be thrown into strengthening the battleship's performance and internal and external structure, striving for perfection. All of this unknowingly happened. In a short 10 minutes, the starfield stronghold within Yi Xian's body finally grew to a diameter of 100,000 meters. From then on, it stopped growing. However, the change in the life level of the evil spirit slime race caused by the energy of the second life crystal was still there. Continue. All of the subsequent energy was used to strengthen the interior of the Wild Star Fort. This way, it would inherit its greatest feature from before. On the surface, it looked like a huge fort with a diameter of 100,000 meters, but in reality, its performance was much better. In the end, everything ended after more than half an hour. The energy of the second prime life crystal was finally depleted, and the evolution of the vengeful slime group stopped. The massive increase in reproduction energy provided to the worldworm spawn group stabilized, and the evolution of the Starfield Fortress came to an end. Complete. At this time, after devouring the mysterious energy of the two Mother of Life crystals, the evil spirit slime's life level had been raised to a very high level. On the backs of all the evil spirit slimes, there was an additional golden line that ran from head to tail, and it was a whole line. There were also specks of gold on both of their bodies. Even the mucus secreted by their bodies had turned into a faint golden color. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to call them evil spirit slimes. It would be more appropriate to call them golden slimes. After everything was completed, Yi Xian gave the order to transform the Wild Star Fort into a perfect replica of the treasure maple. All of this happened very quickly, but no one knew about it. Everything was completed in his undying world. Following which, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the treasure maple into his body. At this moment, if someone was in his undying world, they would definitely be shocked by this scene. The two identical forts were lined up side by side, floating in the air of Yi Xian's undying world. With a thought, the real treasure maple was searched by Yi Xian with Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness. All of the important resources and materials were taken out and stored in the undying world. They didn't stay in the treasure maple. This was because Yi Xian had a feeling that as he shone in the Heavenly Fate clan's mechanical grand competition, he might not be able to take this treasure maple away. DE might be interested in it. Of course, what it was interested in was the fake treasure maple, which was the Starfield Life stronghold. However, it was impossible for Yi Xian to hand over the Starfield ship. He could only use the real treasure maple ship to make up the numbers. Chapter 35-31. In this Heaven's Legacy Races Machinery Grand Tournament, although the gimmick on the surface was only the position of commander and vice commander of the Vanguard fleet, in truth, all the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race were well aware that this was a secret early selection of the new young patriarch. The winner would very likely become the next Heaven's Legacy race. The young tribe leader. Of course, this had to wait until the news of the current young tribe leader Di Xiaofeng's death was confirmed. The grand competition of machinery was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion ability. Patriarch De only opened this ability to his direct subordinates. Therefore, it was destined that many of the younger generation of the Tianji clan would not be able to participate in this competition. Not all Tianji tribe members had the qualifications to become the tribe leader's trusted subordinates. This was closely related to talent. The Mechanical Grand Tournament was a test of one's ability to fuse machines, and those who could obtain this sort of ultimate secret art from Patriarch De were only his trusted subordinates. Even amongst the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, such existences were all upper echelons. Therefore, their mounts were small fortresses with diameters of at least 50,000 meters. Most of them were large fortresses with diameters of at least 100,000 meters. As such, the grand competition of machinery's venue could not be too small. It was a vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles. It was in the star sector outside the industrial area of Tianji City. The next morning, when Yi Xian rushed over with Chanas, this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles was already filled with fortresses of various sizes. There were even some large and small fortresses. Other than the millions of Tianji tribe members watching the battle, there were also many intelligent robots that had the privilege of watching the battle. The members of the Heaven's Legacy race had developed their own consciousness from these sentient robots and gained intelligence. Thus, within the Heaven's Legacy race headquarters, all the members of the Heaven's Legacy race would consciously guide the countless sentient robots under their command. For example, when watching the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race display their ability to fuse machines together, there was a chance that some of the AI robots would mutate and gain self-awareness. This meant that a new member of the Heaven's Legacy race had been born. In addition, there were also some fortresses that carried the hostages sent to Tianji City by the slaves of the Tianji clan. They were originally imprisoned in the imperial prison in the depths of the inner city of Tianji City. However, De obviously would not let go of this opportunity to show the power of the Tianji clan. He had personally ordered the Heaven's Legacy race's imperial prison guards to escort them over so that they could witness the power of the Heaven's Legacy race's ultimate secret art. Patriarch De had yet to appear, but there was no doubt that there were many of his clones in the countless battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. In this mechanical grand city, De, as the ancestor of the Heavenly Legacy race, could be said to be everywhere. The grand tournament of mechs was about to begin. The rules were simple, so simple that there were no rules at all. Therefore, the candidates could enter the arena to challenge at any time. When they were defeated and withdrew, it meant that they had lost their qualifications. If you were strong enough, you could stand firmly in the center of this vast void with a radius of 100,000 miles from the beginning. You could accept everyone's continuous challenges and stand until the end, with everyone's attention on you. Yi Xian was not impulsive. Although he was confident that he could do this, it would be too eye-catching. This was Tianji City. Yi Xian was not afraid of other existences, but he could not help but be afraid of the patriarch of the Tianji clan, De. Although De was only an intelligent life form created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo, he had proven his ruthlessness by killing Xing Bo. Moreover, as a newly born mechanical intelligent life, De was able to lead a large group of intelligent robots to gradually grow stronger and guide them step by step. From them, more mechanical intelligent life forms were born, and he successfully dominated a universe for hundreds of thousands of years. This in itself was already very impressive. This already showed how terrifying his methods were. Not to mention an extremely intelligent mechanical intelligent life form, even a pig, after living for hundreds of thousands of years, could become a powerful figure in the pig world. Yi Xian knew that he could not defeat such an existence at the moment. Therefore, there was no need to attract too much attention. He had to win the machinery grand competition, but at most, he would be like a dark horse, appearing at the crucial moment and giving people the impression that he had won by luck. Otherwise, if the tree stood out from the forest and attracted De's suspicion, it would be really troublesome. The battle quickly unfolded. The two core members of the younger generation of the Tianji clan fought each other in this void with a radius of 100,000 miles. From time to time, there would be rumbling sounds of thunder, and a large part of the void was disturbed. These two high-level members of the younger generation were not weak. Their mounts were large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Moreover, because the competition was the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan, the machinery fusion technique, these two fellows directly began to fully integrate with their mounts as soon as they entered the arena. Both of the mechanical battle insects looked extraordinary. One turned into a mechanical knife puppet, similar to Sha Baofeng's original form, but more powerful, and walked the path of strengthening close combat. The other one turned into a starry sandworm. Its entire body was covered with dense barbs and soft tubes that looked like mouthparts. Each soft tube was actually a cannon muzzle. It walked the path of long-range combat strength enhancement. Although the mechanical battle insects transformed from the two fellows' machinery fusion technique were nothing new, at least Yi Xian did not find any highlight. As the battle unfolded, he gradually felt that he was rather inspired. The Tianji clan was indeed full of talents. When it came to the cultivation of the human race's cultivation methods, the cultivation of the demon's mental power, and the cultivation of the bloodline talents of the various races of the Second Universe Federation, the Tianji clan was nothing, and definitely was not outstanding. However, in the field of machinery and electronics, every member of the Tianji clan definitely had a unique talent. And the core members of the younger generation who were able to become the trusted aides of clan leader D were naturally the best of the best. The degree of transformation of these two mechanical battle insects was not amazing, and Yi Xian even felt that they were a little too conservative and backward. However, as the battle unfolded, Yi Xian opened his eyes in terms of the battle skills of these two fellows after they had fully integrated with their mounts. Yi Xian did not miss any of this. He directly transmitted the images to the life fortress that had transformed into the Baofeng through the devouring system in his body. Chapter 35-32. In the previous battle, the two core members of the Tianji clan's younger generation had transformed into a mechanical blade mantis and a space sandworm after activating their mechanical fusion ability with their mounts. One was strengthened for close combat, while the other was strengthened for long-range attacks. In the end, the one who emerged victorious was the one with the strengthened close combat. The blade mantis. It had to be said that among all the members of the Tianji clan who had comprehended mechanical fusion, there were quite a few who preferred the blade mantis. In Emperor Xiaofeng's impression, about 40% of them preferred the blade mantis. For example, Emperor Xiaofeng's own blade mantis was a blade mantis. Even Sha Baofeng, who had fought against the life fortress at the beginning of the battle, was the same. The blade mantis was a space bug with an advantage among all the bug forms. It belonged to the combat bug race, especially in close combat. Its pair of giant blade-like mantis arms were extremely eye-catching, so it was very popular. Although more than half of the upper echelons of the Heaven's Legacy race had fused with their mounts and transformed into mechanical war insects called blade mantis, each person's transformation was different in minute detail. No two blade mantis were exactly the same. These subtle changes had their own special effects and attack effects. For example, the blade mantis that had defeated the other sand bug in the first battle had a beehive-like mechanical jet port on its tail. It was densely packed with jet holes. These holes were packed together like a beehive. Not only could they shoot out super alloy spikes, but they could also shoot out mini death ray cannon energy beams. Because the interior must have been specially processed, it was extremely fast and impossible to guard against. While the praying mantis waved its gigantic mantis arms to engage in close combat, its tail suddenly shot out a wave of super alloy spikes, followed by a wave of concentrated mini death ray cannons, the effect of which was absolutely fatal. Even Yi Xian was inspired. The guy who had won the first battle was called Sainas. In Sha Baofeng's memory, this guy's cultivation was above Sha Baofeng's. Although his talent was not as good as the young patriarch Emperor Xiaofeng's, the difference was not too big. This time, he had entered the battle at the beginning and was domineering. It was clear that he wanted to dominate the competition from the very beginning and seize the first place with an absolute advantage. There were almost no rules in the grand competition. As long as you had the ability, you could go up the stage from the beginning. What you would face would be one battle after another. This seemed to be a huge disadvantage, but in reality, as long as you displayed enough strength, you would be able to scare off many competitors. However, the allure of the Vanguard Fleet Commander truly wasn't small, and the allure of the future young patriarch was even greater. No matter how strong Sainas was, the core members of the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race couldn't all give up without a fight. the second challenger quickly went up. This battle was even more intense and lasted for almost an hour. Finally, Senas won by a narrow margin. However, he was still brimming with vigor, not at all tired after fighting 2 battles in a row. This was related to the special characteristics of the Tianji race mechanical life form. The total amount of cultivation power of the human race experts was limited, and it was continuously depleted in battle. Moreover, there was no time to replenish it. This was the same for the experts of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. This was because no matter how boundless one's physical strength was, it would still be depleted in an intense battle. However, the Heaven's Legacy race couldn't do this. After activating their mechanical fusion ability, as long as the energy in the kinetic energy cabin of the stronghold didn't run out, any member of the Heaven's Legacy race could always maintain their vigorous energy and strongest battle state. To put it bluntly, as long as the electricity didn't run out, they would always be full of energy. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? He had defeated 2 opponents in a row, especially the second one. Amongst the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation, he had a very high reputation. At this moment, Senas was in high spirits. His 100,000-meter-long mechanical blade hovered in the air, exuding a domineering aura as he loudly roared. Perhaps they were scared off by his previous battles and extraordinary might, but for a moment, the surrounding void was filled with discussions. However, no one stepped up to accept the challenge again. Yi Xian frowned. Just as he was about to step forward and prepare to enter the arena, a cold laugh sounded out from the left side of the void. His figure flashed as he entered the large competition space. This was a purple-haired young man who looked quite demonic. His temperament and aura were both cold and gloomy. The aura he exuded was at the 11th stage of the mystic light realm, the same as Yi Xian. As for Senas, he was at the 12th stage of the void realm, the peak of the 9th stage of the void realm. On the surface, it seemed that Senas had the upper hand in this battle. This was because although the battle between mechanical life forms depended on the comprehension of the upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race in terms of mechanical fusion, as well as the basic capabilities of the stronghold, the cultivation of the person fusing with it was also a factor. Sena's cultivation was a whole realm higher than that purple-haired young man. After fully fusing with the mechanical life forms, he could control them much more smoothly. However, in reality, after seeing this purple-haired young man enter the arena, Sena's expression immediately changed and became somewhat gloomy. On the other hand, that purple-haired young man had a calm expression, as if he didn't put Sena's in his eyes at all. Yi Luo, when did you return? How come I didn't know? With a gloomy expression, Senas asked, calling out the purple-haired young man's name. His tone was filled with obvious fear. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat as he immediately remembered who this person was. Yi Luo, in the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, his talent in electronics was second only to the young patriarch, Di Xiaofeng. Back when Di Xiaofeng wasn't the young patriarch yet, only this person had the strength to compete with him. Although the position of young patriarch eventually landed on Di Xiaofeng's head, Yi Luo's electronics talent wasn't erased. Among the younger generation of the Heaven's Legacy race, his electronics talent was still publicly recognized as one of the best, second only to the young patriarch, Di Xiaofeng. However, Yi Luo had been sent out to carry out a secret mission 2 years ago and wasn't in the race. It was precisely because of this that Senas and the other younger generation experts of the Heaven's Legacy race, who were weaker than him in terms of electronics, were moved and wanted to seize this opportunity to fight. What Senas didn't expect was that Yi Luo had actually returned and appeared in today's competition. This made him feel uneasy because he didn't have much confidence in fighting against Yi Luo. Yi Luo's electronics talent was very strong, and his comprehension of mechanical fusion was even stronger. He had surpassed Senas. Chapter 35-33. Each one of them is more arrogant than the other. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He already felt that Senas was arrogant enough, but he didn't expect Yi Luo to be even more pretentious than him. It seemed that the core members of the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race were all like this. He flipped through the mechanical intelligence cores of young Emperor, Bao Fengsha, and the other 8 and found that this was indeed the case. Bao Fengsha was also a very arrogant person. Yi Xian had thought that it would be best to win this battle by a narrow margin and keep a low profile, but now it seemed that this wasn't possible. Bao Fengsha was arrogant to begin with, and if he kept a low profile, it would instead arouse suspicion. Just as he was muttering to himself, in front of him, in the void with a radius of 100,000 square kilometers, came a large number of mechanical grinding sounds, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. After Yi Luo stepped into that light purple illusory fortress, he immediately started the mechanical fusion. The fortress with a diameter of 100,000 square meters immediately began to change shape and actually began to shrink inward. Once the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability was fully unleashed, the largest size of the mecha battle bug would be the diameter of the stronghold itself. As for the smallest size, it would depend on the mecha race clansman's comprehension of this ultimate secret technique. For example, young Emperor Xiaofeng's fortress was 100,000 square meters in diameter, so after fully activating the mechanical fusion, the mechanical battle insect that young Emperor Xiaofeng and his fortress transformed into could be 100,000 square meters in length at most. This was related to the original performance of the fortress, so it was a hard limit. As for the smallest, it could reach 5,000 meters. This was already an extremely impressive comprehension ability. Among the 8 Heavenly Legacy clan members that Yi Xian killed in the Origin of All Evil Star region, there was also a fellow who had a large stronghold that was 100,000 meters in diameter. His smallest limit was 7,000 meters. This person's talent in electronics was only second to young Emperor Xiaofeng and Yi Luo, and he was ranked third among the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race. However, in general, unless it was in a special environment like the Root of All Evil, which was filled with countless void cracks, the Heavenly Legacy race members would fight in their largest form after performing mechanical fusion with their fortress. At this moment, Yi Luo was doing the opposite. He could clearly transform into a giant battle insect with a diameter of 100,000 square meters, but after activating the mechanical fusion ability, this light purple illusory fortress kept shrinking in size. What surprised Yi Xian even more was that upon seeing this, Seina's expression became more solemn. He frowned and muttered, "Rapid insect again?" Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the fortress that was suspended in the void beside him. After the last battle, he had temporarily dispelled the fusion. The creaking sounds of machinery grinding could be heard, and soon, the mechanical blade puppet that had won 2 battles appeared once again. At this time, Yarrow's light purple fantasy fortress had basically completed its transformation. The loud grinding sounds of machinery gradually weakened, and in the end, they could no longer be heard. What appeared before them was a very strange mechanical battle insect. It was only 5,000 square meters in size, which immediately drew cries of surprise from the surrounding void. Heavens, 5,000 square meters? Yi Luo's comprehension of the mechanical fusion ability actually broke through again. A fortress of 100,000 meters. His previous limit was 6,000 meters. In the entire Heaven's Legacy race, only young Patriarch Di Xiaofeng was able to reach 5,000 meters. I didn't think that Yi Luo would be able to do the same. Without a doubt, Seina's will definitely lose this battle. In terms of talent in electronics, he is still far inferior to Yi Luo. That's right. Yi Luo transformed into a rapid insect. He is most proficient in the speed domain. Unlike other battle insects, the smaller the size of the rapid insect, the faster its speed. Seina's fought with Yi Luo once at 6,000 square meters and was slightly at a disadvantage. Now, Yi Luo has broken through again. The rapid insect has shrunk to 5,000 square meters. Seina's will definitely lose. As these cries of surprise sounded out, a strange expression couldn't help but flash across Yi Xian's face. He was not surprised by Yi Luo's mechanical fusion ability. He was not surprised that Yi Luo could actually shrink a fortress from 100,000 square meters to 5,000 square meters. This was nothing. Young Emperor Xiaofeng could also do it, but didn't he still lose to Yi Xian? What truly surprised Yi Xian was that the mechanical battle insect that Yi Luo and his fortress had transformed into was actually a rapid insect with all-around enhanced speed. Rapid insect, a type of space insect race. Like the space blade mantis, it was a battle insect race with an extremely violent temperament. The biggest characteristic of the swift bugs was their speed. Their whole body was covered with layers of sharp carapace blades, densely packed and stacked on top of each other. Under the extremely fast movement state of the swift worm, these carapace blades that covered the surface of its body were simply indestructible. Even a starry sky battleship could only flee in the face of the swift worm's charge. If it was enveloped, the final result would be that the entire huge battleship would be cut into pieces and directly dismembered. Countless pieces. At this moment, there was such a mechanical rapid insect across from the mechanical space blade mantis. Its entire body was covered in purple super alloy blades. Furthermore, it had clearly been strengthened. The battleship's diameter of 100,000 square meters had shrunk to 5,000 square meters, and the density of the alloy had increased countless times. However, if these blades touched a space fortress, even if it was also made of super alloy, it would definitely be cut open easily like a thin piece of paper. Coupled with the rapid insect speed, these countless purple alloy blades were simply a nightmare. It should be known that at a certain speed, even a thin piece of paper could cut through metal and stone. Seeing all of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, it was sharp. No wonder even the previously arrogant Senas had become serious. This alloy swift bug, which looked dozens of times smaller than the saber mantis, was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. Hum. A low rumble sounded in the void, and the 5,000-meter-long swift insect shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the praying blade. It did not stop there, nor did it have any other means of attack. It just directly crashed into the praying blade. Yi Luo, you sneak attack. The other party attacked without saying a word and arrived in front of the blade mantis in the blink of an eye. Senas screamed in horror. The blade mantis's strong legs bent slightly, indicating that it was about to bounce up. With the blade mantis's super jumping ability, this bounce would be at least a few hundred to 1,000 kilometers away. Unfortunately, he did not have this opportunity because the speedy worm had already made contact with his body. The speedy worm, which was only 5,000 meters long, instantly passed under Dao Qi's abdomen. It did not have any other means of attack because it did not need to. Countless superpowers covered its entire body. Strong alloy blades were the rapid insect's best and most powerful weapon. Whoosh. Chapter 35-34. The dense layer of sharp blades on the surface of the swiftworm's body was too powerful. A large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was forcibly compressed to a length of 5,000 meters. The density of the material increased by many times, and coupled with its terrifying speed, it was simply unstoppable. In just one exchange, Senna's mechanical blade puppet was split open, and dozens of 1,000-meter-long wounds appeared under the mechanical battle bug's abdomen. Sparks flickered, and even the rumbling of thunder could be heard. This kind of injury might not be much to a mechanical blade puppet with a length of 100,000 meters, but this was only the first round. With such an outcome, it was hard to imagine how this battle would continue. The swiftworm did not need any other means of attack. It was a peerless weapon by itself. The high-density superalloy covering its body completely turned into a nightmare for the enemy under its extreme speed. Cries of surprise could be heard from all around. Heavens, this is too shocking. Senas was injured in the first round. Yarrow is indeed stronger. What terrifying speed. Furthermore, after the swiftworm shrunk to a length of 5,000 meters, the superalloy is even denser. It's simply incomparably sharp. The mechanical blade puppet simply cannot block it. There is no suspense in this battle. Yarrow is definitely going to win. Sigh, after young Emperor Feng, among the entire Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation, only Yarrow is the strongest. Senas is not his match. Will the next young patriarch be him? Crackle. Boom. Ah, as the discussions in the surrounding void rang out, the rumbling of thunder and the crackling of sparks rang out once again in the central battlefield of the grand competition within a radius of 100,000 miles. This was followed by Senna's frenzied howl of hatred and fury. He was injured once again. He was originally full of himself and was certain that he would win first place this time. In the future, he would have a chance to compete for the throne of the young patriarch of the Heaven's Legacy race. He did not expect that after just 2 victories, he would suffer such a setback and be on the verge of dying. However, Senez did not intend to admit defeat just like that. He continued to persevere. In the face of this scene, a senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race immediately stood up. This was a supreme being of the Heaven's Legacy race whose strength was equivalent to the 15th great realm expert of the human race. He immediately announced the end of this battle. There was no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Hiero won, while Senez lost miserably. After all, this was just an internal competition of the race, not a battle to the death between friends and foes. There was no need for any deaths. The Heaven's Legacy race did not have many people in the first place, and the younger generation that had the mechanical fusion ability activated by Patriarch De were all true geniuses of the race. It would be disastrous. The disappearance of Emperor Xiaofeng and the other 8 core members of the Tian's Legacy race had cast a heavy shadow over the hearts of the older generation. They couldn't allow any real casualties to appear in this grand competition. Senez was very unwilling, but in the end, he still retreated. In just 2 rounds of contact, he had suffered heavy injuries. There were cracks and gashes on the mechanical puppet's abdomen and back. Fortunately, that senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race spoke up to stop the battle. Otherwise, in the end, it was very likely that his flying fortress would have been destroyed, and its electronic consciousness would have been severely damaged. It would take a long time for it to recover. As Senez left, only the purple-haired Hiero was left standing in the void of this grand competition battlefield. He had already removed the mechanical fusion state with his flying fortress, and that light purple illusory fortress was floating beside him. Hiero stood there with his hands behind his back. In the void, sighs and laments could be heard again. Sigh, the dust has settled. The vanguard fleet commander of this battle is none other than Hiero. This is an indisputable fact. It's just that we all thought that Hiero had not returned to the race. Perhaps even the Patriarch did not know. Otherwise, there would be no need for this mechanical grand competition to continue. That's right. Among all the geniuses of the younger generation in the race, other than the young Patriarch, Di Xiaofeng, who else can defeat Hiero? The speedy bug is too scary. Furthermore, Hiero's understanding of the mechanical fusion ability has reached such a level. He could actually shrink a huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters to only 5,000 meters. This way, the power of the speedy bug has skyrocketed again. It's simply invincible. What do you mean by simply invincible? It's already invincible, okay? Now, in the race, other than the experts of the older generation, who else in the younger generation can be Hiero's match? Even Senez lost miserably in just 2 moves. Sigh, this mechanical grand competition should be over. Senez will be the vice commander of the vanguard fleet. To him, this is even more of a humiliation. With the 2 of them working together, I'm afraid there will be many unexpected episodes. In the surrounding void, some of the spectators had already started to leave. The huge black fortress that carried a large number of slaves and hostages from the imperial prison had also started to move slowly in the direction of the Tianji continent. Obviously, everyone thought that this mechanical grand competition had already ended. Hiero was so powerful that no one in the younger generation would show up and jump out to be abused. Even Hiero himself thought so. With his hands behind his back, he looked around the void. After looking around, he did not even say a few polite words. He directly waved his hand and stored the light purple dreamy fortress beside him into his body. Then, his figure flashed and was about to leave. At the same time, the commander of the demon royal guards, Chanas, beside Yi Xian, looked at Yi Xian with suspicion. Based on his understanding of Yi Xian during this period of time, he was definitely muttering and doubting in his heart. What's wrong with Sir Sha today? Why isn't he planning to interfere? In fact, in the next instant that suspicion arose in Shanasi's heart, Yi Xian's loud and clear voice that carried a hint of ridicule was already loudly heard. Hiero, why are you in such a hurry to escape? Don't worry, this is the clan competition, not a battle between us and the enemy. I promise I won't beat you up. Silence. A deathly silence. The large and small fortresses in the surrounding void that were retreating one after another all stopped, including Hiero, who was about to leave. In the next moment, everyone's gazes converged on Yi Xian. After seeing that these words were actually spoken by Sha Baofeng, the expressions on the faces of the Heavenly Fate clan experts immediately became strange. The upper echelon of the older generation that had forced Senas to retreat even frowned. Chapter 35-35. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure took a step forward and stepped into the void of the 100,000-kilometer-wide competition in front of him. The commander of the Demon Royal Guards, Chanas, who was originally standing side by side in the void to watch the competition, immediately turned green and howled miserably in his heart. He knew that this guy was not someone who would rest easy. Just a moment ago, he was still muttering about why he had changed his personality, but now he was suddenly making trouble again. While smiling bitterly, Chanas suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and then his eyes lit up. He suddenly understood why Yi Xian was so determined to kill the young patriarch, Emperor Xiaofeng, in the source of all evil star field. It turned out that he wanted to replace him. Although Yi Xian seemed powerful, Chanas had seen with his own eyes how Yi Xian tortured Emperor Xiaofeng and the others. The 8 high-ranking members of the Tianji clan were all geniuses of the younger generation. Even when they used the mechanical fusion ability, they were still no match for him. Now, Yi Xian was merely ranked behind Emperor Xiaofeng. What could Yi Xian be compared to? The moment he thought of this, Chanas's breathing quickened. The reason why he followed Sha Baofeng to the headquarters of the Tianji clan was to get promoted and become rich. If Lord Sha could become the young patriarch of the Tianji clan, it would be tantamount to reaching the heavens in a single step for him. It should be known that this journey was full of hardships, and he had been through it with Lord Sha. Didn't Lord Sha say it himself? We are grasshoppers on the same rope. Thinking of this, Chanas immediately raised his arms and shouted excitedly, as if he had just been injected with chicken blood, Lord Sha, do your best, as long as you don't beat the shit out of him. This shout almost made the eyes of the people in the void fall to the ground. Those Tianji clan members who were still in a daze because of Yi Xian's words finally came back to their senses. All kinds of discussions instantly broke out, most of them ridiculing Yi Xian. On the one hand, Yi Xian did have a lot of supporters. On the other hand, more people believed that he would be the next young patriarch of the Tianji clan. At this moment, they deliberately shouted to show their goodwill. Heavens, it's Sha Baofeng? What's wrong with this guy? You're actually courting death? There's a good show to watch now. Yi Luo will definitely beat him to a pulp. I was just thinking that I wasn't satisfied enough just now. I didn't expect there to be such a pleasant surprise. How laughable. A fellow that's ranked far out of the top 20 of the younger generation actually wants to challenge the second-ranked Yi Luo. This kind of confidence is simply unimaginable. Young Masterling who must have damaged his brain. This guy just suffered a big loss in the heavenly battle starfield not long ago. I didn't expect him to be so forgetful and want to die as soon as he comes back. That should be it. Young Masterling who must have damaged his brain. Otherwise, how could he be so confident? Not only did he challenge Yi Luo, he even dared to boast that he would beat the shit out of him. His brain damage knows no bounds. What a pity. After this battle, Yi Luo's ranking among the younger generation will most likely fall below the top 100. This is because he was previously recognized by the Patriarch and was granted the ability to fuse machines. Otherwise, he would be at least below the top 1,000. As these one-sided discussions and evaluations spread, Yi Luo, who had stopped leaving because of Yi Xian's arrogant words, took a step forward and returned to the center of the battlefield. He looked at Yi Xian with a sneer and said, Baofeng Sha, did you just challenge me? I'll give you one more chance. You can change your words now. Can I change my words now? Based on Baofeng's character, he would never keep a low profile if he had the strength to defeat Yi Luo. Therefore, even if Yi Xian didn't want to be in the limelight, he could only follow Baofeng's temperament at this moment. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. In the face of Yi Luo's arrogant words, he did not show any trace of politeness. He rolled his eyes and continued, "You, on the other hand, if you change your mind and admit defeat now, I will definitely fulfill my promise and not beat the shit out of you." Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. I didn't think that your brain would really be damaged by young Lord Linghu. In the face of Yi Xian's unyielding attitude, Yi Luo was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand and brought out the light purple fortress that he had just put into his body. Before he stepped in, he looked back at Yi Xian and raised his right hand. He put his index finger across his throat and made a throat-sealing gesture. "I won't." "What promise did I make?" "Be careful in this battle. I've been in a bad mood recently, so I can't guarantee that I won't go too far. If you die, don't blame me. If it was before, you would indeed have the qualifications to say such words in front of me." Yi Xian sneered as he replied forcefully once again. Moreover, he gave the surrounding Heavenly Legacy clan members a precaution in advance, so as to prevent them from displaying an overly powerful mechanical fusion ability and attracting unnecessary suspicion. However, ever since my battle with young Master Linghu, this kind of thing has never happened. You've already lost your qualifications. That's right. In that battle, this Great One was indeed beaten quite badly by young Lord Linghu, but I wholeheartedly accept my loss. You didn't even have the honor of fighting such a peerless genius, so what right do you have to be so arrogant here? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian shamelessly praised himself. Although this Great One lost, this Great One's gains in that battle are beyond your imagination. It's too shocking. Even now, when this Great One thinks about it, this Great One can't help but be fascinated. If this Great One had the chance, this Great One would really want to be beaten by young Lord Linghu again. Because the gains were too great, so great that this Great One only had to be beaten by him once, and this Great One's comprehension of mechanical fusion ability is enough to surpass what you have painstakingly comprehended for 100 years. This battle, this Great One will let you see, amazing. From my progress, this Great One will let you be fascinated by young Lord Linghu's peerless genius. Sigh, what a pity. No matter how fascinated you are, no matter how much you cry about wanting to die and want to be beaten up, in the end, you won't have this chance. Young Lord Linghu is a hero, and has already, as he spoke, Yi Xian gradually found the feeling. His figure stood in the void, shaking his head with a regretful expression. It was as if he deeply regretted that he couldn't have another chance to be beaten up by young Lord Linghu. This scene was too strange. Everyone was stunned. All the members of the Heavenly Legacy race in the void were dumbstruck. Even Chanaz was dumbstruck. He suddenly wasn't so sure. This Lord Shah in front of him didn't look like the kind of person who had been scheming for a long time. On the contrary, he didn't look like an old schemer. It was more like his brain had really been beaten up. With this thought, Chanaz felt unwell again. Chapter 35-36. Rumble. Kachacha, as Yi Luo stepped into the light purple fortress, the sound of machinery grinding could be heard. He once again activated his mechanical fusion ability. The light purple fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters quickly transformed into a 5,000-meter-long speedy bug. Yi Xian also waved his hand and summoned the treasured maple from his body, causing it to float in the void. Of course, this was not the real treasured maple, but a transformed version of the life fortress, the Starfield. After all, it was a life battleship, made up of countless micromolecules derived from the world bugs. It could also mimic a 100,000-meter-long space fortress at a microscopic level, including the electronic frequency. There were absolutely no flaws or omissions. Even if the patriarch of the Tianji race, DE, was here, he would not be able to see through it. Immediately after, Yi Xian turned around and stepped into the treasured maple. At the same time, he gave the order for the treasured maple to begin its mechanical transformation. The same sound of machinery grinding could be heard. In the eyes of the many Tianji race members in the void outside, this was Sha Baofeng activating his mechanical fusion ability, causing the treasured maple to begin its mechanical transformation. However, in reality, this was all the Starfield Fortress's own actions. Yi Xian did not participate at all. He was just leisurely waiting in a small cabin inside the treasured maple. Of course, Once this transformation was completed and the fortress entered battle mode, Yi Xian would still use Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to control it. No matter how flexible the life fortress was, it did not have any battle experience. This was all up to Yi Xian. After all, the opponent now was not in existence like Sha Baofeng, but the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Tianji race. It might not be safe to leave everything to the life fortress. Previously, when he was fighting with young Emperor Feng and the others in the source of all evil, Yi Xian had used Sha Baofeng's electronic consciousness to enter the life stronghold and used his own battle experience to control the mechanical demon insects to fight. Otherwise, if the life stronghold were to fight by itself, it definitely wouldn't have such a result. As the grinding sounds of machinery came from inside the treasure maple, the shape of the enormous ship began to change. The gazes of all the Tianji clan clansmen in the surrounding void all gathered on the ship, including more than one unknown doppelganger of clan leader De. They were all very curious about what the treasure maple would become. Based on Sha Baofeng's usual habits, he should have used a 100,000-meter-long mechanical puppet. However, considering the speed and attack characteristics of the swift bugs, Sha Baofeng should have shrunk the size of the mechanical puppet. That way, the pressure would be much less. In the past, when Sha Baofeng performed a complete mechanical fusion, the smallest size of his Baofeng could be shrunk to about 10,000. The surrounding experts didn't think that it would be the same this time. In the beginning, the surrounding experts of the Tianji clan did think that Sha Baofeng was out of his mind to provoke and even infuriate Yi Luo. However, after hearing what he said later, the experts of the Tianji clan had a different opinion. The Tianji clan had indeed received news of Sha Baofeng's recent battle in the third universe. Many of the higher-ups were shocked. The black technology possessed by young Master Linghu was still a mystery to this day. He had actually surpassed the Tianji clan, who had always possessed extraordinary talent in electronics and machinery manufacturing. The Tianji clan of the three major dimensions. In that battle, Sha Baofeng had indeed lost miserably. However, in his own words, this fiasco was not unjustified at all. Young Master Linghu's peerless demonic talent had even amazed many of the higher-ups of the Tianji clan. Medicine, artifact, and array masters. He also had the terrifying starry sky black technology. In this world, only Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, and the person who had caused an uproar in the second universe not long ago. Even now, he had provoked a Star-Lord old monster to roar and chase him all over the world, but no one could find him. Only young Master Netherming and the other two could be compared to him. It would be a lie to say that he had not gained any inspiration and gains from fighting such a peerless demonic talent. Therefore, when Yi Xian ridiculed Yi Luo with such words just now, not only did the latter not get angry, but he also became serious. Although he was not convinced by young Master Linghu, he was actually fascinated by the other party's demonic talent. It could be said that whether it was the higher-ups of the Tianji clan in the surrounding void or Yi Luo, who was about to fight Yi Xian, at this moment, there was an inexplicable expectation in the bottom of their hearts. They were all looking forward to Sha Baofeng really gaining something from that battle and not just bragging. Yi Luo was so fascinated by young Master Linghu. Although he could not fight young Master Linghu because the other party had been proven to be exiled, if he could beat Sha Baofeng, who had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of young Master Linghu and had gained some inspiration and gains, he would be scared witless again. Because, at least on the surface, from a certain perspective, his demeanor was at a level comparable to young Master Linghu. At least he was not inferior. As for the higher-ups of the Tianji clan in the surrounding area, their expectations were related to the entire clan. There was no doubt about Yi Luo's strength. If Sha Baofeng could really defeat him, even if it was a tie, it would be enough to prove that there would be another peerless genius in the Tianji clan. Although this genius was trained by the peerless demonic talent of the human clan, it did not matter. Being able to constantly improve oneself in battle with the enemy was the attitude and talent that a real expert should have. If Sha Baofeng could do it, the higher-ups of the clan would regard him more highly from now on. So what? So what? Yi Xian was completely unaware of all of this. Following his orders, the sound of machinery grinding could be heard from the inside of the Baofeng. Very quickly, the mechanical changes were completed. Yi Xian did not choose the combat form of the mechanical demon bug. The speed of the rapid bug was too fast. Although the mechanical demon bug had a strong jumping ability and 4 antimatter death ray cannon barrels, it was very likely that it would not be able to lock on to the target. Therefore, Yi Xian chose the combat form of the humanoid alloy war god this time. Of course, while the Baofeng transformed into the humanoid alloy war god, its original terrifying size of 100,000 meters was also constantly shrinking. In the end, when the humanoid form of the alloy war god was completely revealed, its height of 100,000 meters was also constantly shrinking. When the alloy war god was fully formed, its height had reached only 5,000 meters. This was not Yi Xian's limit. The limit he could shrink a small fortress of 50,000 meters to 1,000 meters, and a large fortress of 100,000 meters to 2,500 meters. But that was not necessary. On the one hand, it was not suitable for this battle. On the other hand, Yi Xian did not want to expose his limit. Chapter 35-37. After a series of mechanical clanking noises, Baofeng completed its mechanical transformation. A humanoid alloy war god stood in the void, and the huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters shrunk to a height of only 5,000 meters. In its left hand was a huge alloy shield, in its right hand was an alloy spear that was more than 10,000 meters long, and behind its back was a pair of energy beams that flapped from time to time, creating ripples in the void. It looked majestic and extraordinary. This scene shocked all the spectators, and a wave of exclamations came from the surrounding void. Oh my god, what the hell is this? A humanoid? A humanoid? What is Baofeng Sha trying to do? Isn't the mechanical fusion ability only able to transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects? I've never heard of humanoid mechanical transformation before. It's indeed a little strange. The reason why the mechanical fusion ability of our race can transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects is because the characteristics of these insects are suitable for combat. However, everyone's understanding is different, and the form of the mechanical combat insect may not necessarily be correct. Baofeng Sha has broken the shackles of this thought. The appearance of mechanical transformation has undoubtedly opened a bigger window for the mechanical fusion ability, opening up a new way of thinking for our people. That's right. Since mechanical transformation can transform into various forms of mechanical combat insects, why can't it be humanoid or other forms of dire beasts? This is a new research direction. Just this point alone is enough to prove that he has indeed learned something in that battle. It was worth it to be beaten up. Our understanding has been completely overturned. In the past, it was a mechanical sword mantis, but now, it's a humanoid combat form. I'm really looking forward to the performance of this humanoid alloy war god. You have all overlooked a fact. Did no one notice that this humanoid alloy war god is only 5,000 meters tall? Just like the swift bug, this shows that Baofeng Sha's mechanical fusion ability has indeed improved greatly. Among the younger generation of our race, the only one who can fuse a huge fortress of 100,000 meters to a height of 5,000 meters is Baofeng Sha. Previously, there was only young Master Di Xiaofeng, and just now, there was Yarrow. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, a third person would appear? That's right. Based on this point alone, Sha Baofeng is qualified to fight with Yi Luo. This is really suspenseful. Before this, no one was optimistic about him. When Yi Luo appeared, everyone said that he would be the winner. Who would have thought that a dark horse would appear at the last moment? As these exclamations and discussions sounded, Yi Luo's deep voice came from the swift bug covered in sharp blades in the void ahead. Sha Baofeng, I have to say that I have indeed underestimated you before. You just made a breakthrough not long ago and have the ability to condense a 100,000 meter long fortress into one. With my 5,000 meter tall body, I deeply understand how difficult it is to comprehend the mechanical fusion ability to this level. I didn't expect you to be able to do it as well. Moreover, it was after you were brutally beaten up in a great battle. That young Master Linghu of the human clan is indeed amazing. It's a pity that he has been exiled. Otherwise, I would look forward to fighting him. However, although I can't fight with young Master Linghu, if I can give you a good beating today, it will more or less dispel the loneliness in my heart. If young Master Linghu can give you a good beating, then I can too. As soon as he finished speaking, a dense and low buzzing sound suddenly burst out in the void. The swift bug in the void thousands of miles away suddenly rushed out. Even the void was torn apart by the high-density super alloy covering its body. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Xian. Who doesn't know how to brag? You can't be compared to young Master Linghu because this great one will be beaten up by him. As for you, you can only be beaten up by this great one. Whoosh! Yi Xian sneered and made a bold statement. Then, a sharp and ear-piercing sound rang out. The alloy battle god standing in the void suddenly shook its right hand, and the super alloy spear that was more than 10,000 meters long was instantly thrown out. No one could see its trajectory at all. Its speed was actually faster than the swift bug's. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the swift bug that had turned into a shadow, blocking it in the void thousands of miles away from the alloy battle god. If the swift bug hadn't stopped and dodged, this super alloy spear that was shockingly fast would have pierced through its body in the next instant, ruthlessly killing it in the void. Wang, the low, high-frequency vibrating sound rang out again. The swift bug that had turned into a starry sky shadow came to a sudden stop. It didn't stop at all and instantly retreated hundreds of miles, barely avoiding the super alloy spear that was coming for the kill. Rumble, a huge thunderous explosion rang out. The super alloy spear smashed into a large fortress in the void below and instantly exploded. The fortress that was 10,000 meters in diameter turned into a fireball. Fortunately, there were no Tianji race clansmen inside. It was full of intelligent robots that were watching the battle. However, the power of this spear was still earth-shattering. This was because the void in the center of the grand competition had a radius of 100,000 miles. All the large and small fortresses that were watching the battle were 100,000 miles away. No one had expected that the humanoid alloy battle god's explosive power would be so terrifying. The power and speed of that super alloy spear. Its speed was so shocking that a large fortress 100,000 miles away couldn't dodge in time. In an instant, it turned into a huge fireball together with nearly 1,000,000 intelligent robots inside, illuminating a corner of the void. Screams rang out instantly. These were the screams of the senior generation in charge of supervising the grand competition. Retreat, retreat immediately. The grand competition's venue has been temporarily expanded from the previous 100,000 miles to 500,000 miles. All battleships, retreat immediately. No mistakes. Rumble, in the void, the roars of countless kinetic energy cabins starting up resounded everywhere. All the battleships, fortresses that were watching the battle all retreated in a panic. The power of that spear just now was too shocking. No one wanted to be the second unlucky person to be hit by it. In the large fortress that had driven over from the imperial prison and carried a large number of slaves from the first universe as hostages of the royal family of the 10,000 races, a large number of exclamations could be heard. As hostages of the royal family of the various races, the experts in this large fortress were all the true elites of their races. Their status and strength were extraordinary. Naturally, their horizons were not low, and their intelligence was even more astonishing. Everyone was well aware of the Tianji clan's intention of bringing them to the battlefield to fight Jean Mo in this grand competition. However, although they were shocked by the Tianji clan's so-called ultimate secret technique, the machine fusion technique, they were not too shocked. The 3 battles that they had seen before were indeed amazing. However, they were not as shocking as the scene in front of them. A starry fortress could actually transform into a super alloy battle god. Moreover, this battle god had only thrown out a spear, and it had destroyed a large fortress. The latter was suspended in the void 100,000 miles away, and it didn't even have a chance to dodge. Whether it was its speed or terrifying penetrative power, it was incredible. Chapter 35-38. Stop right there. Don't run. I just said that I won't beat the shit out of you. I won't go back on my word. Yi Xian sneered when he saw the speedy bug's body suddenly stop and quickly retreat. His arrogant voice rang out from the alloy war god's body, resounding through the void and causing everyone to stare at him in awe. It's just the power of a spear. How can it be so strong? It directly blew up a 10,000-meter tall fortress. This is impossible. At this moment, Yi Luo was already shocked beyond words. He had seen clearly just now that Sha Baofeng had raised his hand and thrown out an alloy spear. Because the alloy war god was formed by the extreme condensation of a 10,000-meter wide fortress, the battleship alloy used to build the fortress was densely denser. The density of the battleship was increased countless times, just like the dark purple blades all over its body. However, no matter how dense it was still just an alloy spear. Even if it could penetrate a 10,000-meter tall fortress, it definitely wouldn't be able to blow it up completely. Even if it hit the kinetic energy cabin of the fortress, it wouldn't be able to cause such a scene. Battleships above the level of the fortress all had kinetic energy protection systems inside. Even if the kinetic energy cabin exploded, it would only affect a small part of the overall area in a short period of time. Unless it was uncontrollable, it would explode completely. There would be a time difference between this. However, a 10,000-meter tall fortress had actually turned into a fireball in an instant. This feeling was as if what had hit him was not an alloy spear at all, but a super energy cannonball that had been condensed to the extreme. In fact, this was indeed the case. The Starfield Life Fortress was formed by the evolution of the world bugs. This kind of mysterious existence between life and non-life could evolve everything, including the antimatter death ray cannons fired by the Life Fortress. They were all evolved from their micromolecules. They were all transformed. Although the spear that Yi Xian threw out looked like an alloy spear on the surface, it was formed from countless micromolecules of the world bug. The moment it hit the fortress, all of the micromolecules changed shape, transforming from the super alloy into a super concentrated form of energy. Then, it exploded. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the fortress wasn't destroyed in an instant. Yi Luo wasn't an ordinary existence. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian did it, he saw the strangeness in it. Before he figured out Yi Xian's method, he didn't dare to rashly attack. At this moment, he quickly retreated and at the same time tested with words. He wanted to know himself and his enemy, and solve the doubts in his heart. He was confused, and think about it. Unfortunately, Yi Xian wasn't fooled. As the arrogant words came out of his mouth, the alloy war god pressed forward step by step. With a single step, he was already 100 miles away. His empty right hand buzzed as it once again condensed an alloy spear. At this time, the fortresses and strongholds of the battleships watching the battle and the surrounding void had already retreated to 500,000 miles away. The void in the central district was much wider, and the speed bug's speed advantage had more room to play. Yi Luo saw that the other party didn't fall for his trick and didn't reveal anything. He could only grit his teeth. The void hummed, and his body instantly turned into a starry afterimage. He circled around and shot toward the alloy war god's left arm. The alloy war god's right arm held the terrifyingly powerful alloy spear. Once it was thrown, even the speed bug could only narrowly avoid it with its terrifying speed. Yi Luo didn't dare to take the risk again. At this moment, he attacked from the left side of the alloy war god. As a result, the alloy spear in his right hand was blocked on the other side. It could be said that he was using the alloy war god's body as a shield. Of course, the alloy war god could turn around and throw again, but the speed bug needed a very short time. With its speed, it could reach the front of the alloy war god in one charge. Then, with a scratch, the super alloy blades all over the speed bug's body could easily cut off the alloy war god's left arm. In the void. Wang, with a heart-shaking buzzing sound in the void, the speed bug arrived at the left side of the alloy war god in the blink of an eye. The speed of the alloy war god's spear could match or even surpass the speed bug's, but this didn't mean that the alloy war god's original speed was the same. At this sight, some of the Celestial Legacy race members in the distant void sighed. They could almost see the alloy war god's entire body being dismembered. The speed bug was too fast. After dodging the terrifying spear in the alloy war god's right hand, it only needed to circle around the alloy war god's body a few times, and the human-shaped alloy war god would be reduced to giant pieces of alloy scrap and fall into the void. In the void. Yi Luo also thought the same. At this moment, even his heart, which had been in his throat, gradually calmed down. At this time, the alloy war god's left shoulder and left rib suddenly burst with light. A partial energy shield was raised, protecting half of the alloy war god's left body. It seemed to want to use this to block the cutting of the dark purple alloy blades that covered the speed bug's entire body. Yi Luo laughed. His mocking voice came from the speed bug. It's useless. It's just an energy shield. It can't block it at all. Wang. Chi La. The next moment, there was a slight sound like silk being torn apart. The super alloy blades on the speed bug's back cut through the energy shield and pressed down on the alloy war god's left shoulder. If nothing unexpected happened, the alloy war god's left arm would fall into the void and be cut open in the blink of an eye. Yes, it's useless. This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. Within the alloy war god, Yi Xian laughed coldly. Did you forget? I still have a battle shield in my left hand. Contradictions are one. If the battle spear can make you afraid, how can this shield be simple? When he finished speaking, the alloy war god had already raised its left arm. The huge alloy battle shield protected the left side of its body, replacing the previous layer of energy light shield that had been cut open by the alloy blades in an instant. It was also at this moment that the layers of dark purple blades on the left side of the speed bug's back came crushing over. Wang. The moment the two came into contact, the battle shield, which was made of super alloy material just a second ago, suddenly changed form and turned into a pitch-black antimatter death light shield. No, rip. Rip. As Yi Luo screamed in horror, there was a series of faint but dense ripping sounds. It was like boiling oil being poured into ice. The dense layer of dark purple blades on the left side of the speed bug's back began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. As long as the black antimatter death light shield came into contact with it, it would instantly and completely disappear without a doubt. Chapter 35-39. Whoosh, ah. A series of strange noises rang out like boiling oil splashing on ice. A small portion of the left side of the swiftness bug's back melted in an instant. At this moment, Yi Luo had fully activated the mechanical fusion ability of his warship, and he could feel the pain. The uncontrollable pain made him let out a miserable howl. Void. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in the blink of an eye. The upper echelons of the Tianji clan, who were watching the battle from 500,000 li away, only saw a blur before their eyes, and then the tide of the battle had completely turned. At this moment, the war spear in the alloy war god's right hand was raised high again, and the cold tip of the spear was aimed at the swiftness bug that had not yet retreated. In the next instant, the spear was thrown out and killed Yi Luo on the spot. It was also at this moment that several core upper echelons of the Tianji clan of the older generation flew into the void of the Central Domain Grand Competition at the same time and announced the end of this battle. The Grand Competition was over, and the winner was Sha Baofeng. Everything was settled at this point. Stop howling. This great uncle said that I would never beat the shit out of you. Today, this great uncle will let you live. After Yi Xian's words rang out, the alloy war god put away its shield and spear, and then ordered the Baofeng to deactivate its mechanical transformation. With a series of grinding sounds, the humanoid war god quickly returned to the original fortress form of the Baofeng. Yi Xian took a step forward and then immediately put it away with a wave of his hand. While doing all this, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. He was indeed worried that one of the clones of the Tianji clan's patriarch, De, would immediately appear before he could put away the Baofeng. If that really happened, the other party would definitely find all kinds of excuses to keep Yi Xian's Baofeng for research. This would be a dead end. Yi Xian would never hand over the life fortress. If that happened, he would definitely be in big trouble. Fortunately, his movements were fast enough. He waved his hand and stored the life stronghold into his body before the other party appeared. At this time, even if one of the identities of the Heavenly Legacy Race's Patriarch, D.E., appeared again and made the same request, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid at all. Within his undying world, there were two identical treasure maple ships suspended side by side. One was transformed from the life fortress that he had just absorbed into his undying world, while the other was the real treasure maple ship. At that time, he would just have to hand over the real treasure maple. Yi Xian wouldn't feel any heartache. Now that the life fortress had grown to such a height, even 100,000-meter wide fortress wouldn't be able to move him. Compared to the life fortress, no fortress could compare. Stuffing them would be useless. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Very soon, Yarrow also deactivated his mechanical transformation state, and the swift worm returned to the appearance of a light purple fortress. Its surface was bumpy, and it looked rather pathetic. The super alloy blade that had been corroded by the black antimatter shield in the left hand of the alloy war god had been formed from the toughest part of the outer wall of the light purple fortress. That was a real corrosion, which had directly led to the terrible appearance of the light purple fortress. However, this was the headquarters of the Heaven's Legacy race, and there were countless industrial planets in the periphery. It could be easily repaired. Moreover, Yarrow had also been deeply affected by this battle. Thus, when he waved his hand to absorb the light purple fortress into his body, he turned to look at Yi Xian. His expression was strangely calm. There wasn't the slightest trace of resentment. However, there was a complicated expression in his eyes. He suddenly stopped midway and stared at Yi Xian for a while before suddenly sighing. Young Master Linghu is truly a peerless genius. I didn't think that just by being beaten up by him, you would actually have such a huge change in your understanding of mechanical fusion. That antimatter shield is dead. It can ignore any attack, and there's no need to worry about close combat. In terms of long-range attacks, you have that alloy spear with terrifying explosive speed. Even the speed of the swift worm is slightly inferior. TSK, TSK, TSK. You have trump cards in both long-range and close combat. This is simply heaven-defying. You have a big brain hole, but no one can think of a way to break it. Impressive. At this point, Yarrow seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He changed the topic, and the expression on his face became even more strange. If I'm not wrong, that alloy spear should also have another kind of transformation, right? Antimatter death light spear? This is what it means to be truly invincible. In the end, he smiled bitterly and sighed again. It turns out that you were still holding back. You didn't even use your full strength in this battle. Your real trump card hasn't been used, and I've already lost. Back then, in the battle with young Master Emperor, although he won, I wasn't convinced. However, in today's battle, I'm completely convinced. It's just a pity that in this life, I have no chance to fight with that peerless genius of the human race, young Master Linghu. As these words spread, exclamations came from the surrounding void again. Oh my God, did I hear it wrong? With Yarrow's arrogant temperament, he actually admitted defeat in front of everyone and expressed that he was convinced of his defeat this time. This is simply unbelievable. What's even more shocking is that Sha Baofeng's speed of growth is too amazing. He easily defeated Yarrow without using his full strength. This is simply unimaginable. What a crazy idea. That antimatter death light shield is simply the best. It's absolutely invincible in close combat. Any kind of attack, including energy attacks, can be blocked by this black shield. The special characteristics of antimatter light energy have determined all of this. But how did he do it? How can he actually turn the antimatter light energy generator? After moving it to the hands after the mechanical transformation, can the volume of that equipment be compressed? This doesn't make sense at all. Maybe it's a guide. How thick are the arms of a 5,000-meter tall alloy war god? The antimatter light energy generator of the big fortress has a diameter of at least 10,000 meters. How can it be compressed into 2 arms? It must be a channel-channel strategy, but there are too many technical difficulties. This is a new research field. The domain has opened a new door for us. There's also that battle spear. It already has such power when it's only in its superalloy state. If it can be transformed into an antimatter death light spear like Yarrow said, its power will definitely increase by a large margin. It will definitely be unstoppable and invincible, even if it's a fixed super fortress. Even the Starry Sky Fortress might not be able to block it. It will be pierced through by a single spear. Monster. He's definitely a monster. Sha Baofeng was beaten up, but who would have thought that a pheasant would turn into a phoenix? It's like an undying phoenix that underwent nirvana in the flames and completely matured. How many people have this kind of terrifying talent to grow in adversity? That's right. There's a saying that there are 4 peerless monsters in the current era: Prince Xian, Invincible War God, Young Master Linghu, and Young Master Netherworld. In my opinion, we can add Sha Baofeng to the list. Our Tianji clan can finally claim a spot among the 5 peerless monsters of the current era. Chapter 35-40. At the end of the grand competition, the commander and deputy commander of the vanguard fleet were immediately determined. They were Sha Baofeng and Yi Luo. Although this result had long been expected, when the several senior core members of the Tianji clan announced it in public, it still caused an uproar in the surrounding void. Quite a few people shot strange glances at Yi Luo, but his expression was calm, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. He exuded a self-cultivated temperament that would remain unperturbed by favor or humiliation. When the senior core members of the Heaven's Legacy race saw this, they immediately nodded to themselves. Obviously, Yi Luo had also gained a lot in this battle. Perhaps Sha Baofeng had been tortured by young Master Linghu, but this was the Phoenix Nirvana rebirth, which had created a miracle for him. It was unknown whether this miracle would happen again for Yi Luo. He indeed had the strength, foundation, and temperament to do so. Yi Xian also realized this point. He turned and looked the expressionless Yi Luo up and down a few times, frowning slightly, somewhat unhappy in his heart. If this battle had really helped the Tian's Legacy clan create a monstrous genius of the younger generation, then it would truly be too shocking. At the same time, in a secret room in the core area of the Tianji continent, there were no doors, windows, or passages at all. Sitting cross-legged in front of a holographic three-dimensional screen, the high priest of the demon imperial city, Wen Xing, was frowning at this moment. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. There was no one else in the entire secret room, and the holographic three-dimensional screen in front of him showed the vast grand competition void in the outer star field of the Tianji city. The figures of Yi Xian and Yi Luo could be seen clearly. At this time, a quiet voice with an ethereal breath suddenly sounded in this secret room. It was unknown where it came from. How is it? Did you find anything? The person that the voice asked was obviously Old Devil Wen Xing, and he did indeed respond immediately. Still frowning, he shook his head and said, "It's a bit strange, but I can't tell what the problem is yet. I just don't know why, but I always have a feeling that I seem to have seen it before. I don't know if it's this fortress or this person. Unfortunately, the heaven measuring technique can't be derived at all. It is forcibly interrupted at every critical moment, as if there is some kind of power blocking all of this." At this point, Wen Xing did not say anything else, and the secret room fell into silence. After a short while, the voice of De, the leader of the Tianji clan, sounded again. "Since there is a problem, we must investigate further." However, Sha Baofeng's words are barely acceptable. We can't be too reckless. It's rare for our Tianji clan to have such a monstrous genius. Outside, he will be the next young clan leader, so we can't be at odds with him because of this. So, let's start with the Baofeng first. If there is no problem with the battleship, then it must be the people's problem. Then, we'll make a decision based on the situation. At least the target range has been narrowed down. We have a clear target. Are you suspecting that the treasure maple is the life battleship that Old Ghost left behind? Old Ghost Wen Xing's voice rang out once more. The so-called life battleship was nothing more than a legend back then. Whether or not it really exists has yet to be confirmed. In these past few years, you and I have been searching for it, but to no avail. How could it appear in the hands of a core member of the Heaven's Legacy race's younger generation? We can't be too careful. You've seen Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability. Even I can't use the antimatter death light spear and the antimatter death light shield, not to mention the rest. Di Yi's voice suddenly became serious. According to my analysis, even if Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability improved by leaps and bounds because of that battle, it should not have reached this level. So the problem basically lies with his battleship. It is very likely that there is something hidden in it that we don't know. If Sha Baofeng is innocent, as the leader of the Heavenly Legacy race, how can I sit back and watch a rare genius of our race fall into a trap? Besides, the disappearance of Xiaofeng and the others is too strange. The two auras detected at that time were clearly unparalleled beings beyond the Star Lord state. There must be a great secret hidden in that star zone, the source of all evil. I don't know if there's any connection between these two matters, but they've happened at the same time in a short period of time without any interval, so it can't help but arouse suspicion. If it was some sort of arrangement set up by that old bastard Xing Bo all those years ago, then it would be bad. But one thing is certain, and that is that those old bastards from the second universe suddenly launched an attack on the first universe. They didn't even care about the inquiry of the human race and the myriad Sift Federation. There must be some shocking secret behind this, and it is very likely that it is related to the mysterious arrangement in the origin of all evil. D.E. heaved a sigh. Unfortunately, I've explored that star zone many times, but I was only able to enter the central region's buffer zone every time. All I saw were some void rifts and a lot of black beetles. Those above the Star Lord state couldn't enter the central region at all. I can make a trip there. In fact, I've always been suspicious about the source of all evil. I once went to the edge of the central region, but I almost didn't make it back, because I ran into a Star Lord Black Beetle Queen, when Xing took over the conversation and took over this matter. You also know that the hidden cultivation of this clone of mine is only at the late stage of universe realm. Facing that kind of existence, being able to come out alive is already a great fortune. However, it seems that such a low level of cultivation is actually a convenience. I can enter the central region of the source of all evil again. Speaking of this, when Xing, who had been sitting cross-legged on the floor of the secret chamber, suddenly stood up and disappeared completely. However, his voice still reverberated in the secret chamber. As for everything in the base camp, it's all up to you. Sha Baofeng, do as you say. Investigate the battle first. Then, we'll decide whether or not to investigate himself. A long sigh was heard from the empty secret chamber after a long time. It was D.E., the leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan. Sigh. Even a clone doesn't want to stay here for too long. You found an excuse and left in a hurry, but what's the point of that? Where's your righteousness? Don't forget that your original self is still in the Heavenly Fortune City. You can't leave. You know everything, but you're still running away from reality. Am I really? Chapter 35-41. Patriarch D.E. didn't show up in his real body. Instead, he sent a doppelganger, but his cultivation was also very high. His voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the void. All the intelligent robots in the void and in the warships all knelt down on the ground, while the members of the Heavenly Fate clan bowed to him. The content of the speech was very brief. First, it was an official evaluation of the competition. Then, it was announced that one day later, the Vanguard fleet would set off to the battlefield and lead the Demon Tribe Star area to the other end of the wormhole leading to the second universe. They would start a war with the allied forces of the various races of the Federation from the second universe. Finally, Di Yi's doppelganger changed the topic and mentioned Baofeng Sha and Yi Luo. In the name of a reward, he asked Baofeng Sha to leave his ship behind and hand it over to a senior core member of the Heavenly Fate clan to take it to the first star dock for upgrade and modification. Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but some cold sweat appeared on his back. Fortunately, he had anticipated this in advance. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble this time. After giving all these instructions, Di Yi's doppelganger floated away. The senior core members of the Heavenly Fate clan also turned to Yi Xian with a strange expression on their faces. Obviously, they were not fools. Everyone could see that something was wrong when the patriarch suddenly asked Bao Fengsha to leave his ship behind. However, they didn't think too much about it. They just wondered if Bao Fengsha's heaven-defying fusion ability was related to the first star dock. Was it related to the fortress? For a long time, everyone thought that the strength of the Heavenly Fate clan's mechanical fusion ability was only related to the members of the Heavenly Fate clan who performed the fusion ability. As long as one's understanding in this aspect was deep enough, even the most ordinary warship could be fully integrated with it. Strong combat power. But now, the Patriarch's action had reminded them. Many people were thinking about the deeper meaning behind it, and some people even had a look of realization on their faces. After Sha Baofeng fused with his mount, the antimatter death ray energy form of the alloy battle god spear and shield was indeed correct. A bug, and it was basically impossible to achieve. However, if the warship itself was modified, it was still possible. Even Yoruidu seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly recalled that when Bao Fengsha was carrying out his last mission, the Bao Feng ship had been left in the clan for modification. He had only just retrieved it from the modification star dock when he returned. That must be it. Yi Luo clenched his fists with excitement on his face. He had finally discovered Sha Baofeng's secret, which opened a new door for him. He realized that the true power of mechanical fusion was not only related to the Tianji race clansman who was fusing, but also to the warship that was fusing with him. After all, whether it was the mechanical war bug or the humanoid alloy war god, it was ultimately a combination of two aspects. While the Tianji race's understanding of the mechanical fusion ability was important, as it was akin to controlling software, it was also not to be underestimated as a forceful fusion battleship. Yi Luo had decided that he would not take the illusory stronghold with him on this expedition. He would leave it in the clan and ask a senior member of the Heaven's Legacy race to get in touch with him so that the first star dock could fully remodel it. Bao Fengsha, just wait and see. I will not be defeated like this next time. I will definitely make a comeback. Clenching his fists tightly, Yi Luo muttered to himself with incomparable confidence. Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the treasure maple that he had already prepared in his undying world. Of course, it was the real treasure maple. Then, a few of the senior members of the Tianji race entered the treasure maple and drove it away. As for the others, they went up to Yi Xian and handed him the commander seal of the Vanguard Fleet Commander. Of course, it was also an electronic device. It was a small black box that could be connected to the communication port of the warship. It was the size of 2 fingers. After Yi Xian received it, he put it into his body with a flip of his hand. At this moment, Chinasi was already rubbing his hands in excitement. From his point of view, since Yi Xian had successfully obtained the position of commander of the Vanguard Fleet, then the future young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate clan would basically not be able to escape. Currently, the entire Tianji race did not know that the previous young patriarch, Emperor Xiaofeng, had died. Although they had their suspicions, it was not confirmed. However, in Chinasi's opinion, this matter would be confirmed soon. Then, it would be time for Lord Sha to take over. Because of this, seeing Yi Xian turn around and walk towards him, Chinasi immediately bowed and greeted him with a smile as if he was the one who had been promoted and made a fortune. Lord Sha, congratulations. You have been promoted and made a fortune. You have been promoted and made a fortune. Get ready. We will set off tomorrow to the demon domain. You can return to the demon emperor planet then. These were not words of anger. The old man did not want to stay in the Tianji city, but Yi Xian could not always be by his side, right? He could only return to where he came from and send him back to where he came from. Upon hearing this, Chinasi was stunned. After a long while, when Yi Xian had already turned around and left, he finally regained his senses and hurriedly followed him. Although he did not say much, his eyes were darting around. Clearly, he was calculating how to stay by the side of the future young patriarch. By the side, he would be able to get promoted and make a fortune by following him. The entire Vanguard fleet that had set off for the demon domain had already been readied. It was parked at the edge of the industrial circle around Tianji City. After Yi Xian arrived, he immediately entered the flagship stronghold. The scale of this Tianji race vanguard fleet was huge. There were a total of 1,000 fortresses of varying sizes and 100 fortresses of varying sizes. In addition, there were more than 10,000 3,000-meter-long stellar-level battleships and 1,000-meter-long planet-level battleships. As for all kinds of small-sized patrol ships and battleships, there were tens of thousands of them. Every fortress and fortress carried many of them. Such a huge fleet of vanguard ships covered the sky and occupied a large part of the starry sky. Yi Xian had never seen such a huge fleet before. There were tens of thousands of ships of all kinds. It was simply shocking. Just this alone showed how huge the scale of this battle was. After all, this huge fleet in front of him was only the vanguard. Such a huge fleet of vanguard ships was driven and controlled by intelligent robots. Countless intelligent robots were sent to the battlefield, and there were only 2 people in the upper echelon of the Tianji race who were in charge of commanding the flagship. They were Yi Xian and Yi Luo. Most of the authority was in Yi Xian's hands, and Yi Luo was only his assistant. The only things he could manage were some of the intelligent robots below. All orders had to be given through the commander's seal in Yi Xian's hand, which was also an electronic black box. Chapter 35-42. The journey from Tianji City to the Demon Dweller Galaxy was a long one. Even if they didn't miss any of the small wormholes along the way, it would still take them nearly a month to reach the Demon Dweller Galaxy. The tens of thousands of small patrol ships and 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships in the fleet didn't have the ability to continuously jump through wormholes. Fortunately, the fleet had enough fortresses, so these small battleships were basically used as sub-ships to enter the large-scale battle. They jumped through the interior of the battleship. Although the fleet traveled slowly and needed nearly a month to reach the battlefield, first-hand news of the battle could be transmitted to Tianji City and the flagship of the Vanguard fleet through the First Universe's interstellar network at any time. Thus, Yi Xian knew the situation on the Demon Dweller Galaxy like the back of his hand even while he was traveling. As the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan had more than 10,000 3,000-meter-long battleships in the Vanguard fleet. Naturally, the other fleets of the First Universe's races would be even more terrifying. Of course, the participating fleets of the slave races couldn't be dispatched to the battlefield all at once. Like the Tianji clan's forces, they would arrive in batches. The first fleet to arrive was also the Vanguard fleet. As the sole hegemon of the First Universe, the Heaven's Legacy race had always claimed that they were the servants of all races, but in reality, this was clearly an exaggeration. No matter how large a universal plane was, it was impossible for it to have more than 10,000 intelligent races. The vast majority of races were weak races. Most of the weaker races were small races with no intelligence, such as the insectoids. There were nearly 1,000 slave races under the Tianji clan. Even if each race only sent a vanguard fleet of 100 ships, there would be a total of 100,000 ships. These 100,000 ships referred to the main force ships that were at least 3,000 meters long, including the fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. The Heaven's Legacy race did not open up the large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters to their slaves. In addition, there were all kinds of small patrol ships and 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleships. In short, if all the vanguard fleets of the slave races arrived at the Demon Dweller Galaxy, Yi Xian would have a super vanguard fleet of several 100,000 ships in his hands. Furthermore, the fleet in his hands was about to launch the first interstellar battle between the 2 universes in this war. This showed how terrifying the authority in his hands was. In the past, Yi Xian wouldn't even have dared to dream about it. Looking back, 2 years ago, he was still a native who had just walked out of a sealed planet and arrived in the universe. He didn't know anything and had to start everything from scratch. But today, the first battle between the 2 universes was about to begin. 2 days after the entire Vanguard fleet left the Heavenly Fate star region, the first wormhole jump arrived. After completing this wormhole jump, the entire fleet was already extremely far away from the Heavenly Fate star region. Yi Xian's originally somewhat worried heart was completely relieved. The first thing he did was to go to the 100,000-meter-long fortress that housed tens of millions of void soldier ladles. After a round of inspection and confirming that all the Void Soldier ladles were there and that the 2 8-star Void Soldier ladles were fine, he was relieved. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian directly refined this interstellar fortress and put it into his body. At the same time, he issued an order to the devouring system to brainwash all the intelligent robots in this fortress named Cannon Fodder. He didn't plan to take this fortress out again. When he found a suitable galaxy in the future, he would find a new home for the Void Soldier ladles. But for now, they could only stay in this Cannon Fodder. They couldn't even go to the black hole of life. Otherwise, they would be captured sooner or later, or even on the spot. Exterminated. Why did you put away those cannon fodders? As soon as he returned to the flagship fortress, the vice commander of the Vanguard fleet, Yi Luo, came over with a suspicious expression. He asked Yi Xian the reason for his actions just now. Can't this commander have other uses? Are you the commander or am I? You have a vice commander on your head and you're still not being honest. You're asking for a beating. Yi Xian didn't care at all. He rolled his eyes and scolded him. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Now, the command of the fleet will be temporarily handed over to you as the vice commander. This commander needs to go into seclusion to cultivate or something. Remember not to make decisions on your own if there are important matters. You must report to this commander. Report to this commander, or you will be punished according to military law. Chanas, you are now this commander's personal guard. Keep an eye on him. If there are any strange movements, report to me immediately." After saying that, he ignored Yi Luo, who was so angry that his nose was crooked to the side. He swung his arm and walked into a cabin. After closing the cabin door, he waved his hand and set up an isolation restriction. Only then did he relax. The journey to the Demon Dweller star field was a long one. There were still more than 20 days to almost a month's journey. Yi Xian couldn't waste this time. He decided to use this time to cultivate in seclusion. He had already refined the level 12 liquid and had it on hand. As long as the cultivation realm of the physical body and qi reached the great circle of the 9th step of this realm, he would be able to use a tube of level 12 liquid. If the first tube was not successful, there was still a second tube. In short, breaking through to the 12th great realm, the void realm, was absolutely a sure thing. Love. Although his cultivation had increased quickly during this period of time, and he was now at the 11th stage, the mystic light realm, the 3rd stage, Yi Xian would feel a lot of pressure when he thought about the zombie king, Tuobalin Feng. That fellow was a universe zombie. He could devour all flesh and blood in the universe to increase his strength. Even Yi Xian was shocked by the speed at which his cultivation advanced. If nothing unexpected happened, then the current zombie king, Tuobalin Feng, would most likely have already advanced to the 12th great realm, the void realm. Therefore, Yi Xian absolutely couldn't slack off. He had to make the best use of all the time he could to increase his cultivation as much as possible. Apart from that, the research on the level 13 liquid was also very urgent. Once Yi Xian reached the 12th stage, the void realm, this matter would become even more urgent. Otherwise, if he still couldn't refine the level 13 liquid when he reached the peak of the 9th stage, the void realm, he would be stuck at the 12th stage. If he were to stop at the 13th great realm because of this, it would be far too sullen of a loss. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Xian held back his energy and quickly entered a state of cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, when he finished cultivating and opened his eyes, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind, ding. Congratulations to the host. The body's blood chi realm has broken through. Current realm, Mystic Light Realm Level 4. Chapter 35-43. The first universe, the Demon Dweller Star Zone. Today, the Demon Dweller Star Zone could be said to be a gathering place. Not only were the vanguard fleets of the first universe's servant races moving over, but even the enormous fleets of the various races of the Federation of the second universe were converging one after another through the plane-level wormhole that connected the two universes. The initiator of this plane-level space war was the second universe. The Tianji clan of the first universe and its servant races were merely responding to the challenge. Therefore, the battlefield was destined to be in the first universe's plane. Neither the Tianji clan nor the Demon Dweller clan had sent a large number of troops to guard or set up an ambush at the exit of this plane-level wormhole. The Tianji clan also hoped for a battle to disrupt the situation of the three universes. Therefore, guarding the exit of the wormhole and preventing the allied forces of the second universe from entering the first universe was completely unnecessary. As for setting up an ambush, it was even more unnecessary for the Tianji clan. The first universe was the headquarters of the Tianji clan, and the clan was known as the sole overlord of the first universe. If they didn't even dare to face the allied forces of the second universe's races head-on and played these tricks instead, they would be a laughingstock. Because of this, in recent times, the fleets of the second universe race that had entered the first universe through this dimension-level wormhole and immediately set up camp in the void near the wormhole's exit. It was simply one fleet after another. The void near the exit of the wormhole was already filled with the silhouettes of all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. They were densely packed, and the vast galaxy that stretched for tens of thousands of miles was covered with a layer of cold steel clothing. Among the top 10 races of the Second Universe's Federation of the Second Universe, besides the Nether Turtle clan, the other 9 races, such as the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, the Warrior Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colored Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, all sent powerful fleets of their races. In addition, the other races of the Second Universe also sent fleets of their races. Even the Black Lion that Yin Chi, Yin Ba, and Yin Jiao led over 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan to occupy had come to the Demon Dweller star zone. Of course, the Black Lion was now a wandering-level stronghold in the universe. It was all alone and wasn't welcomed by the various races of the Second Universe Federation. Even the leader of the Yin Demon race, the Yin Emperor, didn't care about them. He had long since been angered to death. In addition, the Black Lion originally belonged to the Battle Lion tribe, but it was snatched away by the Netherworld Young Master. This was an absolute humiliation to the Battle Lion tribe. There was no doubt that as long as they saw this small fortress, the Battle Lion tribe would not be polite and would attack on the spot. Yin Emperor, who had leapt into the Star Lord realm, had already abandoned his entire race. Right now, Yin Emperor was like a madman in the universe, roaming everywhere. Every time he appeared in a starfield, there would be a thunderous roar as he searched for young Master Netherworld everywhere. In fact, even if Yin Emperor still cared for the remaining 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan and the Black Lion, the Battle Lion clan wasn't afraid at all. That was because, including the Battle Lion clan, it was said that there was a Star Lord in each of the fleets of the top 10 races of the Second Universe. Although it was very likely that they wouldn't participate in the regular battle, there were 9 Star Lord Elders in the entire Second Universe's allied forces. The role of an eccentric overseer in stabilizing the army's morale was unparalleled. Therefore, the experts of the fleets of the various races of the Second Universe were all in high spirits. The steel battleships that stretched for 10,000 kilometers occupied a part of the void. Even the starry sky was shocked by their momentum, and the light of distant stars dimmed. Although the Black Lion clan had sneaked over for some unknown purpose, it didn't dare to appear in the huge Allied forces fleet. It kept its concealment array active, and occasionally it wouldn't come out to take a breather. It would stay in the distant void at the edge of the Allied forces fleet. They didn't dare to approach, or the Battle Lion clan would definitely take action. It was said that even the former leader of the Yin Demon clan, the Yin Emperor, had gone crazy and was rushing over to the first universe at that moment. He said that given the nature of young Master Netherworld, there was no way he would miss a planar battle of this level. He would definitely rush over to extort something. Revenge. When the news spread, the higher-ups of the vanguard fleets of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe didn't feel good. On one hand, it was because the current Yin Emperor was not only a Star Lord old monster, but he also seemed to be a little crazy. For him to crazily interfere in such a solemn and sacred planar space battle was truly worrying. If this old thing were to cause a ruckus, what would the final battle situation be? It was really hard to predict what would happen. Although there were super old monsters that surpassed the Star Lord realm in the various races, including the Heavenly Fate clan and the slave races of the First Universe, such existences wouldn't take action. It was basically impossible for such an existence to show up for a Star Lord who was a little crazy. It was a luxury. In addition, the more important problem was young Master Netherworld. For the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, that name was definitely an eternal pain in their memory, especially for the top 3 races of the Second Universe, the Blood Wyrm clan, the Cyan Peng clan, and the Battle Lion clan. Back in the Nether Turtle Star Field, they had been suppressed by young Master Netherworld to the point that they couldn't breathe. That matter had already become the #1 laughingstock in the history of the universe. Of course, the experts of the universe who were qualified to laugh were mostly loose cultivators, and there weren't any relatively large forces. That was because more than 60% of the major forces of the 3 universes were involved in that scandal. It was really a big brother who didn't laugh at his second brother. However, if young Master Netherworld really came, it was really impossible to predict what would happen in the end of this planar battle that hadn't happened in 10,000 years. Even now, the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were still covered in sweat when they recalled the shameless methods of this freak. They were all sweating profusely. Some people sighed. It was a pity that young Master Linghu had died prematurely. Prince Xian was even more silent, as if he had disappeared. The invincible war god was still in the territory of the cultivators of the Third Universe, playing hide-and-seek with a group of old monsters from the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palaces. He had no time to come. Otherwise, any one of the 3 would have been able to restrain young Master Netherworld. It was also at this time that the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were discussing and worrying about the news that the Mad Dog Een Emperor and the unknown young Master Netherworld were about to come to the battlefield in space. Another piece of important news came from the Heavenly Fate clan, the overlord of the First Universe. The news was transmitted from the Heavenly Fate clan's base camp, Heavenly Fate City. Chapter 35-44. When Yi Xian walked out of the secret room, Chanas, who heard the commotion, immediately came forward to greet him. He nodded and bowed as he greeted him, and then discovered that Yi Xian's cultivation had broken through a small level. Now, he was already at the middle stage of the 4th level of the Profound Light Realm, so he immediately started to flatter him. Yi Luo, who was not far away, could not listen anymore and turned to leave. Yi Xian did not pay attention to him. After asking, he found out that he had spent 3 whole days in seclusion. It seemed that the higher one's cultivation was, the more difficult it would be to increase one's realm. This was something he had expected. Although he was a little depressed, he felt like he was going to fall behind the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng again. There was a huge gap in the future, but there was nothing he could do. However, even though he had spent 3 whole days in seclusion, it was still a long time before they reached the Demon Dweller Star region. There were still about 20 days. Fortunately, the situation on the battlefield had not changed during this period of time. At the exit of the wormhole, the allied army of the various races from the Second Universe was becoming more and more terrifying. However, the slave races from the First Universe were also very strong. The various races' fleets were not weaker than the enemies. Yi Xian was actually looking forward to this planar war in space. After all, it had nothing to do with the human race. It was just a fight between the Tianji race and the various races from the Second Universe. Yi Xian did not have a good impression of both sides. He did not care how many Star Realm experts died. To be able to use this opportunity to enjoy his addiction of being the commander of a planar war in space was simply a great opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. In the following time, Yi Xian did not go into seclusion again. Instead, he took some netherworld furnace lotion to heal some of the hidden injuries and hidden ailments that the breakthrough this time might have left in his body. After all, the path of physical evolution had this disadvantage. It required one to break through the limits of the human body time and time again, tearing apart the invisible shackles of the human body's potential. This would definitely cause harm to the physical body of an evolver. Perhaps it would only be a small amount each time, but over time, it would explode. The consequences would definitely be severe. However, Yi Xian now had a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion, and even over 2,000 drops of all evil origin elixir. It was enough for him to consume a little every time he broke through, and put an end to the accumulation of this hidden danger in his body. In addition, he spent most of his time deriving the formula for the level 13 liquid. This was a completely new field. For the Third Universe's human science and technology camp, the top families in the field of gene fluids only had a few finished products of the level 11 liquid in their hands. For example, the Tuoba family had them. The purplish warbler and the other two girls also had one each. However, the formula for the level 11 liquid had always been in the hands of Yi Xian and had never been leaked. As for the level 12 liquid, there was no need to mention it. Once they reached level 13, it was simply impossible for them. The top families in the field of gene fluids might not even be able to piece together an incomplete formula. The research field of gene fluids was deduced step by step. Without the formula for the level 12 liquid, there was no way to know what the key elements of the level 13 liquid were. In fact, even the basic elements could not be determined. Although Yi Xian had not been in the field of gene fluids for a long time, he had a large amount of resources through various channels and methods. This included the communication system attached to the devouring system, the preparation manuscripts, and a large number of incomplete formulas that he had stolen from the top families and other official forces. In addition, there was the powerful deduction ability of the devouring system. Therefore, it directly led to his rapid advancement in this field. He started from the level 1 liquid all the way to the level 12 liquid. Today, Yi Xian was definitely the number one person in the field of gene fluids research. Young Master Linghu's reputation as the three absolutes of medicine, artifact, and array was not casually called out. Even so, the research of the formula for the level 13 liquid still gave him an incomparable headache. On the way to the demon domain, Yi Xian's entire mind was immersed in the research of the formula for the level 13 liquid for the next 20 days. He even successfully concocted another level 12 liquid. However, he still did not succeed in concocting the level 13 liquid. The gene fluids that he concocted either only had 12 colors, or they were a chaotic mess of colors. They were extremely unstable and would become useless medicine. As the time drew closer, they were not very far away from the demon domain. Yi Xian became a bit anxious because once they reached the demon domain and the battle began, he might not have the time to immerse himself in the research of the gene fluids like he did now. Right now, his physical body and blood qi had reached the 11th level of the mystic light realm, level 4. After another 5 levels of breakthroughs, he would be able to use the level 12 liquid. At that time, the need for the level 13 liquid would be even more urgent and could not be delayed. In the end, seeing that they were only 3 days away from reaching the demon domain, Yi Xian made up his mind and added a small pinch of the 9-colored meat paste into the level 13 liquid that he finally deduced. He was just trying his luck. In any case, there were only 3 days left. It was basically impossible for him to deduce a new formula for the level 13 liquid. He had never added the 9-colored meat paste to the other level 13 liquid formulas because Yi Xian didn't know the characteristics of the 9-colored meat paste at all. It was true that the 9-colored meat paste was of the highest level. Even the remains of primordial creatures beyond the Star Lord state had been spat out of the netherworld cauldron as waste. It was not hard to imagine how strong the primordial creatures that had been left in the netherworld cauldron were. Even a drop of blood from their remains was more precious than any heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, the 9-colored flesh paste was too complex. It was formed from the crushed flesh of all kinds of powerful desolate era creatures. Some of their blood was golden, while others were fiery red. They were all different, but now, they were all crushed and mixed together to form the 9-colored flesh paste. No matter how high the grade of this raw material was, how could it be added into the formula when its attributes and characteristics could not be determined? However, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that he would simply add a pinch of the 9-colored meat paste to the last level 13 liquid formula, then carefully mix it according to the formula. 2 days later, when the result was out, he had really obtained a 9-colored meat paste. 2 days later, he had successfully obtained a level 13 liquid. It was a tube of greenish liquid, but if one examined it carefully with their spiritual sense, they would be able to see that inside every micromolecule of the liquid, there were 13 different colors that were arranged in the same way. It worked? What's going on? Yi Xian was dumbfounded as he looked at the precious level 13 liquid in his hand. He suddenly remembered a saying, "You know what you do, but you don't know why." Chapter 35-45. Although the successful concoction of the level 13 gene fluid was something to be happy about, Yi Xian was not in the mood to celebrate. He used a small spatial box to store the level 13 gene fluid and placed it into his undying world. He immediately fell into deep thought. The current him was not even sure if the successful concoction of the level 13 gene fluid was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. It was very likely that this was just a coincidence. Of course, the probability of this being a coincidence was very small. It was more likely that the success of this concoction was due to the small pinch of 9-colored meat paste. If this was really the case, then this was a great piece of news for Yi Xian. This way, when he encountered a bottleneck in the concoction of the level 14 and 15 gene fluids in the future, he could add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste to try again. If it was still effective, then the concoction of higher-level gene fluids in the future would not be too big of a problem. He only needed to deduce the basic concoction and then add a small pinch of 9-colored meat paste, just like Quan En's medicine. However, there was no time to verify this point because there was only 1 day left before they reached the demon domain. "What have you been doing these past few days? We're about to reach the battlefield, but you haven't shown yourself for a few days since you entered the inner cabin. Are you treating your role as the commander of the vanguard fleet as child's play?" Yi Xian had spent a lot of effort concocting the level 13 gene fluid this time. The command of the entire fleet had been handed over to Yi Luo. After all, there was nothing else to do but to hurry along. He had buried himself in the inner cabin and basically did not show himself. Now that there was only 1 day left before they reached the demon domain, Yi Luo was obviously very anxious. When he saw Yi Xian finally come out of the inner cabin, he immediately threw a series of questions at him. "Second brother, please watch your words." Yi Xian was immediately unhappy. His expression darkened as he turned to look at Yi Luo. The word "second brother" almost caused the latter to stumble. "This commander is the commander of this vanguard fleet. You're just my little follower. The next time you overstep your boundaries, I'll punish you for insubordination and expel you on the spot. As for the last major task this commander is busy with." Yi Xian then changed the topic and walked into the command cabin with his hands behind his back. He directly ignored Yi Luo's angry expression and said slowly, "This commander has tens of thousands of battleships and countless AI robots under my command. I have the command of this intergalactic war, so I have to deal with it every day. I've always been thinking about strategies and strategies. What do you know as a follower? All you need to do is listen to my orders. That's your mission. Don't waste my time talking nonsense. Otherwise, you'll mess up the battle and I'll hold you responsible." Yi Xian kept calling Yi Xian Commander and Great Lord, and from time to time, he would throw in terms of second brother or little follower. After a series of scoldings like this, Yi Xian almost coughed up blood. He was completely stunned, and his mind was in a mess. A day later, the vanguard fleet entered the demon domain. In just 2 short days, they made 6 consecutive wormholes and finally arrived at the demon domain. As soon as they arrived at the outskirts of the demon domain, Yi Xian was shocked by a huge thing floating in the void. Apart from the Tianji continent in the core area of the Tianji race's headquarters, the largest intergalactic war machine he had ever seen was a large fortress with a diameter of only 100,000 meters. Even on the everlasting star of the everlasting dynasty, he had never seen a planet larger than a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. War machines. And now, he saw one of them in his field of vision. This was a giant steel ship shaped like a megaphone. The diameter of the mouth of the megaphone was a terrifying 300,000 meters. It could fit 3 large fortresses of 100,000 meters in a row through the mouth of the megaphone. To be more precise, this giant intergalactic megaphone was not a single entity. The mouth of the megaphone was composed of rings from the outside to the inside, with a total of 9 layers. The outer layer of rings was the largest, and the inner layer was the smallest, like the end of the mouth of the megaphone. And behind this smallest layer, there were 9 more layers, each smaller than the last. These 9 layers, together with the smallest layer inside the mouth of the megaphone, formed a giant megaphone tube that was gradually shrinking. Whether it was the 9 layers of the mouth of the megaphone or the 9 layers of the megaphone tube, each layer of rings had a large number of nodes, connected by some huge tube-shaped objects. These densely packed nodes were independent warships with a diameter of 3,000 meters, but they were not standard warships in the shape of boats. They were more like specially built to form this giant intergalactic megaphone. Although the warships at each node were only 3,000 meters in diameter, they were all honeycomb-shaped with countless small sections. No one knew what they were used for, because Yi Xian did not have any. There were no cannons on the surface of these countless small honeycomb-shaped warships. It was as if they formed this giant intergalactic megaphone together, not for the purpose of intergalactic war, but for decoration. It was just a giant piece of art with a terrifying scale. But that was obviously impossible. Even if the Demon King Mo Wentian was out of his mind, the demon tribe would not make a useless piece of art at this time. As the vanguard fleet temporarily stopped in the void of the Demon Imperial Star area, Yi Xian and Chanaz immediately walked out of the flagship, the Expulsion, and went to the Demon Imperial Star. The deputy commander, Yarrow, was ordered by Yi Xian to stay in the fortress of the Expulsion. Obviously, Yi Xian did not want him to participate in the command of the vanguard battle. After all, the battlefield was at the edge of the Demon Imperial Star area, and it was the first battle between the vanguard fleet and the allied forces of various races in the second universe. The demon element was definitely an important part of the battle. The meeting between Yi Xian and the demon tribe was definitely to discuss the battle. Although Yarrow was very angry, he could do nothing. He finally realized that his so-called deputy commander of the vanguard fleet had clearly been taken over. He was completely reduced to a follower of the commander, Sha Baofeng. And he was just a small follower. There was still Chanaz before him. As soon as Yi Xian and Chanaz entered the Demon Imperial City, they saw the Demon King Mo Wentian and his 2 uncles. Chanaz was left outside the palace, and Yi Xian and the other 3 started a secret discussion. What's with that megaphone in the void outside? It looks like it doesn't have any attack power. There are many honeycomb-shaped densely packed nodes, but there are no cannons. After the isolation formation was set up, Yi Xian went straight to the point and asked the biggest question in his mind. Chapter 35-46. Spirit War Pulla. Yi Xian's face was full of constipation. After a while, he mumbled, "Why do I feel like I'm in a top-class restaurant and I'm eating dark cuisine? Isn't this name too hard to pronounce? It doesn't sound like anything good. Are you sure it can really be used on the battlefield?" On the side, the Demon King Mo Wentian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even the 2 uncles rolled their eyes. In the end, Mo Qigong patiently explained to Yi Xian. His eyes gradually brightened up. It was obvious that he was very interested. Spirit War Pulla was actually a battle megaphone that used spirit energy as a means of attack. The megaphone was only the outer appearance of this star combat weapon. There was obviously a reason why it was a megaphone. After some thought, one would understand that it could amplify the power of one's mental power, which was the same principle as using a megaphone to amplify sound. In this gigantic Spirit War Pulla, there were thousands of honeycomb-shaped battleships with a diameter of 3,000 meters. There were a large number of demon powerhouses. It could be said that almost all of the demon powerhouses from the 8 major tribes of the demon race would be stationed here. And in every honeycomb-shaped node, there would be a high priest of the demon race or a powerhouse of the demon race who was skilled in spirit energy secret arts. Basically, in every honeycomb-shaped node battleship, there would be tens of thousands of demon powerhouses. Under the command of the high priest or royal powerhouse of the demon race, they would fully activate the demon core in their brain and unleash their spirit energy, turning it into a powerful pulse of spirit energy. Huge tubular objects made of special materials that connected the nodes would converge at the smallest inner circle of the horn. In the end, all the spiritual power pulses gathered from the thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the combined forces of the 9 royal demonkin powerhouses who were sitting in the 9 node beehives in the smallest layer of the horn mouth. After the 9 layers of amplification of the horn, it would form a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spirit hurricane, bombarding the enemy battleships. This was a great weapon of mass destruction. Moreover, the starry sky-level spirit hurricane that was blasted out was invisible and intangible. There was no way to defend against it. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses were useless. Damn! This is good stuff. Can you get me one too? Yi Xian also had a mind power source core in his brain, so he also had mind power. Furthermore, he had mastered many secret techniques and mystic abilities that even the Demon King and the others didn't know about. Therefore, he was the one who understood the terrifying characteristics of mind power the best. Mo Qigong casually explained a few words, and he immediately understood the terror of this spirit worship. Not to mention, the devil cultivator was not proficient in the power of science and technology, and was not enthusiastic about the construction of warships, but the 4 odd beasts that they had made really had the spirit of technological innovation, and actually made the starry sky. Warship technology and the characteristics of the Demonkin's mental power were mixed together and displayed to the greatest extent. It was definitely a pioneering work. Therefore, even Yi Xian was extremely tempted and immediately made a request. "Brat, are you trying to hijack the entire demon race?" Unfortunately, Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong and the others immediately rolled their eyes at his words. They glared at him and said unhappily, "Although this spirit warship with a diameter of 300,000 meters is not the limit of the demon race, if we send in the people of the Demon King planet, we can make one with a diameter of 500,000 meters. But, what do you want it for, brat? A 300,000 meter diameter spirit warship needs 70% of the demon race's experts to be stationed in it. Do you have that?" It was no wonder that the higher-ups of the demon race were dissatisfied. This spirit warship without a large number of demon experts was simply a pile of scrap metal. Yi Xian clearly wanted the warship because he wanted to take advantage of the demon experts. This brat's methods were really shameless. If they really gave the warship to him, the demon race's star region might not even have 3 more demon experts. 5 more and a large number of demon dweller experts would have disappeared in batches. Although Mo Qigong did not directly say these words, it was clearly what he meant. The Demon King Mo Wentian and the others on the side had a deep expression on their faces. Clearly, they still remembered the torment that Yi Xian had caused in the Demon Dynasty under the identity of Prince Xian. "Don't look at me like that. It's like you're guarding against a wolf. What happened to the cooperation? What happened to the friendship?" Yi Xian's face was full of awkwardness. He said sternly, "Don't worry, I've always been a person of principle. I definitely won't harm my own people. This. Alright, let's talk business. I do need this spirit warship. Although I don't have as many demon experts as you, I have the void soldier ladles." Yi Xian was precisely thinking about this. The void soldier ladles all had a unique biological frequency. Unfortunately, the individual biological frequency was too weak and did not have much destructive power. However, Yi Xian had seen the void soldier ladle's divine ability before. He had even given it names, such as stellar transposition, hitting cows through mountains, and so on. They were all terrifying divine abilities related to the laws of the void of the universe. If Yi Xian had a spirit warship, he could definitely let the tens of millions of void soldier ladles stay in it. At that time, all the soldiers would be led by some high-ranking members of the 8-star Wang Ladle clan. At the same time, they would emit the mysterious biological frequency unique to the soldier ladle clan. They might have a chance to use the void soldier ladle's divine ability. Then the divine ability would be displayed. The void soldier ladle was an ancient almighty who was second only to the primordial supreme. Although it was like a newborn right now and had not grown up yet, how could its divine ability be weak? However, in this way, the term spirit warship was not very suitable. It could be called void soldier warship. It seemed that this name was more high-end and classy. Of course, Yi Xian could not explain too much to the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the others. However, he only mentioned the void soldier ladle clan. Mo Wentian and the others could basically guess a little. After all, the Void Soldier Ladle was a mysterious life form. Although it did not have spiritual power, it had biological waves. There was still a frequency. As long as it was not a disaster for the devil cultivators, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted with the rest. However, it was impossible to directly build the spirit warship and hand it over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not expect them to do this. With the devil cultivators' technological construction ability, it was estimated that the one they were using now would have been built for many years. He could not afford to wait. Immediately, Imperial Uncle Mo Wen Tian handed all the data and blueprints for the construction of the spirit warship to Yi Xian. The latter did not study it immediately and directly threw it to the devouring system, allowing the system to make a second deduction and perfect it. As for the subsequent construction, Yi Xian had not decided yet. It would depend on the situation. Perhaps after returning to Tianji City, he would build a star dock in the outer industrial circle of Tianji City. Chapter 35-47. The Void Soldier Ladle clan has been rescued, but your imperial uncles are still in the imperial prison of the Tianji continent. Yi Xian spread out his hands and said helplessly, "De wants to send the entire Soldier Ladle clan to the front line as cannon fodder. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to get them. Moreover, the Soldier Ladle clan was handed over to me before the fleet set off. When the Soldier Ladle clan arrived, I didn't have the chance to do anything for you. If we take action before then, we will definitely be discovered, and the Soldier Diao clan will be in danger. Besides, not everyone can enter Tianji City. I am currently impersonating Sha Baofeng, so I don't have the authority to do so." Yi Xian stopped talking. He couldn't reveal that the young clan leader of the Tianji clan, Di Xiaofeng, and the others had died in his hands. The Demon King Mo Wentian and the others also understood. Mo Qigong nodded and didn't take it to heart. His expression didn't change as he continued, "The situation is similar to what we expected. Therefore, this time, we gritted our teeth and took out the spiritual battle talismans that we kept secret. This way, we can numb the Tianji clan and make them less suspicious of our demon race. This will lay the foundation for you to successfully rescue the imperial uncles in the future. On the other hand, this is the first time the spiritual battle jar has appeared in the Starry Sky battlefield. It should have an unexpected effect if it is activated at a critical moment. At that time, if we win the battle and there is still no news of Di Xiaofeng's whereabouts, you will most likely become the new imperial uncles after returning to the Tianji city. You will be the next young clan leader of the Tianji clan. At that time, you will have the authority to enter the Tianji city. At that time, Di Yi's wariness towards you will be at its weakest. After all, he just gave you the title of young clan leader. He would never have thought that you would do something detrimental to the Tianji clan at this time." "I see," Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization. Previously, he was still muttering that since the demon cultivator race had already decided to rebel against the Heavenly Fate clan, why would they spend so much effort in this battle? After all, it was all for the sake of the dozen or so demon cultivator imperial uncles who were imprisoned in the Heavenly Fate city's imperial prison. Near the wormhole at the edge of the demon race's space zone, the vanguard fleet from the second universe has almost gathered. There are about 1 million battleships. On the first universe's side, the slave races are also gathering in the void thousands of kilometers away. Their forces are equal. Seeing that Yi Xian had a rough understanding of the situation, the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian's expression turned serious. He continued, "As for our demon tribe, we will only use 100 great fortresses as a cover for this battle. The real killing weapon is the spiritual battle. Of the 9 honeycomb nodes in the smallest layer of the horn, 8 are overseen by the royal uncles and the leaders of the royal family. As for the core one, it's occupied by an ancestor of our race who has been away for years. He's a Star Lord, and his mental power will be gathered at the node of the Psychic Warrior Temple. The energy pulse will be blasted out by him. Before this, the spiritual warriors will always activate the concealment formation and retreat to the back of our army. When they need to use it, they will move forward in a concealed state. When they reach a suitable position, they will attack according to your command. It's said that each of the 9 fleets of the top 10 races in the second universe is led by a Star Lord. Even though it's very likely that they won't participate in the regular battles, the 9 Star Lords will be able to stabilize the morale of the troops. At the very least, that's basically the case until the final stage of this interplanar war. Interplanar wars of such a scale usually last a dozen years. Therefore, the Star Lords won't take action for the time being. Even the fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters will only be stationed at the back of the army. They won't participate in the battle too early. The Tianji race fleet you're leading is just a vanguard fleet. Later, there will be more powerful forces coming from both the servant races and the Tianji race. The highest commander of the Tianji race will be at least a Star Lord of the older generation of the Tianji race. An expert of the Machine Clan. Therefore, it can be said that before their arrival, the battle in the Demonkin Star region would not have had the chance to reach a climax. Whether it is the vanguard commanders of our camp or the commanders of the enemy camp, they are all well aware of this and will restrain themselves. However, in that case, your battle achievements will be affected. Once the Star Lord level old monsters of the Heavens Legacy race arrive, the value of your military authority will immediately decrease by more than half. At that time, even if you have battle achievements, you will only be able to obtain a small amount. This is not the original intention of our demon race to use the spirit battle jar. Talismans. Speaking of this, the Demon King Mo when Tian's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a serious tone, therefore, what we're saying is that the spiritual warriors will keep the concealment array active from the moment they set off for the battlefield. Apart from you, basically no experts outside the demon race will know of their existence. When the time comes, the Star Lord of our race will communicate with you directly through mental power. And our request is very simple. You can only control the spirit battle talisman, and you can't use it to consider the overall situation of the battlefield. If you want to use it, you have to use it at the most crucial moment, when you can gain the most merit. If that's the case, won't both sides be shocked when the spirit battle talisman is used? This is a rhythm that doesn't follow common sense at all. In a plane-level space war, using such a powerful weapon in a contact battle at the vanguard fleet level, it will probably cause the Second Universe's coalition army to be thunderstruck. Yi Xian nodded. He completely understood what the Demon Emperor Mo when Tian meant and was extremely excited. He rubbed his little hands together and said, TSK TSK TSK, there was already a Star Lord level devil cultivator in charge of the attack in the spiritual war. In addition, there were tens of millions of devil cultivator experts in the 1,000-node beehive. And the effect of this space super warrior infinitely magnifying invisible mental power. Ayaya, with such a sudden attack, don't tell me 1 or 2 of the 9 Star Lord level old monsters in the vanguard fleet of the Second Universe's 9 races will be killed directly? Chapter 35-48. After everything was settled, Yi Xian prepared to set off again. At the edge of the Demonkin Star region ahead, 2 super starry sky armies of nearly 1 million soldiers were facing each other across millions of miles of space. There was a possibility of a misfire at any time. After all, Yi Xian was the chief commander of the Vanguard. The Vanguard fleet of nearly 1 million battleships formed by the Vanguard fleet of the First Universe's servant races all listened to his command. He couldn't wait to experience the wonderful feeling of being able to judge the world. This was a rare opportunity. However, although the Demonkin spirit warriors wouldn't set off at the same time, they would wait until Yi Xian's Tianji clan Vanguard fleet left before activating the concealment formation and stealthily following behind. However, the Demonkin race was one of the most powerful races of the First Universe's servant races after all. If no fleet appeared, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the enemy and make them vigilant. Therefore, the Demonkin race would send out 110,000-meter large fortresses to cover up their appearance. Right now, these 110,000-meter large fortresses were sailing out of the Star Dock to gather. Then, they would set off together with the Tianji clan Vanguard fleet commanded by Yi Xian. After leaving the main hall, Yi Xian, accompanied by Demon King Mo Wentian and Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, appeared in the core area of the inner city of the Demonkin Imperial City. They were greeted by a gray-robed, gray-haired Demonkin elder. Seeing this Demonkin elder, Mo Wentian and Mo Qigong both stopped in their tracks. The latter stepped forward and respectfully called him Imperial Uncle. Demon King Mo Wentian didn't even have the qualifications to talk to him, so he stood to the side with his hands behind his back. Yi Xian was stunned. Even Mo Qigong called him Imperial Uncle? This old man's seniority in the Demon Kin Imperial clan was not ordinary. Immediately after, a thought flashed through his mind and he immediately came to a realization. If nothing unexpected happened, this gray-clothed, gray-haired old man should be the old monster who presided over the core node of the inner circle of the spirit battle. No wonder Yi Xian couldn't feel any aura of an expert from his body. Because at this level, if he wanted to conceal it, Yi Xian, who was only at the 11th realm of cultivation, couldn't sense it at all. Huh? The source core in your brain has already reached grade 7? TSK. Although you are not a devil cultivator, there is no one among the younger generation of devil cultivator who can compete with you in terms of mental strength talent. Even among the older generation of devil cultivator experts, there are only a few who can have your talent. It can be counted. The gray-robed, gray-haired old demon completely ignored Mo Qigong. As for the devil king Mo Wentian, he didn't even look at him. His gaze landed on Yi Xian, sizing him up. Yi Xian clearly hadn't sensed any fluctuations of mind power, yet he felt as though he had been seen through. Even the grade of the source cores in his head had been seen through. Of course, regarding the devouring system in his body and the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, this gray-haired old demon clearly did not notice at all. Although the Star Lord old monster was strong, he was far from being strong enough to be compared to the terrifying means of the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo, and the mysterious background of the headless infant corpse. Speed. As long as these two trump cards weren't exposed, everything else didn't matter to Yi Xian. Therefore, he didn't mind that his source core grade had been seen through at a glance. However, based on what the other party had said, it seemed like there had been quite a few older devil cultivators with grade 7 mind source cores. As soon as he thought about this, his expression changed. The fact that his opponent had been able to see through the grade of his mind source core wasn't just because his cultivation base was high. There was no doubt that the other party's mind power level had surpassed his own. This meant that his opponent had at least a grade 8 source core. Wasn't it said that only the first Devil King had a grade 8 mind source core among the entire devil race? As for the legendary grade 9, no one had ever reached it before. How could a random older devil cultivator powerhouse possess a grade 8 mind source core? Yi Xian froze for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He suddenly started to doubt all the information he had received about the various tribes and powers of the three big plains. It turned out that the information everyone knew was basically a lie. One would be a fool to actually believe it. It was obvious that the first Devil King wasn't the only powerhouse with a grade 8 mind source core among the devil race. At the very least, there was one more in front of him right now. Plus, the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher's source core had to be at least grade 8. It might even be at grade 9. Yi Xian had always believed in what the devil race said to the outside world, yet now it seemed like he had been completely fooled. Huh? You actually have a grade 8 mind imprint in your body? Was it left behind by the Mad Mosquito Butcher? An old devil mosquito butcher's aura? As soon as Yi Xian thought about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the old devil mosquito butcher, the gray-haired old devil cultivator opposite him mentioned them. His mind source core was indeed at least grade 8. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to detect the protective spiritual imprint that the Mad Mosquito Emperor had left behind in Yi Xian's mind. It was the Wretched Mosquito Butcher's aura. Those two old fellas were indeed related to the devil race. Even the previous generation's imperial uncle, a Star Lord old freak who hadn't appeared for many years, knew about their existence. This was enough to explain the problem. Yi Xian's eyes lit up immediately. This was the best opportunity to inquire about the secrets of those two old fellas. How could he let this opportunity slip by? Thus, he immediately asked, "Senior, do you know about the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the Wretched Mosquito Butcher? Where exactly did those two old fellas come from? What are their backgrounds? The Mad Mosquito Emperor? How could he be worthy of being called an emperor? As for the old devil mosquito butcher, he is indeed wretched. This evaluation is not wrong, but you are the first one who dared call him that. You are a newborn calf." When he heard Yi Xian's question, the gray-haired old devil cultivator curled his lips. Based on his tone, it seemed like he didn't have a good evaluation of the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. What he cared about was the background of these two old fellas. Originally, he would be able to hear some secrets that he had always wanted to know from the gray-haired old devil cultivator in front of him. Who would have thought that the other party would change the topic? After changing the topic, he rolled his eyes and continued, "As for those two old fellas, this old man knows about them and has seen them before. But if you ask about their origins and background. If you ask me, who should I ask? Back then when I first met those two old fellows, this old man was still a junior of the devil race. My cultivation base was merely at the black hole realm. However, at that time, the two of them were already at the pinnacle of the universe realm. In fact, it might even be the result of concealing their cultivation bases. How could this old man have the qualifications to meet such existences? How could I investigate their background?" Chapter 35-49. Yi Xian was overjoyed to suddenly meet a Star Lord who knew the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher in the demon imperial city. He thought that he finally had a chance to investigate the mysterious origins and background of these two old fellows. He did not expect that the result would hurt him. It would have been better if he did not investigate. Once he did, the confusion in his heart grew stronger. Yi Xian originally thought that the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher were only universe realm experts in the 15th great realm. Now, it seemed that they were far from enough. Back then, when this Star Lord old monster was only at the 8th realm, black hole realm, the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher were already at the 15th realm, universe realm, great perfection of rank 9 universe realm. Furthermore, they might have been concealing their cultivation at that time. What did this mean? Yi Xian simply wanted to curse. How deep was the water of these two fellows? The more he dug, the more he could not see the bottom. Now, Yi Xian was a little suspicious that they might be Desolate Era experts who had survived since the Desolate Era. Yi Xian was challenged again and again by the mysterious origins and background of these two old fellows. Yi Xian was almost numb. "Kid, those two old fellows are not simple." Back then, even this old man's elders were afraid of them and did not dare to have too much contact with them. If you dare to mix with them, be careful not to lose your head in the end. In the end, the gray-haired old demon said this to Yi Xian. He looked at him deeply with a strange expression, then shook his head and sighed before leaving. Yi Xian was tongue-tied. He felt a stifling feeling in his chest that could not be released. He did not know whether it was because of the two old fellows, the mad mosquito emperor and the wretched mosquito butcher, or because of the gray-haired old demon in front of him who turned around and left. In short, 100 claws scratched at his heart, and he almost vomited blood on the spot. As the gray-haired old demon turned around and left, Yi Xian was depressed for a while. He turned to look at the demon emperor Mo Wen Tian, Mo Qigong, and the other two uncles. He did not give up and asked, "Those two old fellows, do you know much about them?" The three of them looked at him strangely, shaking their heads like a rattledrum. Yi Xian was in complete despair. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had to give up on this idea in the future. He shouldn't keep thinking about investigating the origins and details of those two old men. It wasn't sad enough. As for the old gray-haired devil's warning, Yi Xian did not take it to heart at all. He had his own confidence. With the headless infant corpse, what did he have to fear? Of course, the headless infant corpse was even more mysterious than the two old guys, including the devouring system in its body. Ever since Yi Xian encountered another devouring system and passively received the first devouring system mission, he said that the devouring system was only used to select and nurture talents for the human race. Because of this, he had some doubts. However, with the strength of the headless infant corpse and the devouring system, if they were to harm Yi Xian, it would be a bomb that had been hidden in his body for a long time. With Yi Xian's strength, he wouldn't even be able to clear the mine. In the future, when his cultivation was stronger, it would be another matter. At least for now, he wouldn't have to worry about it. That was just groundless worry. After that, Yi Xian left the Demon Emperor planet and returned to the flagship of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet, the Expulsion. He led the entire huge fleet and rushed towards the edge of the demon domain, where the 2 million troops were facing each other in the void. The hundreds of 10,000-meter-tall fortresses of the demon race were also set off at the same time. As for the huge spirit war chariot with a diameter of 300,000 meters, it would activate the concealment array later on and quietly follow. The demon domain was incomparably vast. It would take half a month to travel from the Demon Emperor planet to the planar wormhole entrance that led to the second universe. Even though in order to deal with this planar-level starry sky war, the demon race had made preparations in advance. In addition to some natural universe wormholes along the way, they also used some stable void cracks to build some temporary jump wormholes and send a large number of troops to guard them. However, from the Demon Emperor star area to the vicinity of the wormholes, it would still take about 3 days to reach the void battlefield. In these 3 days, the vanguard forces assembled by both sides had basically arrived. They had even finished forming up in the void tens of thousands of miles away. They were only waiting for the right time to give the order and start the prelude battle to a planar war that had never happened in tens of thousands of years. However, the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe had obviously received the news. The vanguard fleet from the Tianji race had entered the demon domain and was about to arrive at the battlefield. After all, the Tianji race was the only real overlord of the first universe. The ones facing them from tens of thousands of miles away were just the slave races under the Tianji race. The higher-ups of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe were proud of their status. They felt that it was beneath their status to attack the slave forces under their command before the main force arrived. First of all, it would weaken their morale. Therefore, they all restrained their temper and waited patiently in the opposite void tens of thousands of miles away. Once the main force of the Tianji race arrived, this planar war in space would officially begin. However, the slave races of the first universe under the Tianji race were not good people. Moreover, not all the slave races were like the demon race, who rebelled against the Tianji race. Some of these races could even be said to have a very strong servile nature in their bones. They simply didn't consider being a servant of the Heaven's legacy race as a shame. On the contrary, they were proud of it. Perhaps they were even thinking of using this space war to curry favor with their masters. Therefore, when the battle power of both camps was in place and the formation was set up in the void tens of thousands of miles away, the allied forces of various races in the second universe were silent for only 1 day, while the slave races in the first universe could not wait any longer. From time to time, some experts of the slave races would rush out of the camp and clamor at the allied forces of the second universe. They said all kinds of unpleasant words. In short, they ridiculed and belittled the other side, showing that their side was completely fearless and openly challenging the other side. Of course, before the commander of the Tianji race's vanguard fleet, Lord Sha Baofeng, arrived, they would not dare to fight. In fact, these guys did not really want to fight. They just wanted to show off before Lord Sha arrived, hoping to use this opportunity to impress Lord Sha. They just wanted to earn some impression points. At first, the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe did not pay attention. After all, they were all proud of their status and were too lazy to bother with these slaves of the Tianji race. As soon as Baofeng arrived, they would directly beat them up. However, the slave races were almost all monsters. Seeing that the other side did not say anything, their arrogance immediately became more and more intense. Their words became more and more unpleasant. In the end, hundreds of fortresses and strongholds even activated the Starry Sky loudspeaker system and cursed loudly. The entire void was stirred up into a black smoke barrier. Chi. Chapter 3550. On the third day of the confrontation between the 2 million troops, the slave races of the first universe had basically all quieted down. They only wanted to show their faces in front of the Tianji clan to curry favor and earn some impression points. If they really started a war in advance and disrupted Lord Sha's overall strategy, they were afraid that they would be punished if they turned around. Therefore, even though they were really angry, the experts of these slave races all suppressed their anger and did not respond. As a result, the allied races of the second universe became even more arrogant. The other party started the fight first, and now that they responded, they immediately stopped. This greatly boosted their morale. The higher-ups were also happy to see this, so they no longer restrained them and allowed the experts of their fleets to fight across the void thousands of miles away. They were clamoring incessantly. Anyway, Sha Baofeng was about to arrive. They could use this as a morale boost before the official battle and brew their fighting spirit. Because of this, when Yi Xian arrived with the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet on the evening of the third day, he saw this extremely contrasting scene. In the opposite void, a large number of experts of the second universe's allied forces were like valiant shrews, cursing and swearing across the void thousands of miles away. On their own side, the allied forces of the first universe were like little girls who had encountered a stinky hooligan. They cowered and did not dare to make a sound, trembling. Such a scene stunned both Chanaz and Yi Luo. As for the other existences in the fleet, they were all intelligent robots. They did not have self-awareness, nor did they have any emotions. As for Yi Xian, he was furious on the spot. Under his command, the flagship of the vanguard fleet immediately crossed the line of their own camp and arrived at the forefront. Then, his thunderous roar could be heard from the interstellar sound transmission system of the Expeller Fortress. It resounded through the void. Fierce girls from the second universe, didn't you want to start a war? Come on, believe it or not, this uncle and these stinky women behind me can beat you up. Tell your commanders to come out and speak. Line up in a row and stick your butts up high first. This uncle will favor you one by one and take turns to explode your buttocks. F***CK. F***CK. Explode your buttocks in the starry sky? And it's the commanders of the allied forces of the second universe? As soon as Yi Xian's words came out, the surrounding void instantly exploded. The commanders of the first universe's slave races were all regretting their actions. If they had known that Lord Sha was such a cold and indifferent person, they would not have pretended to be weak before. He could just directly scold the other party and leave a good impression on them. Now, in the eyes of Sir Sha, all the slave clans had become useless bitches that could be bullied by others. Just now, when he was shouting, he deliberately mentioned this word. It could be seen how deep his criticism was. Thinking of this, the commanders and higher-ups of the first universe's servant races were immediately embarrassed and ashamed. They all felt that they had lost face for Sir Sha and the Tianji race. When they returned, they would definitely make up for it in the Star Wars. They had to atone for their sins with merits and recover the lost impression points. As for the allied forces of the various races in the second universe, they were completely turned upside down. Previously, no matter how much the slave races of the first universe hooted and cursed for a whole day, no one dared to mention the commanders of the fleets of the various races because they were at least powerful beings of the 15th realm. Even the flagships of the 9 races had the old monsters of the Star Lords of the 9 races. If they had really mentioned the existence of this level in their hooting, not to mention the fact that the other party would really start a war in anger, even if a powerful being of the universe rushed out and angrily slapped them, they would be able to kill the hooting offenders on the spot. But this master who had suddenly appeared was really fierce. He had asked the commanders of the second universe's allied forces to line up in the void, take off their pants, stick out their buttocks, and let him take turns to favor them and explode their buttocks one by one. He had even scolded the entire second universe, saying that they were tough women who only knew how to curse. This was simply too much. They were the ones who started the cursing first, but in the end, it was their fault. These thoughts flashed through their minds. The experts of the second universe's allied forces had a sullen feeling that the other party had dug a hole and tricked them into jumping into it to have fun. In particular, the fleet commanders of the various races felt their buttocks tighten, and then their hearts burned with anger. The commander of the Battle Lion race's vanguard fleet, a golden-haired old battle lion with a cultivation base of the 14th realm of the cosmic light realm, even impulsively stepped out of the Battle Lion race's fleet. The flagship of the Battle Lion race revealed its bloodline true body in the void. It turned into a golden battle lion that was more than 10,000 feet in size and roared at the flagship of the expulsion, where Yi Xian was. Roar! Where did this little brat come from? Come out for me. I am the commander of the battle lion race, Sherdington. If you dare to insult me, I will definitely eat you alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's lazy voice was heard. His voice was not loud, but because it was said through the starry sky sound transmission system, the entire void could hear it. Countless experts from both sides heard it clearly. Lion chi hurts? F***CK. You're the first to jump out if it hurts. In my opinion, you should be itching for a lion, right? Are you looking for a stab? As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire space fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Yi Xian's imagination. This was Lord Sha. This was the commander of the Battle Lion Race's vanguard fleet, Sha Baofeng? The peerless monster that recently appeared in the Battle Lion Race? One of the 5 peerless monsters that was known to be on par with Prince Xian, the invincible battle god, young master Linghu, and the netherworld young master? What the F***CK? This level of shamelessness could be compared to the netherworld young master, but in other aspects, they really could not see it. Without waiting for the experts from both sides to recover from this thunderous state, the commander of the Battle Lion Race's vanguard fleet, Sherdington, who had revealed his bloodline true body in the void in front of them, spoke again. The old man was indeed an old man. His brain was not very bright for a moment, and he actually did not hear the problem in Yi Xian's words. He even foolishly replied, "Brat, are you deaf? This old man is Sherdington, not Sherdingyang." As soon as these words came out, more than 80% of the Battle Lion Race experts in the Battle Lion Race's allied fleet raised their hands to cover their faces, and their faces turned green. This time, they did not have the face to see anyone. It was really a misfortune for the race to have an old antique who could not keep up with the younger generation. It was also at this time that a muffled voice came from the flagship of the Blood Flood Dragon Race's fleet. There was a hint of monstrous anger. "Old lion, come back quickly. This brat should be that Sha Baofeng. You are not his opponent in this game. Besides, he's just a yellow-haired junior. He doesn't have the qualifications. Speaking to you, Humph, we have people of the same generation under us to fight and teach him how to be a human. Bah, they are not even human yet. You are already praising them. Huh. Chapter 35-51. Who was the one who spoke just now? Which old woman had a hole in her pants and let you crawl out of it? Damn it, you don't know how to pick the right time. You just happened to drill a hole and escape during the full moon. Look at the blood all over your body. It disgusts me even from 100,000 miles away. Yi Xian was furious, and his cold words were heard again. This time, he actually called the Blood Flood Dragon clan little loaches, and the blood all over their bodies. It was simply disgusting. What was even stranger was that the old golden war lion of the Battle Lion clan, who could not keep up with the times, did not know what was wrong with him. He did not understand Yi Xian's words just now, but now, his brain was smarter than anyone else's. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the old man turned to look in the direction of the flagship of the Blood Flood Dragon clan. He went over. He roared, "Old Blood Flood Dragon, this brat is scolding you for crawling into a woman's pants. He's even stained with blood. Don't think I can't hear it." This time, not only the members of the Battle Lion clan, but even the members of the Blood Flood Dragon clan raised their hands to cover their faces. The intelligence of this old golden war lion of the Battle Lion clan was really too horrible to look at. "Old lion, come back quickly. We are all seniors. Let's not argue with this little bastard." The commander of the Blood Flood Dragon clan's vanguard fleet was about to vomit blood. His words revealed a hint of gnashing his teeth. In the end, he roared, "Overlord Flood Dragon, go to battle immediately. Capture that little one for me. I will personally stuff him into the crotch of this old woman. A little blood loach probably won't be able to withstand a beating, right? Aren't you the Alliance Army of the Second Universe? Since you want to fight one-on-one, then send out one from each race. Yi Xian sneered and said boldly, "I'll fight you one-on-one." The word nest was too insulting. Including the Blood Flood Dragon clan, angry roars came from all the flagships of the Alliance army of the Second Universe. "I can't stand it." In just a few words, the two elders were mocked by this brat. "That's right, I'm too angry. I have to suppress him. He actually dares to challenge our nest alone. Bah, it should be a group of us. He's simply too arrogant. Why do I feel like I'm seeing the Netherworld young master again? Where was the previous patriarch of the Een Devil race? Why haven't you shown yourself yet? We found a counterfeit Netherworld young master here. All of you, don't move. Let me do it. I'll definitely suppress him." As the roars and roars rang out, figures immediately rushed out of the flagships of the Second Universe's allied forces. As soon as they appeared in space, they activated their bloodlines and manifested their bloodline true bodies. Dozens of gigantic intelligent ferocious beasts were hovering in the air. Their murderous aura attracted the attention of countless experts from both camps. In the end, the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the Second Universe stood in front of the opposing camp. Each and every one of them revealed their bloodline true bodies. Among them, a battle lion expert with mixed fur stepped out from the crowd and raised its enormous lion claw to point at Yi Xian. "You're Sha Baofeng, right? Come out and die. It's your lion overlord who's going to kill you today." "Overlord, your mother." Yi Xian opened his mouth and cursed. He rolled his eyes and sized up the lion overlord. In the end, he shook his head in disdain. "With mixed fur, you must be a bastard. I'm not interested. Second brother, go." Pooh! In the Vanguard fleet's flagship, Yarrow spurted out blood. Others might not understand the words second brother, but he was very sensitive. He knew immediately that Yarrow was talking about him. "Why? You don't want to go, bastard?" "No matter what, I'm still the second-ranked genius of the younger generation of the Tianji race. Why should I only deal with this kind of mixed-fur bastard?" Unfortunately, even though he was unwilling, he was intimidated by Yi Xian's despotic power. To be precise, he was intimidated by his shamelessness. In the end, Yarrow's voice came from the expulsion. "It's just a mixed-fur bastard. I'll teach him how to be a human in a few minutes." "Oh, no. These guys are not human at all." Immediately after, Chana's figure tumbled out of the expulsion. It was obvious that he had been kicked out by Yarrow to vent the dissatisfaction in his heart. Yi Xian completely ignored him and pretended not to see. Chana stabilized himself with great difficulty. With a face full of resentment, he ran behind Yi Xian and refused to leave. He finally realized that he was someone only when he followed Lord Sha. Otherwise, he was nothing. Even Yarrow, who usually did not dare to speak loudly in front of him, kicked him. In the void opposite, the battle lion race's younger generation was furious. He roared, "Baofeng Sha, are you looking down on me? Send second brother out to fight. What's with your filthy mouth? What do you mean by not human? Could it be that your Tianji race is human? In my opinion, you're not human at all. You're not human at all. Something. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll beat you to a pulp." Baofeng Sha was furious. He immediately started the mechanical fusion, and it was a complete fusion. Although he did not bring his fortress out of Tianji City, the fusion with the expulsion had the same effect. It was also a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. There was no difference in its basic performance. Ka-cha-cha, rumble. A series of thunderous sounds were heard. Accompanied by the dense sounds of machinery breaking in like rain, the huge expulsion began to change shape. At the same time, the various large facilities inside were also shifting positions. The molecular structure of the alloy material was changing, and its density was increasing. The size of the expulsion was shrinking. In just a short minute, it had shrunk from the previous 100,000 meters to the current 5,000 meters. An alloy speedy bug with silver blades all over its body was born in the blink of an eye. Its whole body exuded a kind of sharpness and extreme speed, making people look askance and treat it with solemn eyes. It had to be said that this scene was really shocking. Although the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the second universe were all thousands of feet tall, which was about 4,000 to 5,000 meters tall, just like the swift bug, they had also activated their bloodline true bodies after roaring. In the blink of an eye, they had become extremely powerful. They manifested such a huge body. However, compared to this, the mechanical fusion ability of the Tianji race was obviously more amazing. After all, this was originally an ice-cold alloy fortress. It was 100,000 meters tall, but it was forcibly condensed to 5,000 meters. Had it not been for the first battle between Sha Baofeng and young Master Linghu, where this amazing mechanical fusion ability had already appeared in the world, the powerhouses in the fleets of both sides would have already cried out in surprise. But even though they already knew that the Heaven's Legacy race had this ability, when they saw Yi Luo use it with their own eyes, gasps of surprise could be heard from the fleet of the First Universe's slave races. Some words that were clearly laced with flattery echoed through the void. This was because Yi Luo was here. Chapter 35-52. Roar. Blood Slaughter Lion Third Transformation. Facing the incomparably arrogant Yi Luo, the Lion Overlord was enraged. It immediately roared. This roar clearly used its clan's Battle Lion Roar innate divine ability. As the roar rang out, a large area of the void surged. Unexpectedly, a faint echo could be heard in the void, shocking the hearts of the people. The Sky Empyrean experts felt their hearts tremble, and some of the weaker ones almost fell to the ground. The shocking lion roar resounded through this side of the world. Behind the Lion Overlord, who was already 10,000 feet in size, suddenly appeared the phantom of a 10,000 feet long berserk lion. Its angry mane was stained with blood, and its angry eyes were filled with killing intent, causing the void to tremble slightly. Along with this violent roar, a majestic cosmic wind instantly blew in the surrounding cosmic void. The invisible cosmic energy was completely sucked in and gathered in one place, forming a huge invisible vortex in the center, and this energy vortex was located at Qian's Hangsheng, beside the entrance of the Lion's Blood Basin Pavilion. After being swallowed by the Lion Overlord in one gulp, the huge berserk lion blood shadow entered the body of the fluttering Lion Overlord. Its body instantly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it revealed the third form of the bloodline true body. 100,000 feet long blood-colored berserk lion. A pair of bloody eyes that were as huge as mountains surged with ferocious flames, staring intently at the swift worm that was only 5,000 meters long, and its aura had already been firmly locked onto. Legend has it that every time the 9 transformations of the blood slaughter mad lion erupts with a new transformation, the bloodline true body of the Battle Lion clan will increase tenfold. Even if the cultivation aura does not change, the difference in the power of the blood slaughter mad lion's 9 transformations is like the difference between heaven and earth. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terrifying level of its bloodline true body would increase exponentially. It would reach the same level as the void giant turtle, and with a raise of its claws, it would be a star domain. However, no war lion had ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the war lion clan had only reached the 3rd transformation of the blood slaughter lion. Only the previous young patriarch of the clan, Shi Bafeng, had just cultivated to the 4th transformation. Once he activated it and entered the 4th form of the Battle Lion clan's bloodline true body, his body would reach a terrifying height of 100,000 zhang after devouring the Battle Lion phantom behind him. That was the true power of swallowing mountains and rivers. Its body was so large that it was comparable to the demon race's spiritual battle Pula. Unfortunately, when Lion Bafeng fought with Yi Xian, who had the identity of the young master of the netherworld, he didn't even have the time to use the true 4th transformation of the blood slaughter lion before he was killed. Moreover, he was made into a braised lion's head and eaten heartily by the latter. To the Battle Lion clan, this was simply an unprecedented humiliation. After the fall of Lion Zhanfeng, the Lion Overlord, who was ranked 2nd in terms of talent in his clan, became the new young clan leader. Although he didn't dare to fight against the Netherworld young master, he was incomparably confident in facing the Heaven's Legacy clan. At this moment, he revealed the 10,000 zhang bloodline true body of the 3rd transformation of the blood slaughter lion. He would use this battle to wash away his shame and prove himself in front of the elders of the clan. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Even Chanaz, who was behind him, shook his head and sighed. It seemed that Lion Overlord hadn't done any research on Yi Luo at all. He didn't understand where the advantage of the rapid mechanical insect lay. He actually directly activated the third transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion bloodline true body of the Battle Lion clan, turning into a 10,000 Zhang bloodline mixed lion. This was simply thinking that this target wasn't big enough. It wasn't comfortable enough to be abused. Even Yi Luo himself couldn't stand it anymore. From within the 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect, he sneered, "What a brain-dead person. You're obviously courting death, but you're still howling so happily. Other than you, there's really no one else." Wang. Xiao. As the voice fell, a low trembling sound rang out. The 5,000 meters long rapid mechanical insect shot out like an arrow from a bow. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Yi Luo. It didn't stop there, nor did it have any other means of attack. It directly slammed into Yi Luo's abdomen. Go. Roar. Such extreme speed shocked the Lion Overlord. It roared fiercely, and its body trembled as it tried to retreat. Unfortunately, he didn't have this opportunity, because the rapid mechanical insect had already touched its body at the first moment. The rapid mechanical insect, which was only 5,000 meters long, instantly swept under the Lion Overlord's abdomen. It didn't have any other means of attack, because it didn't need those. The countless super-strong alloy blades on its body were the rapid mechanical insect's best and most powerful weapon. All of this couldn't be more familiar to Yi Xian and Chenasi. They had seen it many times not long ago. This was the attack method of the rapid mechanical insect. It was simple and not fancy, but it was extremely violent. Puff. Walala. A muffled sound came from the Lion Overlord's abdomen, and lion blood poured down like a majestic rain, dyeing the void red. Then, an incomparably mournful howl sounded. "Awu, you're clearly a Lion Overlord, why are you howling like a wolf? Do you think the deputy commander will let you go just because you're a specimen? It's useless to trick me. Today, I'll beat you until Mother Lion can't recognize you." With one successful attack, Yi Luo's spirit was greatly boosted. His cold and arrogant voice came from the rapid mechanical insect, and the Starry Sky loudspeaker system of the Expel flagship fortress was used. The experts of both camps heard it. Deputy Commander Yi Luo is mighty. Smash his dog head. It's best to cut it off. We can learn from young Master Netherworld and young Master Linghu and stew it directly, or steam it. It'll definitely be delicious, ha ha ha. Is this the young master of one of the top 10 races in the second universe? It's too unbearable. A big hole has been cut in his stomach before he even made a move. His stomach is rotten, and his intestines are flowing. A large part of the void is filled with the stench, polluting the Starry Sky environment. On this side, laughter and all kinds of provocative words came from the fleet of various races of the first universe from time to time. Previously, they had been scolded by the experts of the various races of the second universe until they didn't dare to respond. Coincidentally, the vanguard fleet of the Tianji race had arrived. Inadvertently, they had left a bad impression of cowardice. Now, Deputy Commander Yi Luo had shown his prowess with one attack, which was simply very satisfying. For the experts of the various races of the servant races, this was a rare opportunity to change their image and gain some impression points. Naturally, they wouldn't let it go. Chapter 3553. Xiao. Pu, Owo. The sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out again. The swift insect circled around in a small circle in the air and attacked again. Its body, which was covered with sharp superalloys, casually rubbed against the left rib of the 10,000 feet lion. Another rain of blood sprayed out on the spot, accompanied by the mournful howl of the Lion Overlord. The corner of the void began to tremble. Its body was simply too huge. It was 100,000 feet long, a full 30,000 meters long, while the swift worm was only 5,000 meters long. The difference was too big. It was like a small dot circling around a huge monster, but its speed was extremely fast. Its attack was so easy that it made people's hair stand on end. Just scratch any part of its body, and a rain of blood instantly sprinkled into the void, in less than a minute. As the swift worms continued to circle at an extremely fast speed, there were already more than 10 frightening wounds all over the body of the giant lion with mixed fur. A small half of its body was dyed red by its own blood. During this process, it was not that the lion overlord did not counterattack. It raised its claws and slapped fiercely, or it turned around and angrily devoured. Unfortunately, all of this was useless. It was not that it was not strong enough, but its strategic direction was wrong from the beginning. No matter how powerful it was, facing a mosquito that was so fast that even its eyes were dazzled, it was simply useless. What was the use of not being able to capture it? Facing all of this, many experts on the side of the Second Universe's allied forces were so shocked that their expressions had changed. Some of them finally came back to their senses and cried out in alarm, "Oh my God, what kind of speed is this? It's too fast. Who is this guy? He used the ultimate secret technique of the Heavenly Legacy race." What he transformed into was not a mechanical blade, but an alloy swift insect. He is Yi Luo, recognized as the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy race, second only to young patriarch Di Xiaofeng. No wonder he is so powerful. His attack methods are too old. His entire body is covered with layers of blades condensed from superdense starship alloys. There is no need for any fancy attack methods. He can just crash into it. Whoever gets hit will die. It's simply heaven-defying. The Lion Overlord was too careless, and we also misunderstood the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical fusion ability, believing that they could only transform into mechanical puppets. Actually, during the battle between Sha Baofeng and young Master Linghu had already warned us. Don't forget that young Master Linghu transformed into a mechanical bug. We should have realized then that this mechanical transformation ability was ever-changing. It's really depressing. Lion Overlord's 10,000 Shanghai Blood Lion true form is perfectly countered. Not only is his opponent small, his speed is also fast. Lion Overlord's powerful strength is completely useless. His huge body has become a target. As these words spread, the dozens of young prodigies in front of the huge fleet in the First Universe finally came back to their senses. After this group of people flew out from their respective races, they all showed their bloodline true bodies at the first moment. They turned into giant beasts that were thousands of feet long. They stood in the void and lined up in front of the coalition army of the various races in the Second Universe. At first glance, they were really imposing and eye-catching. But at this moment, when they saw the Lion Overlord being so miserably abused, they saw that he had a powerful bloodline power, but he was facing a large mosquito with extreme speed. He had no power to use his martial arts at all. It was simply fighting to the point of wanting to die. As their expressions changed, the dozens of young geniuses from the various races of the Second Universe who had revealed their bloodline true bodies seemed to have been enlightened. Although they didn't leave the state of their bloodline true bodies, they had already shrunk their bodies. They were originally 10,000 feet tall, which was 3,000 meters tall, but now they shrank to about 1,000 meters. In this way, in the face of a 5,000-meter long swift insect, no matter how fast the opponent was, they had nothing to fear. After all, the target was too small. The comparison of the size advantage had been reversed, and the head had turned. Lion Overlord, you retreat first. Your condition is not good, and you need to adjust. I will help you deal with this big insect full of sharp blades. After shrinking his body, the young prodigy of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Flood Dragon Overlord, was full of confidence. As he roared, his body had already rushed out and rushed toward the battlefield in the void in front of him. As he stretched out his claws, he threw a punch. Then, an energy blood flood dragon of the same size roared out and instantly arrived in front of the swift insect. Flood Dragon Overlord had obviously learned to be smart. This swift insect's entire body was made of high-density superstar alloy, and they were all in the form of incomparably sharp blades. Layers of them covered his entire body. This was impossible to fight in close combat. Even if he threw a punch, in the end, only his own iron fist would bleed. Facing this kind of enemy, he had to avoid close combat and could only attack from a distance. The Blood Flood Dragon clan's Blood Flood Dragon demonic Blood Flood Dragon fist happened to have this kind of attack form. When he threw a punch, only a giant energy Blood Flood Dragon roared out and blocked the opponent from a distance. Even if he did not hit the opponent, he would be unharmed. Facing Flood Dragon Overlord, the small size advantage of the swift insect had disappeared. It was 5,000 meters long, but Flood Dragon Overlord had condensed his bloodline true body to the size of 1,000 meters. Although the swift insect's speed advantage was still there, Flood Dragon Overlord's speed was not slow either. As the energy Blood Flood Dragon of demonic Blood Flood Dragon fist punched out, more than a dozen energy Blood Flood Dragons circled the void battlefield in the blink of an eye, restricting the swift insect's space of movement. The scales of the battle had already tilted to the other side. And Lion Overlord, who was already covered in wounds, took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He retreated and quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, among the dozens of Second Universe's younger generation geniuses behind him, another figure rushed out. It was the young Rock Overlord from the Green Rock clan. Like Flood Dragon Overlord and Lion Overlord, he was ranked second among the younger generation of the clan, so he was named Overlord. At this time, Rock Overlord also showed his might. His 1,000-meter-long bloodline true body, the red-eyed green rock, flapped its wings crazily, and the void trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, countless feather-shaped arrows appeared in the void of the universe. They were like green goose feather snow fluttering, covering the sky and the sun, covering a part of the sky. It was one of the innate divine abilities of the green sky rock bloodline. Demonic rock seals the sky, one of the killing methods. Moreover, it directly displayed the killing power of this innate divine ability. The azure feathered arrows that covered the sky and covered the earth instantly moved, whistling endlessly. Other than the Flood Dragon Overlord, who the Rock Overlord had specially taken care of, all the other existences in this sealed world would be listed as targets of attack. Chapter 3554. Puff puff puff, boom. In the void, as the Tyrant Dragon King and the Tyrant Rock King rushed into the battlefield at the same time and replaced the seriously injured Lion Overlord, the battle situation that was originally in Yi Luo's favor was instantly reversed. After the scene of Yi Luo attacking the Lion Overlord, the two of them had a comprehensive understanding of the advantages of the swift worm. At this moment, they didn't approach it at all and didn't fight it at all. Instead, they directly launched a long-range attack from the distant void. The Tyrant Dragon King punched out one punch after another. Each time, an energy blood dragon would appear in the sky, and it wouldn't dissipate in a short period of time. Instead, it seemed to have spirituality, circling in the void. More than a dozen 1,000-meter-long energy blood dragons covered a corner of the void, restricting the swift worm's range of activity. At the same time, the Tyrant Rock's Demon Rock Heaven-Sealing Bloodline ability stirred up a dense rain of energy feathers as it flapped its wings, covering the sky and earth as it fell on the swift worm. Muffled sounds rang out, followed by thunderous booms. In an instant, the swift insect was bombarded repeatedly. Although its entire body was made of high-density starry sky alloy, it still could not resist. Just the shockwaves from this kind of energy bombardment had already made Yi Luo dizzy. In the dense chaos, one could clearly hear one or two muffled groans from time to time. It was the reaction of him being at a disadvantage but holding back his words. He had completely fallen into an embarrassing situation. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was also angry. How shameless. Not only did they take turns to fight, but they also ganged up on him. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the Wild Star Fortress. Of course, it appeared in the form of the Devil Battle Fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Because his treasure maple was left in Tianji City, he could only appear in this form now. The Life Fortress, which had already grown to a diameter of 100,000 meters, was hard. It was restricted to appear in the state of 50,000 meters in diameter. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian stepped into the Devil Battle Fortress. His angry roar resounded through the void. "You two little bastards, just you wait. This commander will fight the two of you alone." Second brother, come back. Rumble. Kachacha. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. The commander of the demon royal guards, Chinasi, who was originally standing behind him, immediately retreated to the back to prevent himself from being attacked. Without Lord Sha by his side, he always lacked a sense of security. With a loud roar, the sound of machinery grinding, the Devil Battle Fortress, which was completely black and 50,000 meters in diameter, began to change shape. In everyone's eyes, this was the Devil Battle Fortress's Battle Fortress Vanguard Fleet's commander, but in fact, Ye's original body's body was in the inner cabin of the Devil Battle Fortress. But in fact, it was In's body. His was the Battle Fortress. A human mecha battle. That's right, it was a humanoid mecha. This time, Yi Xian chose to transform into a humanoid alloy war god. However, the transformation wasn't complete yet, and the mighty image of the alloy war god was quickly appearing. Although Yi Luo was indignant, he was once again called second brother. After this battle, the name of the second commander of the Tianji clan would spread throughout the three dimensions. But now, he was in a disadvantageous position. He was facing the joint forces of the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King from the two strongest clans in the second universe. Moreover, the other party had seen through his advantage and launched a targeted attack. He couldn't turn the situation around in a short time. If the battle dragged on, serious injuries were inevitable. Under such circumstances, no matter how angry Yi Luo was, he could only retreat. Seeing this, the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King were immediately invigorated. A minute ago, the deputy commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet was still attacking the Lion Overlord Rock Dragon King, but in the blink of an eye, he was forced to retreat. What could be more exciting than this? However, the guy named Sha Baofeng didn't know what was good for him. He called the two overlords of the Blood Flood Dragon tribe and the Cyan Rock tribe two little bastards. This was definitely intentional. The Overlord Flood Dragon tribe and the Overlord Rock tribe were furious. Enraged, the 1,000-meter-tall nine-headed Blood Dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock immediately let out earth-shattering roars. They roared in human language, and their arrogance was unparalleled. You're Rock Dragon King, right? How dare you call yourself one of the 5 peerless monsters in the world? Bah, did you forget the battle where young Master Linghu beat you to a pulp? You're really shameless. Even if you want to be famous, you don't have to be like this, right? Come. Young Master Linghu beat you into a pig's head back then. Today, Lord Dragon King can do the same. Roar. Screech. In the end, the Overlord Dragon King and the Overlord Rock Dragon King each let out an earth-shattering roar and a long roar. Their figures soared into the air and rushed toward the demon battle cry in the void. In that battle, this commander was indeed defeated, but it was worth it. Because the harvest was great, it was no different from a fire phoenix undergoing nirvana. How can you two little bastards have this kind of talent and temperament that can grow terrifyingly in adversity? You actually dare to compare yourself to young Master Linghu? You really don't know how big your face is. In this commander's opinion, you don't even have the qualifications to carry young Master Linghu's shoes. Today, you are destined to kill this commander in this void. Yi Xian's calm voice sounded out from within the devil battle horn that was undergoing mechanical changes. Not only did he say that he wanted to kill the Flood Dragon Overlord and the Rock Overlord, but even his tone was incomparably relaxed and indifferent. It was as if he was mentioning a trivial matter, making him seem very confident. He believed it incomparably. Almost in the next instant, the demon battle cry's mechanical changes were finally completed. This time, Yi Xian did not shrink his size. At this moment, what appeared in the void was a giant alloy war god that was 50,000 meters tall. The giant shield in his left hand was incomparably thick. At a glance, one could tell that it had an incomparably terrifying defensive power. Just a glance could bring a reliable sense of security to people's hearts. The spear in his right hand was more than 100,000 meters long, 3 times the height of the alloy war god. At this moment, it was held in the middle of the spear with one hand. At the first moment, it was raised high above its shoulder. Then, as the alloy war god's broad shoulders turned and its waist twisted, the huge spear that was more than 100,000 meters long was instantly ruthlessly thrown. It was thrown out. Whoosh! Chi-la-la, a sharp sound of breaking through the air that caused one's eardrums to tremble violently rang out. A black arrow that was many times faster than lightning shot out from the void. There was actually an incomparably clear sound of tearing silk. The void seemed to have been split into two. Chapter 35:55. Oh my God, what the hell is this? The rock overlord, who had just charged forward with him, was completely blasted into a bloody mist in less than half a breath of time. And that terrifying giant spear, which was more than 100,000 meters long, was only a small part of the tip of the spear that touched his bloodline true body. It was obvious that the spear still had power left, and its power was far greater than that. The overlord flood dragon trembled in fear, and his 1,000-meter-long 9-headed blood dragon body instantly came to a halt in the void. Then, as he screamed, the 9-headed blood dragon turned around and fled. In just half a second, he was so scared that even his gallbladder cracked. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The alloy spear that Yi Xian threw out was not an ordinary starship alloy. Instead, it was condensed from the countless molecules of the self-derived world worms. It was no exaggeration to say that this battle spear was actually alive. Of course, even if he could do it, Yi Xian could not make the battle spear move as flexibly as the magic treasures of human cultivators, such as suddenly changing directions in the void and attacking another target. That was inconsistent with the technological system of the Tianji race, and it would attract a lot of suspicion. Even if he wanted to use this kind of transformation, he could only reveal it when he encountered a powerful enemy in private. At most, he could just kill the enemy to silence them. At this moment, even if the battle spear was thrown out by the alloy battle god, Yi Xian could not let it continue to exist. Just like in the battle with Yi Luo in the Machinery Grand Tournament, the thrown battle spear would definitely explode in the end. Otherwise, once someone found it and studied it, they might be able to find out the problem with the material of this battle spear. That would cause a lot of trouble for Yi Xian. It should be known that this kind of explosion was not just self-destruction in the ordinary sense. It was the self-derived molecules of the countless world worms that condensed into this alloy spear exploding at the same time from the microscopic level. Boom! Just as the tyrant dragon king screamed and turned around, fleeing in a sorry state without the slightest hesitation, the huge battle spear that had crushed the tyrant rock king into a rain of blood completely exploded. A deafening boom shook the heavens and earth, and an invisible energy shockwave instantly swept out, covering a large area within a radius of 10,000 meters. Tyrant Dragon King, who hadn't had time to escape, happened to be in this area, and was destined to be affected by the shockwave. A woo. A mournful howl similar to the lion overlord's was heard. Then, a majestic rain of blood fell from the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, the Jiao overlord did not die. At the most critical moment, the 9-headed blood Jiao's bloodline true body rapidly recovered and was activated to the extreme. His body rapidly expanded, and in the end, the first half of the rapidly expanding 9-headed blood Jiao's body finally exceeded the area where the energy of the explosion was wreaking havoc. Only the second half of his body was affected and blown up. Before the mournful howl fell, the Jiao overlord, who only had half of his body left, turned into a blood-colored afterimage and rushed into the camp of dozens of bloodline true bodies formed by the young geniuses of the various races in the second universe. He directly fled to the back, not showing his head even if he was beaten to death. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in just a few breaths. For the powerhouses of the two camps facing each other from a distance of 100,000 miles in the void, they had just seen the Jiao overlord and the rock overlord roar and rush toward the demon battle horn, which was undergoing mechanical transformation. In the next moment, the demon battle horn, which had completed its mechanical transformation, raised its hand and threw out a spear. In less than half a breath, it dealt with the rock overlord. Then, the huge spear exploded, and the Jiao overlord instantly destroyed half of his bloodline true body. Dragging his seriously injured body, he plunged into the crowd and disappeared completely, it was not until this moment that the exclamations suddenly sounded in the void. Regardless of camp, except for the fleets of the slave races in the first universe, even the powerhouses of the various races in the second universe on the opposite side subconsciously screamed. Oh my God, what happened? The rock overlord is gone. Half of the Jiao overlord is gone. Is this a dream? He's too powerful. Is this still the Sha Baofeng who was tortured by young Master Linghu? It's as if he has been reborn and completely changed. I didn't expect that battle to bring him such a terrifying advancement. Sha Baofeng's mechanical fusion ability transformed into a mechanical blade mantis. Was it because he was inspired by that battle? This time, he transformed into a humanoid alloy war god. The speed of the spear throw is so terrifying. Moreover, there is a follow-up self-explosion change. This is simply unbreakable. With the speed of this spear, even if he can avoid it, it will definitely shoot to his side. At that time, before he can react, it will suddenly explode. Even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. No wonder the Tianji clan dared to boast that they had a peerless genius who could match up to Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, young Master Linghu, and young Master Netherworld. Now, it seems that they were right. That's right. Not long ago, he was tortured like a dead dog by young Master Linghu. In a short time, he was reborn like a phoenix. Whether it is cultivation or talent, the extent of his advancement is so terrifying. This kind of temperament and talent that becomes more courageous in the face of adversity is indeed terrifying. He can be considered a peerless monster of the younger generation. After this battle, the fact that there are 5 peerless monsters of the younger generation in the 3 universes has finally been confirmed. As these exclamations sounded, the alloy war god took a step forward and directly crossed hundreds of miles of the void. He raised his hand and pointed at the huge group of ferocious beasts manifested by the dozens of queens of the second universe's various races in front of the enemy camp, which had already become a mess. His aura looked down on the world as he laughed loudly and said, I said before that I would fight all of you alone. Now, I will destroy one, cripple one, and the rest, come at me together. I will teach you how to be human one by one. Bah, wrong, you are not human at all. Pooh. Pooh, Pu. As soon as he said that, strange muffled sounds came from the flagships of the Second Universe Coalition Army. Clearly, some of the old monsters could not hold it in anymore. They were so angry that they coughed up blood. It was unknown whether they were shocked by the crushing defeat and death of the 3 overlords one after another, or angered by Yi Xian's harsh words. This scene fell into the eyes of the many experts of the human clan and the Federation's 2 major observation groups in the void far behind the Second Universe's huge fleet. It immediately caused a lot of discussion. Amongst them, 2 figures instinctively exchanged glances with each other, and then they muttered softly while revealing a wisp of dense bewilderment and suspicion. Chapter 3556. Currently, only the Tianji clan and its many servant clans, as well as the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, had gathered their forces on the battlefield at the edge of the First Universe in this planar space war. However, it was impossible for the human clan of the Third Universe and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation to stay out of this war. It could be said that although this war was a confrontation between the First Universe and the Second Universe, the final result of this war would have an impact on the overall situation of the 3 universes. Once the Tianji clan, the overlord of the First Universe, led its many servant clans to victory, then besides the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, the Third Universe, where the human clan was located, would also be affected. The entire Wanluo Federation would fall into an awkward state of imminent danger, and it might even completely collapse because of this war. Therefore, although the various clans of the Second Universe had already announced in advance that this war was a personal grudge between the various clans of the Second Universe and the First Universe, and had nothing to do with the Federation or the human clan, the 2 human clans and the headquarters of the Wanluo Federation were still facing a formidable enemy. Not only had they gathered a certain amount of troops in the Third Universe, but they were also waiting for the moment when the situation here was not good and the allied forces of the various clans of the Second Universe could not hold on. They would be able to rush over to save the situation and save the situation. Even the two human clans and the headquarters of the Federation of the Three Universes had each sent an observation team composed of several high-level officials. Of course, these three observation teams from the Third Universe, in addition to closely monitoring the progress of the war at the front of the battlefield, obviously had another mission, and that was to investigate the real reason why the various clans of the Second Universe suddenly went crazy and wanted to start a full-scale war with the First Universe. At this moment, the observation teams sent by the Three Universes were in the void far away from the battlefield, looking at the armies of the two clans that were confronting each other from afar. The observation teams sent by the Three Universes only had one 10,000-meter-tall fortress. After all, they were here to gather information and observe the situation of the war, not to participate in the war, so there was no need to make a big fuss. It was more convenient for them to hide in the dark and carry out their operations. However, at this time, all three of these 10,000-meter-tall fortresses had activated their concealment arrays and were closely monitoring the situation in the void far away. All of them were high-level leaders of the Three Universes. After all, the matter this time was too big. It concerned the future of the three major planes. Even the big shots couldn't sit still and personally came. Within the 10,000-meter large fortress that represented the Wanluo Federation, overseeing it was the head of the Federation's Overwatch Council, Long Hui. His deputy, the first deputy, Hongdo Lifeng, also came along. Representing the immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology faction was the elder of the residents, Long Ziwen, and some of the higher-ups of the royal family, including the second prince, Long Shao, also known as Long Shumeng. The latter was the name he had used during the royal family's ultimate trial. Other than that, Long Tianba, who had always supported Long Shao, was also present. Among them were a few of the three great empires' upper echelons and their guards. As for the human cultivator camp, it was a deputy palace master of the Diju Palace, named Gong Xingtian. The last disciple of the palace master of the Diju Palace, Gong Wuxin, was also in the entourage. In addition, there were some powerful cultivators from small sections. In the 10,000-meter-tall fortress that represented the immortal dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, the Heavenly War Empire's upper echelon was John Tuesday. In addition, his old friend, the eyebrowless ancestor, also came. The two figures who had whispered suspiciously earlier were the two of them. Moreover, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were now in old ghost John Tu's storage bag. That day, after the Netherworld young master had caused a ruckus in the Second Universe and mysteriously disappeared, the two old fellows had set their eyes on the purplish warbler three women. Although the three women had left with the powerhouses of the clan, Zhang Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor were two supreme beings of the universe in the 15th Great Realm after all. There was no reason for them not to get a little girl who had not even reached the Grotto Heaven realm. The three girls were all troublesome people. After returning to the clan, they all sneaked out and were captured by Zhang Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, who were lurking in the dark. Then, they were imprisoned together and put into a special storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, which was controlled by old ghost John Tuesday. After the two old fellows captured the three women, they originally wanted to find a secluded place to search the souls of the three women, and then hand them over to the eyebrowless old ghost to play with. They had basically figured out the fact that the Netherworld young master was the Linghu young master, but they didn't know anything else. They wanted to get more secret information from the three women so that they could target them. However, at this time, there happened to be news that the Federation of the Second Universe would start a planar starry sky war with the Tianji clan. The immortal dynasty also ordered the three empires under its rule to send a supreme being of the universe to follow the observation team for orders. There were only two supreme beings of the universe in the Heavenly War Empire. Zhang Tu had no choice but to temporarily put the soul search matter aside and rush to the immortal star with the eyebrowless ancestor. Then, they followed the royal family's Long Ziwen to the Second Universe. The above was the reason why these two old fellows appeared in the Second Universe. At this moment, the two old fellows suddenly became suspicious. Their eyes met again, and they started to communicate with each other through divine sense. They secretly talked. Old Ghost John, in your opinion, how confident are we? I'm not sure. The style is indeed too familiar, but that's the Tianji clan. How can the electronic consciousness be fake? Moreover, this Sha Baofeng is the commander of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet. How can the Tianji clan's leader, De, not lock him up? If this guy is really the Netherworld young master, how can he hide from him? But don't forget about Prince Xian. Isn't that guy also a human? In the end, he came to the first universe and wandered around, and even the entire demon race was deceived. In the blink of an eye, he had become the genius holy son of a large demon race tribe. Since he could do it, why couldn't young Master Linghu do it? To be honest, the Linghu young master's methods are more mysterious than Prince Xian's. Hey, now that you mention it, it's really possible. Why do I have a feeling of fear? Thinking back, it seemed that Prince Xian had indeed disappeared for a period of time. It was only after that other monstrous geniuses appeared one after another. They all had similar styles and were more shameless. Now that you mention him, I'm surprised. Now that you mention him, I have a bold guess. Prince Xian was able to create the mental power of the demon race, so he should be able to create the electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan. In that case, if this Sha Baofeng is the Linghu young master and the Netherworld young master, then he's more likely to be Prince Xian. Chapter 35-57. Prince Xian, the invincible war god, young master Linghu, young master Yozuan, and Baofeng Sha. He was actually the same person. After a secret discussion, Jianghu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows inadvertently discovered this shocking secret that was very likely to be the truth. Immediately, they looked at each other in horror, and they felt a chill all over their bodies. If this guess and inference were true, then this guy was more than just a peerless monster. He was simply... well, it was impossible to describe. It was too shocking. A single person had stirred up the winds and clouds of the three universes. Prince Xian and Baofeng Sha had caused chaos in the first universe one after another, or perhaps all eyes were on them. Young Master Linghu and the invincible war god had even stirred up the two major camps of the entire human race in the third universe. Young Master Yuming was also abnormal. In the second universe, he had toyed with more than half of the experts of the top forces of the three universes in the three universes. Not only were the Almighties fooled, but the entire Yin demon clan was also destroyed by him. Now, there was still an old monster, a Star Lord, roaring all over the world like a mad dog. Like thunder, he swore to find him and let him bleed to vent his anger. Everything, one by one, flashed through the minds of Jianghu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows, like a movie rewinding. Gradually, the backs of the two old guys were full of cold sweat. What kind of freak was this? What kind of astounding freak was this? For the first time, their confidence in secretly scheming against the other party began to waver. Could they really successfully capture such an existence that stirred up the winds and clouds of the three universes? Even though the two of them were almighties of the universe, at this moment, Jianghu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows suddenly felt a little timid about this. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Jianghu and the old ancestor of the eyebrows soon burst out with a burning light, but they concealed it very well. However, the hearts of the two old fellows started to thump. Previously, when they realized that young Master Yuming should be young Master Linghu, they were already very excited. This was because young Master Linghu alone had shown all kinds of benefits that were already very tempting. As for the Netherworld young master, there were also many benefits. Just the Netherworld clan's bloodline ability, the Netherworld claw, and the primordial treasure, the smoke net, were enough to make the two old fellows drool. But now, when they realized that the person they were scheming against not only had the first two identities, but also the other three identities that were not weak at all. Each of them represented great fortune and benefits, so naturally, their excitement was instantly magnified. Furthermore, other than the benefits of the 5 identities of Prince Xian and the others that had already been revealed, the two old men were even more certain that the other party definitely had an even more shocking secret treasure, or secret technique on him. Otherwise, how could he have stirred up such a huge commotion and stirred up a storm in the 3 planes of the universe? Thinking about it carefully, if they were to arrange it according to the time, they should be able to discover that in less than a year, from the time of Prince Xian to the current appearance of Sha Baofeng, the cultivation realm of this young junior that they were plotting against had soared by several levels like a rocket. Level. It wasn't something that could be achieved by having a lot of cultivation resources, powerful techniques, or techniques. No matter how abundant the cultivation resources were, it would take time to collect them and refine them. No matter how many resources one had, it would be useless if they couldn't be transformed into one's own strength. It was obvious that the young man had some kind of unbelievable secret technique that could quickly improve his level. They didn't know about the absorption system, so they could only describe it as unbelievable. All in all, the young man had a great fortune. He would definitely soar to the sky once he got it. Reaching the Star-Lord state was the greatest dream for any universe expert. Many of them were stuck at that level for the rest of their lives. No matter how long their lifespan was, it was inevitable that they would reach their limit. If they could get the young man's secret technique, both Jianghu and the old man were absolutely certain that they would be able to become Star-Lords. It wouldn't take long, either. Also, it wouldn't be as simple as becoming a Star-Lord. It wouldn't be a dream to surpass the Star-Lord state. Thinking of this, old ghost Jianghu and the ancestor of the eyebrowless sect exchanged glances again. Both of them could see an extremely strong desire in each other's eyes. Crazy desire. They talked to each other telepathically again. It's just a guess, but it's basically the truth if I'm not mistaken. We didn't come here in vain this time. We've gained a lot. In any case, we've discovered a shocking secret. It seems that we need to change our strategy. This guy isn't easy to deal with. We can't be hasty, or we might fail miserably. Don't forget that he's tricked a lot of universe experts, including Star-Lords. That's right. Let's put all our other strategies on hold for now. What we need to do now is to observe in secret and think of countermeasures. Either we don't have an opportunity, or we'll destroy him once it does. Ha ha ha. At the same time, on the other side of the three observation groups, inside the 10,000-meter tall fortress that belonged to the headquarters of the Wan Luo Federation, Long Huai, the chief of the Overwatch Council of the Federation, was frowning and gazing at the holographic screen in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the humanoid alloy god that had been transformed by mechanical transformations on Wild Star. He mumbled to himself worriedly, since when did the Heavenly Legacy clan's mechanical fusion ability become so strong? According to our information, wasn't this so-called ultimate secret skill of the Tianji clan created by DE not long ago? It shouldn't be so mature right now. This is because even the younger generation of the Celestials' legacy race has reached such a high level of comprehension in this domain. First, there was Yi Luo's rapid bugs, and now there's Sha Baofeng's humanoid alloy god. What happened to the Heavenly Legacy clan? Did young geniuses suddenly appear like a geyser? It's really worrying. Long Huai shook his head and sighed. He then turned to look at the deputy chief of the Overwatch Council, Hongdo Laifeng, and ordered in a deep voice, think of a way to send the news to Tianji City. Let the few spies we've planted there stop their other work and investigate this matter clearly first. Hand in a report. We'll talk about it after the investigation report comes in. Chapter 3558. In the same area, inside the 10,000-meter tall fortress that represented the human race's cultivator camp, Vice Palace Master Gong Xingtian of the Earth Extinction Palace also gave orders to the experts behind him. His meaning was basically the same, to investigate Yi Luo and Sha Baofeng with all their might. These two heavenly geniuses of the Tianji clan had displayed extraordinary talent. Their mechanical and electronic talents were too shocking, and they could become a real threat in the future. All of this was just an interlude. While the undercurrent was surging in the three observation fortresses from the third universe, in the central area of the starry sky confrontation between the two camps in front of them, as Overlord Jiao, who had half of his bloodline true body blown up, fled in panic, the situation of the battle changed again in an instant. Pooh! A woo! A dull sound rang out, followed by an incomparably mournful howl. After the previous giant spear was thrown, the alloy battle god flipped his wrist and extended another spear from his palm. This spear was more than 100,000 meters long. He strode forward and swung it in the opposite direction, directly cutting off one of the heavenly geniuses. The heavenly geniuses of the second universe with the bloodline of the heavenly geniuses of the heavenly geniuses of the flying heaven-winged tiger were cut open, and their intestines were dragged out for thousands of meters in the void. The scene was so terrifying that it shocked countless experts of both camps. The alloy battle god's attack succeeded once again. His figure flickered slightly as he chased after the second target. At the same time, Yi Xian's hearty laughter and disdainful mockery rang out one after another. Are these the so-called heavenly geniuses of the various races of the Second Universe Federation? No matter how I look at them, they're just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Using the word nest to describe them is too apparent. It's even a bit of an insult to this word. The previous 3 overlords at least dared to fight, but I didn't expect the nest behind them to be so weak. When they saw me, they were like little girls who were about to be raped. They turned around and ran away, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. This is so disappointing. In my opinion, if the so-called heavenly geniuses of the various races of the Second Universe Federation are like this, then they should just not come out and make a fool of themselves. I'll let you go back and find your mother to drink milk. What's wrong with that? Ha ha ha, pooh. Oh woo. With a hearty laugh, the alloy war god flicked the spear in its right hand again, piercing through the tail of a mixed-blood WIRM and nailing it to the void. Then, as he let out a miserable howl, the alloy war god shook the giant spear in its right hand as if it was disgusted. The mixed-blood flood dragon with a hole in its tail was instantly flung to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky. How disgusting. Little Loach, you're learning how to howl like a wolf? Does your mother know that you're so afraid of death? His words were too cruel. It was as if he was looking down on the Second Universe Federation, but that was the truth. The elites of the Second Universe's allied forces were furious. They were all gnashing their teeth and clenching their fists, but no one dared to say anything. The feeling of being insulted by a single person in an entire universe was too sullen. Many of the elites from the Second Universe were so angry that they were about to explode. Finally, some of the elders of the various races who were sitting in the flagship of the various fleets could no longer sit still. Although they resisted the urge to fight the alloy war god personally, because that would only make them more laughingstocks and bully the weak, they still shouted angrily. All juniors of the various races, if you retreat again, you will be punished according to the clan rules. As soon as these words came out, the dozens of young prodigies of various races who had followed the 3 overlords out of the array immediately howled. The meaning of the elder who spoke was very clear. Since they wanted to fight and had already gone out, there was no reason to turn back. It didn't matter if they couldn't win, but even if they had to crawl, they had to finish this battle. For the sake of the dignity of the various races of the Second Universe, this elder gritted his teeth and put in a lot of effort. The elders sitting in the flagship of the other races didn't say anything. Obviously, they all had the same intention. Of course, even a fool knew that it was impossible for them to really leave these dozens of young prodigies of various races behind. After all, those who could stand out in the previous situation and fight together with the 3 overlords were definitely not ordinary people in their respective races. The elders sitting in the flagship of the various races said such words. Other than deliberately maintaining their reputation, what they needed to do was actually just pretend. As the battle unfolded, if dozens of people joined forces and fought together, they could really suppress the alloy war god. Naturally, it would be good. If they were still not a match for the alloy war god and suffered heavy casualties, then it would be impossible for them to win. These old fellows would definitely have other backup plans. It was impossible for them to really watch all of them die on the spot. Regarding this, the dozens of young prodigies of the various races of the Second Universe, who had already revealed their bloodline true bodies, quickly understood after a few moments of panic. Then, they stopped and exchanged glances with each other. In the end, they gritted their teeth and no longer retreated. At the same time, they roared and turned around to attack. The Golden War God charged forward. Roar! Roar! Screech, angry, or even sorrowful, roars and howls resounded through the void. Dozens of space beasts, all of which were about 10,000 feet in size, turned around at the same time, covering a large area of the void, and roared as they rushed toward the alloy war god. This scene was too shocking. Compared to the previous battle between the alloy war god, the Overlord Flood Dragon, and the Overlord Rock, its power had increased by countless times. After all, these were dozens of space beasts that were 10,000 feet in size. Basically, all the races of the Second Universe Federation had powerful primordial creatures flowing in their bodies. Once the Bloodline True Body was activated, it was really not much different from the ferocious beasts in the starry sky. Dozens of ferocious beasts rushed toward a 50,000-meter-tall alloy war god. This scene was like a mechanical expert moving through the void and hunting in the galaxy. It gave people an almost dreamy sense of déjà vu. Little girls of the Second Universe, aren't you running away? Did the crying come back? Ha ha ha. In that case, I'll teach you how to be a person today. I'll show you what it means to be invincible under the starry sky. In this battle, Yi Xian didn't care about which side would win. He was only the commander of the vanguard fleet of the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan. What he cared about was how many eyeballs he could attract in this battle. When he returned to the headquarters of the Tianji clan, he would return to the Tianji clan. Only after reaching the Tianji city could he successfully become the young patriarch of the clan and then have greater authority. In order to rescue the dozen or so generations of imperial uncles of the demon race, it would be more convenient. As the commander of the vanguard fleet, if he wanted to establish battle achievements, he could buy time before the main reinforcements from the rear arrived. Chapter 3559. Hum. As the alloy war god leapt up and took a large stride forward, two high-frequency humming noises rang out from its gigantic hands. Immediately after that, the huge shield in its left hand and the terrifying spear in its right hand began to change forms at the same time. Previously, they were in the alloy form, but now they were in the second form, turning into the black antimatter Death Light shield and Death Light spear. In any case, this ability had already been exposed in the previous Grand Mechanical competition, so there was no need for Yi Xian to keep it to himself. Yi Xian could completely use them to create even more shocking results for himself in this battle. That's right. Just as he decided to activate the second energy form of the shield and spear in his hands, Yi Xian had already secretly made a judgment in advance for the dozens of young prodigies of the Second Universe who had manifested their bloodline true bodies. These guys, if they did not die, they would be injured. None of them could escape, and they would become stepping stones for him to establish his shocking battle achievements. Yi Xian was not stupid. On the contrary, his thoughts were quite sharp and flexible. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to quietly create such a shocking scene in the three universes in just 2 years or so after entering the starry sky environment. Just now, when the clan elder in charge of a certain race's flagship in the second universe said those words to support his reputation, he had roughly guessed what the other party was planning. There was no doubt that these dozens of young prodigies from the various races of the second universe would not really give up. The reason why the clan elder did so was partly to support his reputation, and partly because he was unwilling to give up and still wanted to try. Of course, it would be better if they swarmed and suppressed Yi Xian. All the problems would be solved, and their reputation would be completely restored. If not, after Yi Xian seriously injured and killed a few of them, the insidious old monsters in the opposite camp would definitely make other moves. Moreover, Yi Xian basically knew what the follow-up measures they might take would be. Therefore, he had to kill these 30-odd bloodline ferocious beasts at lightning speed. At the very least, he had to severely injure them in order to establish his own victory. At the same time, Yi Xian quietly gave orders to the vanguard commanders of the servant race behind him. It was the order to prepare for battle. Buzz! A high-frequency rumble rang out as the alloy war god took a large stride forward, traversing hundreds of miles of space to appear directly in front of the 30-odd roaring dire beasts. Then, with a shake of its right hand, a black radiance tore through the air as the tip of a gigantic energy spear over 100,000 meters long pierced towards a dire beast. The head of the golden iron-horned rhinoceros. Moo! Is there something wrong with your IQ? Don't you know that the skull and horns of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros are one of the hardest biological materials in space? Even the alloy of the big fortress can't compare to it, and you want to pierce it with a spear? What a joke. The 2,000-meter-tall fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros let out a roar, its words full of ridicule. Even the other bloodline ferocious beasts in the surroundings let out soft mockery. Clearly, they all supported the words of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, believing that the power of Yi Xian's spear was not enough to penetrate the skull, which was said to be harder than the turtle shell on the back of the abyss turtle. In the next moment, another muffled sound rang out. The spear in the alloy war god's hand pierced through the skull of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros without any suspense. The sharp tip of the spear drilled out of its lower jaw and directly pierced through its brain. Without a doubt, the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros was instantly killed. Its body and soul were destroyed, and it was completely dead. I don't know how the rhinoceros meat tastes, but the cartilage of this skull is like tofu. It pierced through with one stab, and I didn't even use any force. At least the meat should be quite soft. After the spear pierced through the skull of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, Yi Xian's light voice immediately rang out from within the alloy war god's body as if he had just done something insignificant. Well, if that's the case, just put it away. It has some tasting value, but if it doesn't taste right, just throw it away. Just feed it to the dogs. As he spoke, the alloy war god gently raised its right arm and easily pulled out the pitch-black spear. Then, with a flash of dark light, the huge corpse of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros completely disappeared, directly absorbed into the Shenong cauldron in Yi Xian's body. This scene was too horrifying and unexpected. From the huge fleets of both camps watching the battle from afar, there were a lot of gasps at the same time. And the other 30-odd bloodline ferocious beasts that had just formed a siege around the alloy war god were all stunned in the void in an instant. They only felt a chill all over their bodies, completely scared out of their wits. Isn't this too cruel? Piercing through the head of the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros so easily with a spear? Is it really made of tofu? What's more, not only did he kill the fine gold iron-horned rhinoceros, but he even took away its corpse. His mouth was even entangled with whether the rhinoceros meat was soft and delicious. If it wasn't delicious, he would throw it away and feed it to the dogs. If there were no precedents of Linghu young master and Netherworld young master, these words were very likely to be regarded as deliberately pretentious. However, with the precedent of those two unprecedented foodies, the various races of the second universe had long been extremely sensitive and disgusted by this kind of abnormal starry sky gluttony. So at this moment, when Yi Xian's words reached their ears, no one had the slightest doubt about it. In the three 10,000-meter-tall fortresses from the third universe outside the battlefield in the distance, in the starry sky fortress that represented the human race's science and technology camp, Jianghu and the ancestor of the eyebrows subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged glances, understanding each other tacitly. This time, it was definitely Linghu young master and Netherworld young master. As for whether it was the mysterious Prince Xian or not, this still needed to be verified, but there was basically no suspense. Poof! Just as the more than 30 bloodline beasts were shocked by Yi Xian's cruelty and terrifying means, and were stunned for a moment in the void, the former took advantage of this opportunity and once again swung his spear, cutting open the huge body of a bloodline beast without any suspense. This time, there wasn't even a sound. After the poof, a faint light flashed, and the corpse that was cut into two disappeared directly with its flesh and blood. It was taken into the Shenong cauldron in his body. It was not until this time that the other bloodline beasts trembled all over. After trembling, they collectively came back to their senses. Then, horrified screams resounded in this void again. Oh my God, it's too cruel. This is clearly the rhythm of killing all of us. Elder, save me.